$1 million so far in grants that have come through the foundation to actually help and support Broward County Public Schools. Those are not grants that otherwise could have been had through the district itself, but they needed a 501c3, and that's us. So we were able to actually partner with our the grants team, which has been amazing. And then Guy and his group has been absolutely amazing. Obviously, Lisa and her group have been amazing as well. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. We're continuing to move forward. Many of you have reached out to me about a few other ideas and grants that we're trying to get. I just kind of wanted to touch a little bit on that today. So if anybody else has any ideas or thoughts on grants, I know that I'm working with Trey and IT and a few others. So please reach out. Obviously, this is independent of everything that we do on a daily basis, but I wanted to make sure that we were intentional about talking about the great work that the team does here at BCPS on the grant side and on the staff side. So we're really excited about that. And when the press release comes out, obviously everybody will get it. So we continue to bring these dollars in to make sure that it's affecting our students, our faculty, and our staff so we can continue to be an aid district. Being an aid district isn't enough. Continuing to be an aid district is the standard that I know that we all set for ourselves. So just wanted to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do for our district. Do we have any other employee union or groups? Okay, great. Then I think we're going to go back to the superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pick up where I left off. As part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen school safety, I'm thrilled to introduce 2 highly trained K-9 teams that have joined our district. Thanks to a generous donation from the Make Our Schools Safe organization, these exceptional K-9s will assist us. Yes, thank you, Ms. Aldef and Make Our Safe Schools organization. Thank you. Yes. Oh, they are beautiful, too. Before y'all ooh and ah, let me finish. These exceptional K-9s will assist in detecting firearms, ammunition, bombs, and explosive materials, providing an additional layer of protection to keep our campuses safe and secure. Meet our teams, K-9 handler Brian Pilato and K-9 Alyssa. K-9 Alyssa is trained in gun and ammunition detection, capable of identifying the distinct scent signatures of firearms and ammunition. Handler Brian Pilato brings deep experience and commitment to student safety, working alongside Alyssa to help train to ensure our schools remain safe and secure learning environments. Also introducing K-9 handler Michael LaJoy and K-9 Nitro. K-9 Nitros specializes in bomb and explosive material detection, trained to identify both traditional and improvised explosive devices. Handler Michael LaJoy has undergone extensive training with Nitro to help prepare to respond swiftly and effectively to any potential threats. Alyssa and Nitro share a special bond. They are brother and sister. Strengthening the trust and coordination between these 2 teams are remarkable. To make this initiative even more meaningful, we held a district-wide naming contest for our bomb detective K-9. Members of our Make Our Schools Safe clubs across BCPS participated, showcasing tremendous creativity and school spirit. We're proud to announce that the Pompano Beach High School Moss Club submitted the winning name, K-9 Nitro. Since returning to South Florida, both handlers have continued to train weekly with local law enforcement agencies, ensuring their readiness remains at the highest level. We're excited to welcome K-9 Alyssa and K-9 Nitro to the BCPS family and are deeply grateful to Make Our Schools Safe and our community partners for helping make this initiative possible. This recognition and these new safety investments reflect who we are as a district, one that leads with excellence, innovation, and care for every child. And as we continue to work, I'd like to end tonight's report by celebrating all the incredible things happening across BCPS. And before we actually roll the tape, I got to take a look at the dogs too. Hold on. Yes. Can we do a quick picture? Oh, they're so beautiful. Yes. Yeah, quick picture. We'll stay. And Laura, if you want to get down there.
Alyssa looks scared though. She's shaking.
She's like, who are all these people?
There's no training for it.
Yeah.
Everybody smile. It's the shoe.
Nitro.
All right, so last month has also been a busy month for our district. Beacon, roll the tape. And before I close out my report, a huge shout out to Ms. Frida Boyles, 56 years of dedicated service and passion and commitment to our students here at BCPS. Yes, and looks amazing. That's my report, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you for the treat of the canines. And thank you to save our schools, make our schools safe for donating the dogs and the handlers. Adds to the safety of our district. So plus they're really cute. So thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the consent items that have been pulled. We'll start with that, and at 10 o'clock, we'll go back to our public speakers because we don't want to miss anybody. Okay, so sorry. Okay, yeah. Yes. So well, we already did those. So can I have a motion and a second to discuss, to bring to the floor item H2?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on H2?
We have no public comment on any of these items, Madam Chair.
Okay. So Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. I want to address an individual that's on this chart that I have some real concerns about. This is an individual who apparently has a propensity for fighting our students. And this recently came to light because the individual was arrested, rightfully so. I don't know if he's still in jail. If he's not, I hope he is. But I'm extremely concerned about this for a couple reasons. The gentleman's name is Jameer Clark. And I guess in his most recent role, he was a volunteer football coach that apparently got upset about a social media post and decided to fight several students over it. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, come to find out that this was not the first time that this gentleman had been engaging in such conduct. In fact, apparently he was previously employed at Monarch High School in Coconut Creek, where he had been previously accused of a separate incident regarding the fighting of students. So what I'm very concerned about, and what I think the public needs to be able to hear from this district, is how does this individual go from fighting students at Monarch High School, and then he is allowed to continue, or his place, or I don't know what the exact circumstances are. But this most recent incident was at Blanche Ely High School, which obviously is a different high school. I'm very concerned that this individual was able to travel between different schools and engage in this reckless conduct against our students. This is a terrible incident. There's a terrible set of circumstances. This is national news. I pulled up a story from the New York Post this morning in which this gentleman was mentioned and referenced. This puts the district in an extremely poor light. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit pissed off about it. I would like to know how this gentleman was able to go from Monarch to Ely High School and essentially commit the same type of offense on a different group of students.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Severa, and ask Dr. Lozano to provide any details that we are aware of.
Dr. Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer, and as a district, sir, we share your concerns. Unfortunately, no district staff or employees were aware of the video incident that happened at Monarch High School until after the situation at Ely occurred. So as part of our budget allocation last year, we reduced the number of monitors by 104 in our budget, and we did that through attrition. So we were still working on that process as this was a newer employee. As vacancies became available, our probationary or newest employees were moved to locations to handle that reduction of staff. So his move to, it was actually Crest Haven Elementary, not Ely, he was coaching at Ely, was part of that reallocation and was done prior to anybody being aware of this video. The same result of termination would have happened the minute we received that video, had we received it on the day that occurred.
So for the public's sake, Dr. Lozano, I just want to make sure we're clear. The incident, the fighting incident that happened at Stranahan it is your position that the district was not aware of that before this individual was moved to another school. That only came to light after his arrest for the second fight at Ely?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Monarch. I know everybody understands he meant Monarch, but just for the
sorry,
record,
what did I say?
Monarch Stranahan.
Oh, sorry, Monarch
Monarch.
High School. Yes, not to talk poorly about Stranahan. I think that's important.
It is.
Because when you read these stories in the press, I had a lot of concerned parents that reached out to me. And, immediately the first place they went to, oh, this is some sort of, conspiracy. They're trying to shove this under the rug and move this guy around. So I think it's important that the public hear our position. I'm a little concerned that it didn't come to light earlier. That the video was, I don't know the circumstances of the video, if it was turned over to us, if it was published on social media. I don't know the entire circumstances around it. But certainly, and to close here, this gentleman should be fired immediately, terminated immediately, which is, I believe, what's on for today.
Correct.
And he should also face the full extent of the law, which I hope our prosecutors and state attorneys in Broward County bring the appropriate charges and that he faces justice on this.
Thank you. It turns out we do have a public comment for H2, so if Sharon Pettis would like to come to the podium.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I come before you with humility and respect to address a recent incident that has understandably raising concern. I wanted to begin by acknowledging that I made a comment that was unintentional and, in hindsight, poorly chosen. I deeply regret that it caused discomfort to anyone. Please know that I have never directed at any individual, nor was I meant as a threat. That is simply not nor who I am and not how I conduct myself. It says throughout my career, I have always strived to be a person of integrity, professionalism, and respect. I have never posed a threat to anyone in my workplace. I have never been involved in any disciplined action. If I were truly considered a danger, I believe I would not have been reassigned to another location to continue working alongside colleagues. It says, I've spent over 40 years in the workforce, and for the past 11 and a half years, I've had the privilege of serving the school board as an accounting specialist too. And in that time, I've worked diligently, ensure capital payments are accurate, in compliance, and timely. I take great pride in my quality of my work and I trust that has been placed in me. I've submitted 10 years of performance evaluation that reflects a consistent record of excellence and professionalism and no history of discipline issues. In addition to my professional responsibility, I have faced personal health challenge. I was diagnosed with pulmonary fibrosis in 2016, rheumatoid arthritis in 2023. Despite these conditions, I have never let them interfere with my duties. I've continued to meet every expectation set by my supervisor, and I have maintained the same high standard in my work. I have always treated my colleagues with respect and kindness. I've never had a conflict with any or another employee. I've always believed in fostering positive and professional work environment. I hope my record speaks for itself. One, dedication, reliable, and respect. Today, I ask the board to consider the full context of this situation, my long-standing service, of the history of my exemplary conditions, conducts. I am committed to learn from this experience and continue to serve with the same level of professionalism and care that I've always strived to uphold.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Pettis, for speaking on your behalf. So, Dr. Hepburn, I have a few concerns, and the concern is with Ms. Sharon Pettis. So I normally meet with staff to get an understanding, and this particular employee was one of the 3 or 4 that I had questions about. But I continue to have lingering questions in my mind regarding this particular employee. The others were clarified. So a few questions, Dr. Hepburn. Has this employee had any prior corrective action since the 11 years she's been with Broward County Schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks for the question, Dr. Holness. I'm turning it over to Dr. Lozano.
No, sir.
Okay, and she's been here since 2014?
Yes.
Okay, so how long has this employee been an employee of the current department to which there is a concern?
Dr. Lozano.
11 months.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can't, we don't go back and forth, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Madam Chair, did you want the employee to sit down, or?
Yes, you can go ahead and have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there any record now, or is there any record rather in the past that suggested this employee is a threat to others?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
Mr. Azarito.
David Azarito, Executive Director, Professional Practices. No, there is not.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, is there any sort of anger management option for employees who are experiencing stress that may cause them to behave out of the norm? Is there any sort of employee counseling, that type of option for us to be able to consider when employees behave in a manner that is out of the norm but is not within their prior character or their prior history of behavior?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito or Dr. Lozano, either or.
We have the Employee Assistance Program. I'm not sure if it's anger management. We'd have to check with Dr. Ogburn Martin
Okay,
if that's available.
So, Mr. Azarito, can you describe the Employee Assistance Program? What is involved with that?
That would be best for Dr. Ogburn to describe that, or I'm not entirely familiar with the process.
Okay, is Dr. Ogburn
It's
here?
in benefits.
No, she's not. She's benefits, but our familiarity, and the rest of the team can speak, is more about mental health, stress, those type of issues when it comes to EAP services that people are referred to.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, if an employee is experiencing undue stress for whatever is happening in their lives, and we all have our fair share of different things happening in our lives, what is the option for those employees to get help by this district?
So if there's concern about mental health issues, stress issues, they are referred to EAP services. It is voluntary most of the time, but I do think we have some involuntary options too.
Okay, was this employee at any time, including currently, referred to EAP services?
Go ahead, Mr. Azarito.
No, she was not. So this incident is a one-time incident that occurred, and so the magnitude of the incident is why the recommendation of termination is here.
Okay, so I read the incident, and I look at the history of this employee, and it appears to me there was some sort of a outburst with some exchanges. It probably was not the right choice of words. So as a board, I believe we must exercise sort of caution that we are not reacting overly harshly to employees. We must, in my opinion, exercise the wisdom to discern a credible threat versus an unfavorable spur-of-the-moment outburst by an employee. And it's important that whatever we do, whatever consequence we provide to our employees, that it's reflective of understanding and wisdom. People do have bad days, people have bad situations, people make poor choices. Those poor choices, in my opinion, does not necessarily lend itself to bring the axe down on someone and call it a day after service of 11 years with no issue, no prior problems. I think there are better ways to resolve it. And Dr. Hepburn, I think this employee could do well with counseling. Obviously, her action reflect poor choice. Her history does not reflect, in my opinion, what is perceived to be a threat. I think this employee should be given an opportunity to get some counseling, certainly get suspended for some days, and if there is some issue of functionality within that specific department, maybe this employee could fit somewhere else. But I just think termination is a very harsh option. As I said, everyone has bad days, everyone has issues. It was a poor choice. But when we do impact one person, we are impacting a series of other individuals who depend on that person. And I think the punishment is harsh, and we should consider a number of days of suspension as well as some counseling. That's just my opinion regarding this case. So I cannot vote for termination. I don't think it matches what I see.
Thank you. Any other, Mrs. Rupert?
First of all, I wanted to discuss Mr. Clark. He's got the court order termination, correct? Correct. That's it? Yes. Okay. And then the background that my colleague talked about is alarming. I don't know where I-Zone 2 is. Can you update me where that is?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Lozano?
Where's that? That's his location. Where is I-Zone 2?
Oh, right here.
What location is that?
It's important that I know where, and you'll find out in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, so that's assigned by Director LaRosa to I-Zones. So that's how they assign their security staff, by zones.
Right. I just need to know where that covers.
It's central.
Central?
Central.
Okay. The reason I asked that is obviously the question was, how does this persist to go from one school to the other? And my point being is that it's not just the board that needs to be aware of this. It's also the local school and the community there, as well as the area directors. Because if you have someone that has multiple times done this, then there's enough talk going around for the information to get to the North Area Director, and they should take responsibility. So I don't know what that looks like. That's not in my pay grade, but I highly suggest that when we talk about this and what happened, to make sure it doesn't happen again, we obviously need another checkpoint. And I would think that the area director should be involved in this so this never happens again. So just another checkpoint for us to not have this happen ever again. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman? Oh. Where did he go? Oh, he's coming. He's coming back. Dr. Zeman.
My apologies. No, this is a long agenda today. We're going to rip through it. Just for the sake of the community, I wondered, Mr. Superintendent, if we can share kind of a paragraph or two about the offense for Ms. Pettis. We don't have that information available in the public documents that are released for this meeting, but there are other things, and I just feel like in cases like this, because this is a balance, and we have to, in some sense, think about parity of consequences. Mr. Holness, you know, how have other people been treated that have done this in the past? I think it's very important. I think it's a fair thing to bring up. But I also think it's really important for the public to understand more than just what Ms. Pettis said about what happened. And so, Mr. Superintendent, could I just get a paragraph or two about the incident itself and what our professional services group found about what happened at work with this particular employee?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you for the question, Dr. Zeman. Ms. Parente?
Thank you very much. Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices. So this is an incident of an employee violating the school board anti-bullying policy 5900 to include bullying and harassment. It also included gross insubordination, failure to adhere to directives given by an administrator, and refraining from retaliating and or taking any action to interfere with a bullying investigation. On August 12th, there was an employee in the office that was filing bullying and harassing against another staff member. This employee approached that staff member who filed the bullying and harassing claim on someone else, and in a loud, harsh tone repeatedly called them a snitch, stating that they would no longer speak to them because they would just snitch to the supervisor. Despite the employee trying to stop the employee from these comments, this employee persisted in voicing their hostile comments and later admitted to another staff member that they did call the employee a snitch, and they did say snitches get stitches. On August 18th, they were notified of a bullying complaint being filed against them, and they were instructed not to retaliate against anyone involved. Immediately following that meeting, they left that office and walked back to the desk, saw that coworker coming down the hall, and began to engage again in intimidating confrontation, making a loud and provocative comments such as, "So now I'm a bully? Snitches get stitches." When the supervisor tried to intervene because it was going on and others were hearing, it was noted as a tirade. When that happened, this employee reacted to the supervisor by calling them a racist and telling them to leave. Later, they told another staff member that they were leaving for the day. They were citing another coworker, and they referred to someone else in the department as Bigfoot. When the employee attended a due process meeting, they were asked, "What does it mean to say snitches get stitches?" And they responded by saying, "That means you're going to get it." We've conferred with Dr. Jody Washington and her department, who looked over the documents and stated that it was very clear that there was harassment, even a concern about workplace violence, and certainly insubordination, defiance, and retaliation.
Thank you, Chair. It's important, I think, for board members and for the public to be aware of more than just a name on a table. And so I appreciate sharing that. I feel like there are clear rules that this board has set. We don't even have to write them down. They're so clear that if you injure one of our students, you're going to get any kind of potential offense that we can, that you may not injure a student in Broward County Schools. The challenge I think we have is that there are employees that have long histories of doing great things, and then they have a bad day. And I recognize that we're all better than our worst day, but this is more than just an incident of one statement. Mr. Superintendent, did all of this happen on one day, or did this happen over multiple days?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Parente?
Heather Parente. It happened, these were two incidents. August 12th was the first incident where the employee approached the one who filed bullying and harassment on someone else. So they approached that employee and made the first set of statements. And then it was August 18th when this particular employee was called in and spoken to about a bullying and harassment claim being filed against them. That's when they were given the directive not to discuss it. And immediately after the meeting, they walked out and directed those comments to the employee.
So I'm not a psychologist, but I've dealt with anger management issues before. Oftentimes, they are single instances of someone boiling over. It may be related to stress. It may be related to medical conditions. Life is a lot more complicated than we allow in our white-collar environment to enter into the workspace often. It's not so acceptable or understandable when these things happen over multiple days, however. Oftentimes people spike once and do this. So I just want to note for the record, this is multiple days. This is physical violence against a colleague. This is also threatening violence against somebody who's trying to report bullying, which is something we want employees to be able to come in and report and allow it to be investigated. We don't tolerate bullying. We don't tolerate physical violence against it. I appreciate the work that's been done by this. Mr. Superintendent, is there something between a long-term suspension and anger management that would fit? I'll just say it that way. Is there a punishment that is between a 10-day suspension and or I'm just guessing a number, Mr. Holness, Dr. Holness, but right. I'm just wondering if there isn't something between the termination that's recommended to the board today, and I'm just going to say, Dr. Holness, maybe a 10-day suspension and required mandatory anger management, which is part of virtually every EAP program in the United States, by the way. So I'm confident we have that here. But is there something between 10 days and mandatory EAP and termination?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Lozano.
We can also add a last chance agreement to that.
So, so an alternate in the middle would be 10-day suspension, mandatory anger management, and last chance. And that last chance would be, basically if you raise your voice, if you threaten, if you, don't take a bullying complaint, the history of things, and say if any of those things happen again, I guess you'd still have to come to the board, but the recommendation back to the board would be to terminate immediately. Is that correct?
Correct.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Zeman stole my question, just getting more details. But also, we have a zero tolerance for bullying at our schools. We should have a zero tolerance for bullying at our workplaces. And I just want the board to truly reflect on, if we do not take this seriously, how the employees in that office are going to feel, that the comments made towards them, that we are saying basically it's a slap on the wrist. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I would like to go forward with the recommended action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll finish up with Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, I would mention that, and I appreciate the comments from the employee. She did seem to admit to poor choices. Again, she's been with the district for quite some time. And she's asking for a chance. It's a one-time error on her part, and so and Dr. Zeman, I certainly appreciate your suggestion, possibly suggestion as far as somewhere between the termination and 10-day suspension, as well as some sort of counseling option. I think that would send a clear message, as well as the suggestion by Dr. Lozano that no further incident occur. I think this would show, I don't think that would be a slap on the wrist. I think this would clearly indicate that we are serious as a board in terms of any bullying. I just think that unfortunately, and sometimes it even happens to the best of us, where you have a pretty bad day or a bad situation going on, and you just make poor choices. I think giving this person an opportunity to prove themselves, I think would be responsible on our part. So I would like to make a motion to separate the item, and for the superintendent to review it and revise it and bring it back.
Second. Is there public comment on the motion?
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I absolutely support the motion. I have zero faith in any process related to anti-bullying in this district having fidelity. And also, speaking from experience, having sat on the facilities task force since 2011, this district does nothing to diffuse situations. It takes a very passive-aggressive approach to management and allows things to fester and boil over instead of addressing them when there's a chance to do so proactively. So I totally support giving this employee another chance by separating this out. I don't think they should be terminated because you cannot be certain of anything that's in any report from this district against an employee or volunteer for that matter. And they should have been proactive and assigned her to EAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment? Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the fact that there were threats made to people in the department of the employee at hand, if we were to intervene and do as Dr. Holness has suggested, would the employee be going back to the same department where she was threatening
Dr. Hepburn.
Employees that were making bullying complaints against somebody else, a third party?
Yes, that's correct.
So, I mean, I think to Ms. Thompson's point, you know, that this gets a little bit murky for us because that you're sending someone back to the same department where they were threatening an employee. I think we do need to think about what message does that send to all the rest of the people that are working in that department and the victim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. Dr. Zeman? Did you? Oh, okay. Ms. Thompson.
I have a question for the superintendent. If a student were to make similar comments towards another student, what actions would we take?
Dr. Hepburn.
I asked one of the regionals to chime in, and either Mr. Strauss or Dr. Toomer.
If a student is found to be, is Jody here? No, there she is.
Go ahead. I wasn't sure, Dr. Washington. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Jody Washington, Director of School Culture and Student Support. Students who are found to be bullies are administratively assigned to a district behavior intervention program.
And how long are they outside of their home school?
They are outside of their home school for a minimum of, if they're elementary school age, they're outside for a minimum of a quarter. If they are secondary, grades 6 through 12, it's a minimum of a semester. But they have to work their way through the level system that is in the behavior intervention centers, which means they have to have a good attendance record. They have to have positive behavior while they're there, and they also have to maintain good grades.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. So if we do this, we are punishing our students more harshly than full-grown adults. I'm incredibly uncomfortable about the message that we are potentially sending to our staff and their safety. Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, is there in terms of if this item should go through for you to review, revise, and bring back, is there an option where for a specific period of time or indefinitely that this employee could have a lateral shift that would align with the employee's scope of experience?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks for the question. I can't make a guarantee on lateral shifts. Number one, we're downsizing depending on attrition. Number two, the skill set that is needed in different departments often limit us in where we can place people. So that's the difficulties in that part of the situation that I can't make a guarantee here on the dais about a lateral shift for the employee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question. If we were to postpone this, to take it off the list, where would the employee, is the employee still at her job or has she been suspended? Like, where is she right now?
Dr. Lozano.
The employee is reassigned at this time.
And where is she reassigned to?
We'll get that to you, but
Okay.
she's not in that department as
so
of now.
if we were to let it come back to us, she would not be in the same department. She would stay wherever she's reassigned for right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of Dr. Holness's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Let's do a roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Al-Hadef,
No.
Bowman,
No.
Severo, Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Is that a no? Thompson. Zeman.
Yes.
The motion fails 6-3.
Okay. Back to the original item of H2. All those in favor of H2 say aye.
Wait, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm
may I?
sorry. Mr. Severo wanted to clarify something. I apologize.
I want to just briefly shift back to my comments earlier. I apparently used the wrong surname for the gentleman that I was speaking about, just for clarity of the record. Jameer Clark was the individual that I was speaking about who had the two fighting incidences most recently at Ely High School, which led to his arrest. I guess I used the wrong last name. The individual's Jameer Clark.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. All those in favor of item H2 say aye. Aye.
No.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes with one dissenting vote. Okay, we are going to go to public comments. This is the time. Hold on. Sorry. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with policy 1020. Our first public speaker is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. First, there's no water in the water fountain out there again. So I may not be able to speak later, which I'm sure will make some people happy, but we need water out there. It's not the first time. And when you add things, could you please make sure, I don't know how you're going to do this, but you're not using Granicus. I brought this up before. Granicus has other modules that can leverage technology, and that is not happening here. So when things are added morning of, like when you yank 2-3 of the items I was going to speak on, the only way I find that out is by accident, often. So like 005, where tech armies disappeared for today's discussion, that, and I'm happy to see that the piggyback item impacting FOPI is gone. But you need to use technology so people can get an alert, something. Anyway, I want to reiterate district-wide strategic planning, and I'm here to give you a brief update on the rebuttal because that's going along well. And I heard something about a transition plan for the General Counsel, and I see Scott Travis has already tweeted out the memo. Wise decision. District-wide strategic planning includes self-examination. Maybe your general counsel did that and made some difficult choices. But she's not the only one that needs to do that. Rebuttal update. And just for the new people, that started with someone circumventing the very rules you were just all talking about. And then because the cover-up is always worse than the crime around here, many, many people involved in the cover-up. But I've learned some new things this week that I wanted to share with you. Florida Statute 120.52 rulemaking has a laundry list of things that can invalidate your rules. So we're going to be talking about school board meetings and rules of order, and then ironically, rulemaking is next week. But you want to look at 8, A through F, because if any of those apply to your rules, you could have invalid rules. And then related to the rebuttal I'm writing on this bogus bullying complaint, defamation by implication is when something that is technically true contains statements that make it misleading. So for example, if your superintendent sends someone a letter and says an investigation concluded on August 29th and found that your conduct violated, but they know that that investigation was totally false.
Thank you.
Defamation by implication.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Trudy Juranovich, but I don't see her. Okay, next is Delvin King.
Good morning, board. On May 31st, my school rented out Blanche Ely High School Gymnasium to host our high school graduation ceremony. Upon arrival, I discovered that Coach McNabb, the school's basketball coach, had moved and damaged our decorations in order to host a basketball tournament on that same day. The tournament took place without any school board employees there, school personnel, police, or custodial staff present, creating a serious safety and liability concern for Broward County Public School. Security footage reportedly shows that McNabb gave his keys to his son for him to open up Blanche Ely High School, open the gym, and prepare for the event, an action that proposes major security and security policy violations. When I raised concerns, the principal, Mr. Williams, stated that Coach McNabb had an ongoing lease agreement for these tournaments and that the events were listed in Facilitron. After further review in public records, it became clear that no such approved lease existed and none of these tournaments were in Facilitron. Subsequently, after further investigation, it was revealed that there were multiple school board employees that was in on this job to defraud Broward County Public Schools. There were more schools used: Blanche Ely, Coral Springs, Board Anderson, Coral Glades, Hollywood Hills, Northeast, Deerfield High. It is in my belief that this ongoing misuse of public school facilities can be seen. He couldn't conduct this alone. Evidence points that his sister, Rachel Daly, who works in the Office of Facility Planning and Real Estate, she helped him out, showing him what facilities was available, showing him what he had to do. And if you can look at the video, you can see that people have been paying the basketball coach, paying the school administrators, undermining the school board of Broward County, and collecting money. There has been over, if I can calculate right, over $500,000 made using these facilities without the permission of the school board of Broward County, without proper liability insurance. And again, Mr. Superintendent, you know what's going on. You're blocking the investigation. Mr. Williams, the basketball coach, and everybody else involved needs to be removed immediately. And you know this. You removed Mr. Spence, but you refuse to move the principal. But I come to tell you right now, I'm not going to let this go. They've been stealing from the district, and when you guys meet about Facilitron, you better find out what's going on. There's a video, there's body cam footage where people have said on the body cam, I've paid Coach McNabb to rent this facility. Why can't I use it today? You can't use it today, baby, because I rented it out and I went through Facilitron. So it's time, Mr. Superintendent, you hold people accountable, because I'm going to hold you accountable for your actions and the things that you do. And I'm tired of you covering up for our school. We need new leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Barbara Stelz. I don't think I said that right.
So the item I wanted to copy or comment on was withdrawn from the agenda, and I just saw that. So do I speak or do I not speak?
It's up to you.
Okay, then I will speak. My name is Barbara Stelz. I'm a Fort Lauderdale resident, 33308, and I'm speaking on the withdrawn item of 0016 PY 25163. I'm an employee of Granger Industrial Supply. We understand the board's role is to ratify decisions recommended to it, but I want to express our deep concern that our proposal for the Broward County Schools stockroom and related zone locations did not receive full and fair consideration before recommendation was made. During the process of completing our recommendations, we were given two goals: to deliver cost savings and to protect the jobs of the stockroom employees and associated staff. We believe our proposal delivers greater cost savings than the competing option, fulfills the goal of zero headcount elimination, and aligns directly with the goals we were given by staff to reduce inventory expense and increase productivity. Our proposal was developed as an initial proposal with the understanding that we would enter into good faith negotiations that would result in an ideal end state for all parties. We developed it in order to protect jobs, save taxpayer dollars, and ensure quality service for students and staff. To our knowledge, Granger has been the primary vendor used by the stockroom for years. Additionally, we're the primary vendor for the state of Florida. As a resident, property owner, and taxpayer of Broward County, moving forward with the competing proposal without fully evaluating ours would, in my view, be fiscally inconsistent with the district's commitment to transparency and continuous improvement, not to mention sound financial management. We respectfully ask the board, before ratifying this decision, to request a comprehensive review of all proposals, including ours, so that the district and the community can be confident the best possible option is being chosen. I have come prepared with copies of our initial proposal and am happy to provide those upon request today or in the future. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our schools and community.
Thank you. Very quickly, in our policy, it says before someone speaks, are you a registered lobbyist with the district?
No, I'm not.
Since you came to, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes our public speakers for this morning.
Hey, Chair, just a point of order. I've been doing government contracting for a few decades. I think that is a lobbyist. If someone comes here on behalf of a company and says that we want to do business with you, that I think is the quintessential definition of
Right,
lobbying, right?
My question was she a registered lobbyist? I wanted to know if she, because they're supposed to identify themselves as a registered lobbyist.
And I just want to point out, maybe we have a little gap in our policy that if someone comes here and lobbies us, they should register as a lobbyist. And so how do we enforce that, Chair or General Counsel?
That was my question a second ago to Ms. Batista.
So the policy says that the person is supposed to identify themselves as a lobbyist, not necessarily a registered lobbyist.
Okay.
So as you mentioned, Dr. Zeman, yes, the presentation sounded like a lobbying attempt from that particular speaker.
Clearly, right? But aren't lobbyists supposed to register now with Broward County before they lobby us?
Yes, that is correct. So that's something, there isn't any repercussion to not necessarily registering in the policy. There's no, other than the desire for the board, that the board has stated in the policy that a lobbyist register, there is no penalty for not registering.
Is there a fee for registering to lobby Broward County Schools?
Yes.
Okay, it's just something we may, Chair, in the future want to do a little work on, and if someone's literally coming here to sell us their company, which is great. I mean, we want to learn about companies and what their capabilities are. That's really good for the staff and for us to know about. But maybe we can put that in the parking lot for future work and just figure out a way in which we can encourage people to do the right thing, or even incentivize them to do the right thing in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Well, Dr. Zeman, it's policy 1020, which is going to come up later in this board meeting. So just as a note, you might want to bring that discussion up.
Not only will I bring it up, I'm going to type it out ahead of time, Chair.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. The next item, can I have a motion and a second to bring H3 to the floor?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. Any public comment on H3? No comment. Okay, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, just a few questions, and I know that we have a B item coming up as far as reviewing supplemental pays. So we are spending over $60 million yearly on supplements, is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
Not for the supplements you see on H3.
Okay, but in general, we are.
So,
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
So we have currently spent approximately $30 million on supplements to staff for extra periods, athletic coaches, etc. Being the SAC chair at schools, that's what these supplements are. So currently, the district has spent approximately $30 million on these supplements. Our CFO can talk about other supplements we pay out, but as far as this item, it was specific to staff taking on additional activities and roles.
Understand. So, Dr. Hepburn, the review of supplement payments that's coming up in B2, those supplements are obviously different from the ones here.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano, if you can talk about
So Dr. Hepburn has tasked a work group, and we have divided all supplements into different buckets and categories, and we're doing a comprehensive review of all supplements that we distribute in this district.
Okay, so the supplements that will be under review in the upcoming item would be inclusive of the supplements that are here as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'll have more questions when we get to B2.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. For the sake of the public, what percentage of this $24 million that this board is being asked to vote upon now, what percentage of this supplemental pay is going to our teachers directly?
Thanks for the question. Approximately 86% of the supplements are going to teachers, so roughly about 22.6 mil.
So 22 out of the 24 are going to teachers.
Correct.
Thank you. I have a question also on supplemental pay positions. There are, in this list of supplements, there are 7 people that are getting the Special Olympics supplement, which I applaud greatly, but I do believe that there was a criteria for that supplement. It was for competitive Special Olympics. They would get half for if they did one season, the first year season, and then the other half the other season. And looking at that list, there's only one school that participates in competitive Special Olympics. The other ones do the day activity, and I don't think it fits the criteria for the supplement. So could you address that?
We will look into those 7 individuals and follow up accordingly.
Okay.
And
yes,
provide
and
a follow-up.
We could just be consistent with what the criteria is for the supplement, because there's a big difference between a competitive coach, which was what that money's for, than someone who hosts a day Special Olympics at the school. They're very different things. So I believe that the supplement was for the competitive coaches.
Thank you for that input.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on H3? Great. All those in favor of H3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. The next item is B1. Can I have a motion and a second on B1?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public? No public comment. Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks so much. There's some really fabulous training available to senior leaders in Broward County, including some of the topic that our chair attended. I just wanted to ask you to share some more information about what was presented, and particularly how it pertains to us, so that if there's anything that you heard about besides this amazing report that you submitted, it's full of great content, but is there some summary of things that we should learn about the way we either do negotiations with unions or the way that we develop policies that we would benefit from knowing?
I think that, thank you for the question, and it was a great training. And just to give it a plug, if you want to be a certified board member, these are courses that are required to be able to get that certification. The big push was the distinguishing factors between what the superintendent is supposed to do and what you as board members are supposed to do, and how it's really important not to cross over those lines in terms of governance and policy making. Specifically, it was interesting. There were different activities, like here's the issue, how would you write a policy on it, who would have to, so there's a lot of interactive things along those lines. So I think the bottom line was that you needed to have open communication with your superintendent and have faith in the fact that your superintendent is doing the work and not try to cross that line. And in bargaining, it was also very interesting and timely. The idea that you need to bargain in good faith, that you need to be honest, that you should be open, and that the discussions, if you make a decision, you should be open with what that decision is. But again, it's not, the board shouldn't be negotiating with the unions, that there is a bargaining team that does that. We as a board give them direction, and we need to have faith that they do that, that we should not be trying to do something behind the scenes with employees or union officers of that nature, but to let the teams do the work that they're supposed to be doing. That was the general gist of it.
If I could, in response, it sounds like a lot of things Broward County School Board is doing are maybe not best practices, but they're in general alignment with what FSBA recommends on both of these topics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there were a couple of pieces, and I was going to talk to the superintendent about the policy and being able to easily find policy, which we actually do a lot that other districts don't do to make sure that we're aligned, that we have a mission statement, that they have all these different pieces. So I was happy when we did our activities to find what I was supposed to find in the scavenger hunt.
That's terrific. And if I could ask the General Counsel, are there instances in our policies, Ms. Batista, where we tiptoe up against the line of the difference between our superintendent CEO's authority on operations and execution and our statutory requirements on setting policies, establishing budgets, approving contracts, and the like, that the 23 enumerated statutory requirements this school board has? Are we perfect in that regard? Are we near perfect? When we review policies, as we're doing today, I think it's obviously an opportunity to make some improvements on little things like lobbyists and things like that. But in general, are we perfect? Are we near perfect? Or are we just okay? And I'm glad you're free and clear now to tell us your whole and full opinion, although I regret the reasons why that's the case. I'm wondering how do we rate in terms of our policy? We have 1,700 pages of policies, by the way, 256, I think, policies, which seems like a lot of policies to me. Mm-hmm. But they're there. And are we perfect, near perfect, or just okay?
As you just said, there are a lot of policies. So for me to make that statement as to all of the policies, I in a general way, I feel you're better than okay as far as the policies are concerned. I think the more challenging issues are when board members bring the items, whether that's tiptoeing right against what the role of the superintendent is.
Terrific. And last question to the superintendent, how do you feel about our engagement with you? We don't get to talk about this. This is something that we could potentially vote on, so we're not really intent, not specifically, we shouldn't talk about it outside of this meeting. How do we do with you in terms of respecting your rights as the CEO, superintendent, on all the things you have to do? Because your responsibilities are everything that's not assigned to us. So we have 23 things that the law says we do, and you have to do everything else, which is an amazing, I think you're the most influential human being in the welfare of Broward County.
No, thanks for the question.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But how do we do in terms of about not crossing that line?
I think we do fairly well. I think this journey is a learning process for all, and I think all the board knows I don't have a problem pushing back when the line is being crossed, and providing information about distinguishing the what versus the how, especially learning from some things from our recent trainings from FSBA. So I think we have a great collaborative partnership that's very purposeful and aligned with student needs and district needs. And when the line is getting a little gray, I speak up and let individuals know, this is what we're already doing. This is what I'm tasking my team to do. And so I think the relationship is there. It's a growing process for all of us, though. So we strive for perfect, but sometimes it's hard to get there. But it's a growing process for all of us.
Thank you. And Chair, again, thank you for this huge and valuable report from the training. It's a model for the rest of us to go off and do these things, to try and meet. But there's a lot of things for us to learn, even when just an individual goes off and gets his training. So appreciate the time.
Thank you. And I will just also mention something that was a big push too, was to not put procedures in policy. That is, very important, because procedure is the superintendent's lane. Ours is just to say what the policy is that we want to have followed. So that was important. Okay, great. All those in favor of item B1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. I have a motion and a second on item B2.
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Let's see, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this. I think this is a very necessary endeavor for us. The reason I pulled this was just to ask and to see what our colleagues think about accelerating the timeline, since we're currently in the process of negotiating raises or salaries. It seems to me that the faster that we can have this analysis back to us, the better, and I would suggest maybe a December meeting deadline instead of May.
Well, I'll just tell you, the reason that I put the May is because May is when they have to know, like, their new job descriptions and all that, because this will not just change the supplements, but there are job descriptions that will have to be changed and brought back to us along with it. So that was why I did the May, just so that I give you context to that. But yes, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of comments of my own, and then I want to also speak on Board Member Bolzman's suggestion. So if we actually bring this back at an earlier date, and I understand, Chair, what you're saying, I think the goal of this item, right, is to try to expedite the process so we can spend less money, it appears. So Dr. Hepburn, if this is brought back earlier, would we realize savings within this year as opposed to the upcoming 26-27?
No, you won't realize any savings this year. This is for savings for the following year. As we just did, passing the motion for the previous item, we're paying supplements for the majority of folks for the entire year, but for some athletic coaches, they start getting supplements for the seasons that they're coaching. But this wouldn't be realized savings for the most part until school year 26-27.
Okay, so regarding supplements, if this is brought back earlier and there are significant number of supplements that could be discontinued because maybe it's in a job description somewhere, we are not allowed to stop in the middle of the year for those supplements and realize savings?
Yep, let me have Dr. Lozano chime in on that part.
So that would depend on the specific supplements. Some of them are in our collective bargaining agreements that we would have to go back and negotiate out. Other ones, maybe the possibility of what you would do is if it was split first part of the year fall, second part of the year spring, that person wouldn't perform that task in the spring if we brought it back prior to that. So there are some supplements we could have those conversations around, but others are, most of the supplements on this list are part of our collective bargaining agreements.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, the supplements that are not a part of the collective bargaining unit, could those be looked at earlier and brought back to us?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
In talking with the work group, we're comfortable with coming back with a presentation in December, if that's the will of the board.
Okay, so so I understand that maybe coming back with the supplement positions that are in the collective bargaining unit can happen at the end of the year, Dr. Hepburn, because we can't change anything with those. But so as not to have excessive, I don't know what work is involved in bringing this back. Would it be doable to bring back those positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit as far as what we would be able to not continue it because it's in the job description of one of the employees or that is unnecessary? Is that something doable? Would that require a lot of staff time to bring that back to us, say December or November?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano. I know the work group has already embarked on the task, so I have let Dr. Lozano.
Correct, and we could come back with that type of information to allow the board to see the categories of the different supplements and look at what are the ones under collective bargaining, what are the ones that are not, and what each supplement is for, so you could begin to make some educated decisions as a board in how to move forward.
Okay, so Madam Chair, is in order to have this done at an earlier date, do we need to make a motion as far as the supplemental positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit that we actually as a board could look at earlier to determine whether or not we would continue with them?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the supplemental positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit that can be looked at an earlier date as opposed to the end of the year, do I need to make a motion to bring that, for the superintendent to bring that back in December? So we can start to look at positions we could possibly not continue to save money in this current year.
Ms. Batista, do you think we need a...
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Dr. Holmes?
Okay. All right. Ms. Batista, I am trying to make a motion. I don't know if it's necessary because the item that we have is for the superintendent to review supplemental positions in general. Some of them are in the collective bargaining unit and some of them are not. So what we're trying to do is, to follow up on Board Member Bullman's comment, is to bring those that can come back early that are not in the collective bargaining unit for the superintendent to present those to us in December, and the ones that are in the collective bargaining unit to present at a later date.
Yes, you would need a motion to amend
This current
item.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, to amend the current item that the supplemental positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit come back to us in December, and the ones that are in the collective bargaining unit can be in May of 2026.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Okay. Any board member motion? I'm fine with it. Mrs. Spolman.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. So the May date, I also am wondering, Dr. Hepburn, if it would be possible for that to be accelerated as well, so that we have enough time to digest it and discuss it before we have to make decisions, because that time period gets really busy. And it would, I think, be to our benefit to have the time to really look at it and have good discussions about what we're going to do prior to May. Because May is when we should really have the decisions made already.
Yep, so good question.
The earliest we could.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Lozano, we're going to bring it all in December, correct? Bargaining units and those that are not in bargaining units.
So we can, I think December, what would be nice in December if we could do an informative session so you can see each category, what supplements are in each category, and then we can look for even February, March to come with a drill down of specifics so you can see is comprehensive. So we want to make sure we provide you quality and not just rush to December. So if we could do an informative session in December to really give you a full explanation of our supplements, I think that'll empower you to look towards the spring to make some quality decisions.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holmes.
Okay, so I think the intent of the motion is not just information but action, right? So we're not looking just to get information. We're looking for the superintendent to present action.
Right, with
so,
the job descriptions.
Correct. So if we have positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit that we can sunset, then that's what we're trying to do. I think that's the reason for separating both. In terms of those that are in the collective bargaining unit, I believe Board Member Bullman is suggesting that we looked at those earlier than May, maybe April, or whatever the superintendent deems is doable, in order to make that happen for the upcoming school year. But those that we can sunset before the second semester starts, we want the timeline that's required to get that done in terms of bringing it to the board voting on some action to sunset those positions that are not in the collective bargaining unit that are supplemental from, say, January onwards to the end of the year. So I think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
So we have 8 different categories of supplements that total to $412 million. In our academic operational, we have $4 million. In our benefits to staff, we have $144 million. In our contractual supplements, we have $24 million. In our extra periods, we have $20 million. In our overtime, we have $21 million. In our referendum, we have $139 million. In our secondary positions, we have $43 million. And in our state funding, we have $18 million. So this work group is breaking down all these 8 categories of how we spend everything to bring to this board. So what I think I'm hearing is the board would like us to look at the academic operational ones that are not in collective bargaining and come with that decision. But like I said, this is a very comprehensive project Dr. Hepburn has tasked us with to bring the board all this information.
Okay, so Madam Chair, the motion then is to bring to the board information and suggested action on the supplemental positions that are not collective bargaining by December. And just to explain the motion, that we as a board can take action based on the superintendent's information to sunset particular positions that are not deemed necessary or that are in the job description of employees.
Right. I think let's vote on Dr. Holness's, and if you want to make a subsequent motion to change the other date, you can do that. Okay, so we are voting on the motion that was made by Dr. Holness and seconded by Mr. Severa about bringing back the non-bargain supplements to the board by December.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Mrs. Bowman, did you want to make another motion?
Yeah, I would. Well, based on timeline, Dr. Hepburn, can you give me a little guidance here? But I think that we're going to talk about this probably a lot. So this earlier we have the conversation, we workshop it, and then we have a vote earlier than May. Would be ideal.
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano, if you can address the timeline for the rest.
February, March.
I think he said February, March, but
If
I
it's
want
the
to know.
will of the board, are we looking for a February, March timeline?
Yeah. February? Can we do February?
If that's the will of the board, we'll make that happen.
Okay. So I move that we adjust the date from May to February 2026.
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Bowman, seconded by Ms. Thompson to change the deadline to February 2026 instead of May. Any public comment? Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I'd like this a lot. I'm going to make a motion subsequent that's going to limit the scope of this work. There are some monies that are included in the word supplement in our budget that are probably not what the board was looking at, and there are some for which you can recommend all day long to make reductions to the supplement that comes from the referendum. That money's going out. That's taxpayer money that they gave us to pay people a supplement, and by law, we will not fail to spend that. So I'm going to talk about that next, but I just want to say it now because I can support getting early, because I think we're going to give you some scope changes that will allow us to work on things for which there's actually savings. Referendum supplements is not one of those, for example, and we'll get into that. We'll get into that next. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and so the original motion wasn't to bring back all supplements anyway. It was to the ones that would have overlapping. So that's why they kind of started what they did, and they've already separated them out. They would only bring back to us the things that fit in what this is. So, okay, anybody else on Mrs. Bowman's motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. There were 8 categories of supplements that our esteemed cabinet member brought up. Some of those are things like academic supplements where we bargain them for what we would pay if we pay it. It isn't a mandatory to pay it, right? But if you have a baseball coach, you give them $1,500, just for
Correct.
example, right? And so what we bargained to Dr. Holness's discussion earlier is not the fact that every high school with a must have a baseball team and must pay a coach. It turns out in Broward, I think all of our high schools have a baseball team. I hope they do. And so they do that. But there are other options to pay supplements, and all they guarantee in the CBA is that if you have that and you want to have it, you're going to pay this much to cover that. So cutting the supplement amount doesn't necessarily realize any savings. So it's just important to realize that. The second is the flow of money is really interesting on supplementals because we use the word supplemental to talk about referendum supplemental, academic supplementals, and all the other 6 categories that we heard about. And not all of those would generate savings, and some of them are statutory requirements. And so I just hope that the item, which I love that we're doing this, and I want to make one small change to see if we can do it better, is really for those supplements for which, if they are reduced, we would collect savings. Is that fair, Chair? Okay, terrific. And to the General Counsel, do we need to be clear about that the way this is written? Because it is written to say, direct the superintendent to conduct a comprehensive review of supplemental payments. But do we, never mind.
Yes.
I'm just going to make a motion right now to codify what I just said, which is those supplemental payments for which potential savings can be realized.
Second.
Okay, public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries.
And Chair, I want to do one more thing that might require just a little bit of discussion. I don't think these drills work very well if we just say, go find us some money. I think they work a lot better if we say, this is how much money we want you to find. And so I would prefer to have a target. Given that this is your item, I would defer to you. I like numbers like 15% or so because it's hard enough to find 15%, but it's also, we could dial it back, if there's some things on that 15%. Many of these lists have not been reviewed for a long time. They have been around and we just kind of repeat them. I find them to be too small in general. But I'm happy to hear from staff if they think this is another area. In a year in which we lost $90 million due to decreased enrollment, everything should be on the table. And so if there are some supplements we don't need anymore, or if there's some that we could trim without having an impact on student outcomes, I'm ready to listen to that. But would you be willing to make a motion on a target of what kind of expectations you want to see back for those things where we can realize savings?
I purposely didn't put it on there because, as you just mentioned, we don't know. I would just be making up a number. Yeah. I don't want to do that. I mean, we gave a directive of finding $65 million in savings. This is just kind of a push to, here's a place where you can start to find it. I'd rather not say we couldn't do a second motion after we get the review back to see what's there, but I just didn't have enough information to put a dollar amount to it because I don't know.
I'm just worried that if we don't do a goal, not a minimum, but just a goal number, that it's going to inhibit the staff from doing the right kind of work. So I'll just make that motion. I move that at the end of, after the words optimized resource allocation, to demonstrate a 15% reduction in those supplementals by May of 2026.
Is there a second?
Say 15% or more?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, sir. A minimum 15%. Is that fair? Thank you.
Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment? Board member comment? Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, I'm trying to understand the direction that this item's going to because I'm a little perplexed here. Yes, I get to eliminate duplicate responsibilities and possible savings, but I always thought the direction that we wanted to go as a board was to increase the amount of money that's being paid towards supplements.
So these are different kind of supplements. So I'll give an example. There's an office manager at the school, and the office manager does payroll. They get supplement for doing a payroll, but it's actually in the job description. So there are, and I'm not picking on anyone, I'm just giving you an easy one. So there are a lot of jobs where it is or should be in the job description, but it's not, so they're getting a supplement. Those are the supplements that this item is addressing, so that we're not duplicating, because we're already paying them to do the job, it's in the job description, but then they're also getting a supplement. So that's very specific to what the supplements for this item are.
Okay, but I just want to also say that that savings needs to then go back into supplements to increase the supplement, the amount of money for the supplements.
Or to give employees raises, which was the whole point of trying to find the extra money. Mr. Severa, you pulled this item.
Satisfied.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So just one last thing for me, Madam Chair. I'd like
me,
to.
Chair.
Oh, you're not. Oh, Ms.
We
Dr.
kinda
Zeman.
skipped over my motion.
Oh, sorry, Doctor.
Which maybe it's so obvious that we don't need
Yes,
to, but
no.
I'd
All those
rather
in
have people
favor,
vote.
all those in favor of Dr. Zeman's motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. And the motion was to find at least 15% or more savings. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, I'd like if you could bring back to the board data on what the 5 or 6 larger districts in Florida are paying out for supplements, the different categories of supplements, so we can have a comparative with Broward.
Yep, we'll gather as much information as available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of item B2 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item, so we have 5 minutes. We have an 11 o'clock.
Thank you for coming.
We have 5 more minutes, 10:56. All, can I have a motion and a second to bring item B3 to the floor? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Let's see, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you for bringing this item. I have basically the same concern just with the timeline, the implementation of August. I'd like to, I guess, see this plan much earlier than August 2026 to know what we're doing, so that we have ample time to discuss it. And I think we've also talked about, it would also go along with how we're streamlining our magnet programs and everything else. So I'd just like to hear from my colleagues or Dr. Hepburn, when we could reasonably start talking about this.
Yes, so great question. My interpretation of the item is to implement the plan in August 2026 at the start of the school year. Both the Stratton Innovation Team and Transportation Team are already collaborating for this item as far as anything that we do with magnets is going to impact transportation. So we're already discussing this item, looking at strategies for cost savings, hub concepts, and all of that. I will lean into Dr. Wanza and Ms. Paul to find out as far as the collaboration between your two divisions, what is a safe timeline to bring the discussion back to the board that's going to impact transportation and also our magnets? Because I know you guys are already collaborating on this.
Good morning. I will start and certainly rely on my colleague, Ms. Paul, to support any comments that I give. Good morning again. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So a part of our conversation with the board when we come in December for the Redefining Our Schools update, and we lay out the scenarios that are discussed with the community over the next couple community meetings. A part of the conversation will be, as we look at how proposals may come in January for the board to vote on, we're going to have a segment of the presentation around potential cost reductions in transportation due to options that we're going to explore. So I would say in the December Redefining Our Schools workshop, we can have a lot of information for the board to consider. And then I'll rely on Ms. Paul to fill in, you know, because obviously we provide the information, but then it's her staff that then has to go through all of the route planning and, you know, determining routes and things of that nature. But I can say comfortably we're about 75% there as it relates to magnets and what it would look like. But we've been collaborating very much with the team in transportation services.
So one of the things that we brought to the board in the last transportation workshop was the hub concept and the Nova complex, and trying to reduce the number of buses that go into the Nova complex. So we're definitely ready to move forward on that one, on that plan. So the next thing is obviously the magnet programs, and we have to make sure that you know, changing the routes does not create a situation where students are not getting to school on time. And so we, as I said before, we've been working with strategy and innovation to find out what the outcome will be for redefining, and based on that, that's how we execute. So we are working very intensely on this, and you have some of the information that we provided in the previous presentation on the high dollar routes that we run and the number of students on the bus. And our objective is to reduce the time that students get on the bus and to improve the ability for the students to get in the classroom on time. So again, it's a work in progress, and I will work in concert, as I said before, my team will work in concert with the Strategy and Innovation Office.
So December?
So around, I would say December, January. So we'll have information in December, have additional information in January, but we'll definitely be ready to vote on redefining, but probably an additional discussion on transportation also in January.
Okay.
Yep.
So you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so I'd like to move to amend the executive summary to say that the plan will be provided to us no later than January 2026.
It's been moved by Mrs. Bowman, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries minus Mr. Severa, who's not on the dais. Okay, Mrs. Thompson. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I agreed with moving the timeline up. I think if it's going to be incorporated into the redefining, it needs to be marked for a longer amount of time, because I do think transportation is a more complex issue. And I have concerns about the hub model, because I've seen in other districts that parents can still have their original pickup time. There's just a different hub to make that happen, because one of the cons is that parents are now going to be responsible for picking up, dropping off. So if you're in Pines and your new hub location is in Davie, that could be 20, 25 minutes. That could make it nearly impossible for some of our parents to get their kids to this hub. And I think there are more efficient ways to execute a hub model that would still be financially responsible. And I would like to look at other models that would keep their original bus pickups and maybe grow additional hubs. Superintendent Sullivan?
Not today. Chief Paul, do you have anything to add to the discussion?
So we are looking at, all alternatives, but it defeats the hub concept if we remain the same pickup location. One of the things that, if that makes any sense, one of the things that we're looking at is the number of kids that we have at each location, and doing it in concert with security to make sure that we don't overload a particular place or a particular stop and so forth. So we are working through all those scenarios, and we have the right people at the table. We'll present
that outcome in January, as discussed previously. But we are looking at all of that.
I don't think it necessarily defeats the purpose to keep the kids' pickups the same. So I would like an exploration into different concepts of hub models. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of item B3, say aye. Aye. Any, as amended? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously minus Mr. Severa. Okay, we have an 11 o'clock time certain, so we are going to move to that. I have a motion.
Chair,
Yes.
before we go to that, can we confirm that the guests that we intended to be here
They
have
are.
arrived? Oh,
I
good.
did.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, can I have a motion and a second on item AA1?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on AA1?
No public comment.
Okay, board member,
Chair, I do believe Mr. Weiner might want
Right.
to share some remarks.
I thought so.
Good morning, everyone. Craig and Barbara Weiner, and let me assure you that our comments will be less than the 3 minutes. I just want to make a couple of brief comments. First of all, that the museum really represents the story of humanity, not simply the story of what happened to the Jewish people during the Holocaust. It was a story of humanity. There were millions of others that were murdered in addition to the Jews. While the Jews were the #1 target, clearly, there were millions of others of various races and minority groups that were murdered as well. What's important for us to have happen and for everyone to understand is that while it's very important for our students to leave school one day knowing math and algebra and chemistry and all of these things, we also want them to leave school as better people. We also want them to leave school as more caring people, more compassionate people, more accepting people, more tolerant people, not so judgmental people. That's what we hope our students will come out of school with one day. You know, roughly 70 million people were murdered during the Holocaust or died during the Holocaust, the period of the Second World War. The Holocaust really affects every single one of us that are sitting in this room. Think about this. Had those people been allowed to live, how many would they be today? Maybe 300 million, 400 million people? If that were the case, what more could we have had in sciences, in technology? What about medical science? Maybe all of us, maybe our parents, maybe our grandparents could have lived to be 120. Maybe we could have had cures for cancer by now. So you can see how destructive hate and intolerance and bigotry, racism, anti-Semitism, prejudice, how damaging these things are to our society. And let's just hope that this education will continue forever, because, quite frankly, there is no better tool to teach against hate, against bullying, against prejudice than Holocaust education. So this was our entire mission in making this donation to the Broward County school system. We know and we hope that it will continue forever. And we're just delighted and honored to be a partner with you on this mission. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Barbara?
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thank you. Thank you to the Wieners for this donation. I don't think there is much more that can have an impact, and the importance of how people conduct themselves and see the world than having Holocaust education. So this is a fantastic opportunity for our students. And so I really thank you for that. This will be a generational gift that will keep on giving. So we really appreciate that. And I want to thank our legal department for all of the work that they put into this. This is 4 parties to the contract, lots of moving parts, lots of considerations. I know that they worked very hard and diligently on making this a reality, so I just wanted to commend your efforts and thank you for this. Our students are going to benefit for this for a very long time.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Batista.
And I accept the thanks on behalf of Maya Moore and Kathleen Jack Adams, who worked tirelessly on this agreement.
Thank you. Yes, and I was going to also thank the legal department. I know we had a number of calls, and also the Wieners for the very generous donation. It says in our executive summary, and I think it's important, so I'd like to read it out loud, that this gives the students an opportunity to interact with authentic artifacts from the Holocaust that allows our students to deepen their understanding of the ramifications of prejudice, racism, anti-Semitism, and stereotyping from a historical perspective, while also providing the opportunity for an examination of what it means to be a responsible and respectful person, encouraging acceptance of a diversity in a pluralistic society. And so for that, we thank you immensely. This is going to be such a great opportunity for our students for a long time to come. And thank you to Ms. Batista and the team, and Nova Southeastern also for being part of this great opportunity. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I want to also thank the Craig and Barbara Wiener Holocaust Museum Collection and Foundation for this donation. I think, many of us grew up with people who were directly touched by that event, which was a mass tragedy on a massive scale that is hard to comprehend. In the classroom, I think many of our students now don't have that direct line to history that we did. And so I really can't emphasize enough the importance of Holocaust education, as Mr. Wiener talked about, in educating our students about these horrific atrocities and what we need to do to prevent such events from happening again. So this is a wonderful opportunity for our students to learn, but for us as a society to continue to educate against hatred. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item AA1? Oh, Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to Craig and Barbara Wiener for this donation. And I do have a question in regards to our students. Specifically, is it going to be at the high school level that will be able to go on this field trip to the museum?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Aladeff. I have Dr. Washington give us some specifics.
Yes, good afternoon. It currently is for our students in grades 8 through 12.
Okay, and how is it going to be communicated to the schools that they can go on this field trip?
So we've been facilitating field trips to the museum for 10 years or over 10 years. So we'll use the same communication channels that we have been using. And again, just for more clarification, grades 8 through 12 in alignment with the Florida standards for Holocaust education. So we'll continue to communicate with all schools the availability of the field trip.
And can you, Dr. Hepburn, report back to us what schools take this opportunity, take available of this opportunity to go to the museum?
Yes, we'll provide some progress monitoring on that. Also, while I have the mic, Mr. Wiener, Ms. Wiener, thanks for the donation. I don't know if any of the board members had the opportunity to visit the museum, but it is definitely worth the time and effort to go over to Nova Southeastern University and see the museum. It's also intuitive, with the AI, can't even describe it, screen where you can talk to Holocaust survivors also, and very intuitive interaction. I won't call them holograms because it's on a TV screen, but thanks for the donation. I know our students are going to take advantage of it. To continue to learn about the atrocities of humanity is important, and as Ms. Leonardi said, so we don't doom to repeat it again. Thank you.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Aladuff. My apologies.
That's okay. But again, thank you so much for the donation. It means so much to my family, and again, what Dr. Hepburn said, that history never repeats itself again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks much. I want to join the chorus. It's been nice to get to know Craig and Barbara a little bit and their family. I just want you to know that since you made this donation, I've received multiple phone calls from other people who would like to make donations of a similar kind. And it's one of those things that's contagious. And so not only are you donating something that you've put together over a very, very long time that's going to influence tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of kids going forward, there are other people who have other collections or other people who have other content that they want to share, either related to this or not. So you've started a little bit of you've provided some momentum to the community to start thinking about donating to Broward County Public Schools, because we're a good steward of collections, we're a good steward of your finances. We work very, very hard to kind of make the community a better place. But your donation has done that directly, and it's done it indirectly in terms of getting other people to see, wow, if Craig and Barbara Weiner can donate something, so can I. And then somebody else says, well, if they too do it, so can I. So thank you very much on behalf of Broward County for your donation and for your kindness and your lifetime dedication to helping other people. Oh, Chair, I had one last point.
What?
I don't know what your plan is, but I would love to take a picture with the Wieners after this.
My plan.
That would be such a great plan, Chair.
After we vote. Thank you. All those in favor of item AA1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We will take a short recess so that we can take a picture. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Next item is item 03. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. We have a public comment on 03.
Felicia Schumann.
She's coming.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and esteemed board members. My name is Felicia Schumann from Coconut Creek, Florida. I rise today to speak on item 0-3 ITB-FY23-176, construction services, minor project, HAVAC. This amendment proposes a significant financial increase from $12 million to over $21 million and extends the contract term from 36 to 48 months. Before this board vote yes, I respectfully request a closure review of the following discrepancies and gaps in documentation. Budget expansion without scope breakdown. The amendment adds nearly $9.8 million in just 12 months. That's over 80% of the original 3-year contract. Yet there is no breakdown of which schools are affected, what types of HAVAC projects are planned, whether these are emergency repairs or scheduled upgrades. Vendor cap increased without performance metrics. Each vendor cap is being raised from $200,000 to $350,000. That's a 75% increase per vendor, totaling $600,000 across 4 vendors. But there's no public record of how much each vendor has already been paid, what work was completed, where the timelines and quality benchmarks were met, lack of return on investment documentation. There's no measurable outcome listed, no cost-benefit analysis, no explanation of how this increase improves HVAC reliability, reduces downtime, or enhances student safety. Procurement transparency. The vendor was selected through a competitive process, but the amendment does not include a summary of the original bid criteria, a justification for why these 4 vendors remain the best fit, any evacuation of alternative option or cost comparisons, contract structure clarity. The amendment adds 12 months.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and
Thank you.
continued service to our community.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing these proposals, I also have some concerns as to what the scope of the work is concerned, how the money is being expended, and by which specific vendors. I also have a question regarding a specific vendor. Blizzard Air Conditioning Company. This is one of the companies that's listed that's seeking renewal. And within our information packet, an evaluation was provided. In fact, it's entitled Supplier Product Evaluation Form from our procurement department. In reviewing this, I would suggest that Blizzard didn't get a great review. In fact, it was, I would say mediocre at best. Specifically in section 1 of the review entitled Supplier Evaluation, there's 5 categories that can be chosen: poor, fair, good, very good, or excellent. They were given all fairs, and when asked how satisfied the district was with this particular supplier, we marked somewhat satisfied, which is the second lowest ranking you can get on that particular category in evaluation sheet. If this evaluation was given to me as a professional, I probably would not expect to have a job going forward. I am wondering what the issue is with Blizzard, and in light of this, what I would call a poor review, is the district finding it necessary to continue to engage with these folks?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. Ms. Andreu?
Good morning. Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Procurement Logistic Operations. A lot was stated, so I'll try to summarize the most salient points. Board Member Severa, although you may have received or seen that particular review, you will see that of the awarded vendors, we're primarily using 2, and the one you mentioned has not received purchase orders or received payment for these particular services. So we did not feel that it was necessary to terminate their contract. However, they're not being utilized. Additionally, I just wanted to comment on the spending. So this amendment is not asking for additional spend authority today as well.
I want to go back for a second because perhaps you've solved my concern, but in looking at the proposed amendments that were provided to this board, there is a First Amendment to the agreement for Blizzard Air Conditioning Company. Is it your position that we are in fact not renewing with Blizzard?
No, sir. We are renewing. However, we have not been utilizing their services. So we still have, this is a pool of vendors, 4 to be specific, in the pool. And then they are utilized based on need and, again, services in the past, experiences in the past. So we quote lots of times. I don't see Mr. Dorsett here right now, but sometimes a quote will be asked for all 4 of the vendors, and then we utilize the quote that is most cost effective. And so, as you see, only 2 of the 4 have actually received payments. Although we are recommending all 4 be renewed, only 2 of the 4 are receiving payments. Additionally, 2 are also certified with the EDOC office, and 2 said that if we did not renew, they would probably, if we went out with a new bid, they would probably increase their prices by around 5%.
So we're signing a contract to renew with them, but we're not actually utilizing them.
We'll have the ability to utilize them if we so need and so choose.
But if they're a subpar company, to be generous based on this review, why would we want to opt to renew with them in the first place? That's the question. I mean, I'm looking at these evaluations. This evaluation is, they basically got a 2 out of 5. That's not a good score. If I was to be evaluated as a professional, if you were to be evaluated as a professional, I think we could both agree we wouldn't be striving for 2s, right? Probably not a good thing. So I understand the fact that we may not have utilized them a lot in the past, but in my mind, if you have a company that's getting 2s out of 5s, we're not utilizing them anyway, why are we going through with this contract? Why don't we just get somebody in there who's good at what they do in the HVAC or AC world, right? And get these Blizzard folks out of here who are not performing well, according to our own surveys that we're providing in procurement. Why are we continuing to deal with it? And maybe that's a rhetorical question, but in my mind, you know, if I had a large commercial property that was being serviced by an HVAC company, I wouldn't want the company that was scoring a 2 out of a 5. That's just me.
I will say that these are subjective, so I don't feel comfortable speaking poorly about the vendor. And so, again, we have the ability to use them if we so choose and so need.
Well, we already kind of did speak poor about them, because who filled out this evaluation?
It was one employee.
Okay. Who's speaking on behalf of the district, right? Madam Chair, I'd like to propose a motion. I would move that we bifurcate, or actually, let me think here. I would move that we bifurcate or remove Blizzard from the agenda item, vote on the remaining 2. I'd like some further information from the superintendent or from procurement as to why they think we should continue any business with Blizzard moving forward.
Is there a second to the motion?
Chair, no, there is a point of order, though. I'd like to ask our general counsel whether that's something legally that our school board can do.
Ms. Batista?
Yes, the board can remove one of the vendors from the proposal. Which I believe that's the motion, right?
Yes.
To remove Blizzard from 03, I don't want to hold up the voting on that contract because I realize that there's other vendors. I'm just concerned about this one particular.
Second.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Board member comment, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. The reason I asked that question is board members better think really hard about knowing more than our procurement department and getting involved in the decisions that they make. It is a perilous step for this board to turn to the professionals who do this for a living and who are obligated through their oath of their job to do things that are fair, honest, and in the best interest of the school board. To remove someone because of a single evaluation seems to me to be kind of the epitome of what a school board should not be doing. I get that somebody, one person, if I heard correctly, right, Mr. Severo, one person filled out this form?
Are you asking me?
I mean, you made the motion. I know you. I just want you heard the same thing I heard, which they said one person filled out this evaluation, and I'm telling you, what role does a school board have in getting involved in the way procurement selects people for contract awards? I could see that if you wanted to postpone this whole item for a month and ask them to come back and do some homework and bring it back and maybe do more, individual assessments of these people. Moreover, this is one of 4 vendors that may or may not be used. This is someone on a list. If they're not qualified for an individual job that they're allowed to bid on, they're not going to be selected. And so I'm forced here as a board of choosing between the staff who did the work on assessing this to continue it, I think, for one more year, and to have additional flexibility to get the work done that we pound on them about. And I'm going to vote on the side of the staff that has done all the homework. I would consider at some point in the future postponement of any item like this if we want to know more. But I would tread very lightly as an elected official of getting involved in the procurement intricacies of the organization to which we serve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board
Madam
member
Chair.
comments? Mr. Severo?
First and foremost, I want to make sure that my motion was clear. My request was to remove Blizzard from the vote today in order for the staff to provide additional information as to why they think they're a viable candidate for the opportunity to serve our constituents and the members of this community to the tune of presumably millions of dollars, because we're voting on $12 million. Madam General Counsel, as a sitting board member, do I have the ability to ask, or at least make a motion, that they be removed for purposes of today's vote, to have my staff do further inquiry and find out if, in fact, Blizzard Air is a viable company in light of this evaluation? And I don't care how many people filled it out. It was presented to me on behalf of the district, and it's not a good evaluation. And I don't want to be in the business of doing business with people who get poor evaluations. I think we should strive higher for that. Madam General Counsel, do I have the ability to ask that an item like this, via motion, have a vendor removed so I can gain further information from my procurement department as to making a final decision as to whether or not we should renew with them?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Batista?
Yes, yes, you do.
Thank you for the clarification. And again, the motion is to remove them for purposes of voting today so we can go forward with the other vendors and instruct staff to give further information, further details, further information about Blizzard so this board can make a decision later on as to whether or not it wants to engage them.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holmes?
Thank you. So, Dr. Fulton, I'd like to get some answers. Regarding the process, there are 4 vendors. Were there many more than 4, and 4 vendors were narrowed down to where we are?
I'll have Ms. Andreu come up and speak to that process.
Through the chair, this is a renewal. This went out, I believe, 3 years ago. So I would have to go back and look into how many applied originally when the original ITB.
Okay, so
solicited.
no problem. So Ms. Andreu, I would assume that 3 years ago or whenever this was initiated, that the companies chosen would be considered the top 4 companies from those who apply?
That is correct.
Okay, and Blizzard would be one of those 4 as far as scoring in the top?
That is correct.
Okay, is there a reason we have chosen 4 as opposed to 10, 20, 8, 6?
Again, I would have to go back to 2022 and see the original specifications and see if there were only 4 and the evaluation group decided to go with all 4 because all 4 met the criteria. That would be my assumption, but I don't want to make an assumption without looking at the record from 2022.
Understand. So Blizzard could not have been here if they did not meet the criteria established, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Andrea, we're using 2 out of the 4 companies, but we could have emerging work that we could utilize more than 2, correct?
That is correct.
And what challenge would the district face if, in fact, we're using 2 and we only have a limited pool to choose from? Let's say we only had 2. What are some of the potential challenges the district will have if we start to narrow down the list of available vendors for a particular type of work?
Again, we could see price increases because there would be less competition in the event that PPO had a lot of work. We might not be able to meet all of the needs of the schools and the district offices.
Okay. And could it also be possible that even companies that we're utilizing could run into different concerns that we may no longer can use them, that we have to now rely on those we're not using?
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, we are seeing companies that are having to close their doors because of these economic times that we're in.
Okay, so it is in our best interest then to even though we are not using particular vendors and they're within our accepted pool or approved pool, that they're there for all of the things that could happen to which we may need to utilize them without disrupting our district.
Absolutely. That is why the superintendent is recommending this.
Okay, so Dr. Zeman, I concur. I think we have to be careful with how we're stepping into certain roles, legally or not, because it sets a precedence to which we may not want to venture into. So I am going to support what's here because I think it's important to have adequate number of vendors to choose from, even if we're not currently using them. And I trust that the department has done their due diligence to bring forth these vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert, did you?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Severa asked the questions I was going to, so I support the motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Can we do a roll call?
Roll call on the motion to remove the vendor. Board Member Bullman,
No.
Severa.
Well, we have to have it on record.
Hickson,
No.
Holness,
I'm sorry. No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert. Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman.
No.
Aladeff.
Yes.
Motion fails 5-4.
Okay, back to the original item, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, so my question is in regards to the AC companies. How are they documenting the change of the filters at the schools? And are they using an iPad to go to the schools to document that information, and what program are they using?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Our work order system, Maximo, is the way we document all of our work orders and the work that we do on campuses. We do have some at iPads, but as you know, we're doing the reboot of Maximo. So yes, we will have iPads in the field. I don't know the exact number we have right now. If Mr. Dorsett is in the audience, he can probably speak to that in more detail.
And
Yes.
then,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
my question regarding the filters, like, so would we be able to look at a specific school, like Heron Heights Elementary School, and see, like, for the last 3 years, how often their AC filters have been changed?
We, to my knowledge, yes, we do have that documentation. We actually do a pretty good job of changing filters on a routine basis. So all of that information is archived in Maximo.
Okay, perfect. I will get a board member follow-up then.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of item 03, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with two dissenting votes. Next item is 04. Can I have a motion in a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. No public comment. Let's see, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So in regards to this item and having some conversations with schools, it does seem to be that the schools are using the Navigate 360 software and the Rethink Ed software. And, I understand, there is it seems like different needs, even though they're saying that this is duplicative. However, I think that there is a need for both of them. And so I wouldn't like to see the Navigate 360s terminated. I think that we should keep both of them. It's a low amount of money. And, if there is more research done at the school level to say one is not really even being used, then come back to the board with data and information to support that. But at this point in time, I do see a need for both of these, and the Navigate specifically in regards to behavior management, and so in some of our schools that they are using this software with some of our most needed students that need to work through the program. So I would be voting this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Aldeff. 40,000 people used this last year. It's not trivial. I'm all about the data. And so, I believe that we're in a financial situation where we've got to look everywhere to find duplication. What I've learned through this process is the staff machinations on this is very challenging. It's hard to look and decide, does this have duplication or not? And then you have, in many cases, and this, let's just be specific, software A against software B. I love that the staff, Dr. Superintendent, looked hard at students, at teachers, and administrators. I think we need to figure out a better way to do this in the future. We've got to be very mindful about what we can do. To Mr. Severa's point, there are tremendous opportunities to have vendors come in, share new capabilities, what they're developing next, and like that. I just think we've got some homework on the board, or maybe we need to ask Dr. Hepburn to come back and talk a little bit more about the process so that the evidence is presented in a very clear fashion for us, for which we can make a decision. These softwares really support different people, though. One's behavioral management, and one is more of a classic curriculum model. I love what the staff did, given the processes that we have not established yet. But I think, Chair, we need to think hard, maybe at a future workshop, about if what we're going to do is to compete today's transportation system against a different one. If we're going to compete HVAC vendors against other HVAC vendors and figure out how to make down selects in order to save money, what is the evidence that the board needs to make sure that those decisions are what's really good for the community? In this case, there is some overlap between these software tools, but not perfect. And the staff was trying to do what Dr. Hepburn has pressed them to do, which is to save money for the district. But what's really highlighted to me is that we need to look a little bit. Chair, are you familiar with the federal A76 process?
I am not.
It's the way the federal government competes vendors against vendors after you've awarded contracts, and you can have a government team, several vendors, several other governments all come in and present like, hey, this is how I can deliver this service. And it's a way of making it really clear to the public and really geared to a governing board like us that everybody had a chance to kind of propose from some point going forward. This one was very challenging. This was hard. We're in the middle of two contracts. Staff and this board a big favor. It's only in the interest of fairness that the government and vendors, multiple, can get together and make presentations about how they would skin the cat. And in that, we can find out who has the greatest capabilities at the best price. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Dr. Holner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, this item is brought to us based on duplicity, and it's been challenged to some degree that Navigate 360 may be performing some task that may not necessarily overlap with Rethink Ed. So can you expound on this so I can better understand, so I can make an informed decision in my voting?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm going to ask Dr. Washington to come up, but I also want to ask General Counsel, we're recommending termination of an agreement. What can and cannot be discussed here because it's a termination?
Right, and not only is it a termination, but it's a termination for no cause. So as long as the comments that are made are not related to the company itself or the program, as far as how well it did or how it didn't do well or whatnot, I think they're appropriate. I believe that when we looked at this contract from a legal perspective, the representation that was made was that the funds were not available to continue with the program. And so, and that there may be other, like you said, duplicate services or vendor or software that would be able to do what this service is doing.
So, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, if I may, So, Ms. Batista, the question being presented is not to negate the, I guess, the efficiency or the function of this company, but simply to question the duplicity of the functions of it. So I would imagine it falls within the same no cause, right? Because we're not criticizing the company in any way. We're just determining if those functions are already being done through other programs. And so I, as a board member, need to fully understand what is the duplicity here and the overlap, and then what is it that Navigate 360 is doing that we are not capable of doing through Rethink or any other program. So I can be sure I'm supporting it or not supporting it based on information.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Good afternoon again. So the programs are substantially similar in the topics that they discuss. So for example, if a student were to get in trouble and be assigned a lesson through Suite 360 for mistreatment of peers, for example, a lesson that they would likely be assigned would be respecting self and others. Those same types of topics are available through Rethink. And so that is the life skills and wellness topics that are available through Rethink Ed address the behaviors that we assign Suite 360 lessons to teach the students when they do something wrong.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I hear that part in terms of what the overlap is. So what is available for Navigate 360 that is not available through Rethink? That's what I'm interested to hear.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
So the programs operate in different ways. I wouldn't say that there's something that's not available. They just operate in different ways. So Suite 360 is more of a restorative justice curriculum where they present the topic of respecting self and others, for example, and then they work through a process where they ask the student to then go back and right their wrong. They go back and they apologize and admit what they have done wrong and that restorative justice process. But that is not something that is unique to a curriculum. That is something that in classic behavior management you would do regardless of whether or not that's embedded in part of a lesson. That is still the adult interacting with the student. And so we really looked at it from a content perspective to see what was being duplicated, because we can do the restorative justice or restorative practices piece of it regardless of what program is used.
Okay, so Dr. Washington, would you say that if this board should vote to terminate Navigate 360, that Rethink Ed would achieve to a great degree, hopefully 100%, the intent of what that program was meant to do through Rethink Ed?
I am confident that Rethink Ed, using the lessons and the topics that are available, that we can achieve the same results.
Okay, and my last question, Dr. Hepburn, did we have Rethink Ed before we had Navigate 360?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Washington, if you guys are aware, not sure.
If I remember right, I was doing my research on both. I think they came in both right around the same time, and that was during the COVID school closures. Rethink came in for the purposes of mental health instruction, and then the Suite 360 came in for the behavior modification management portion of it. So I believe they came in around the same time.
And I'm sorry, so since they came in at the same time, at that time we did not realize the duplicity of these programs when we decided to get them?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington. You can be frank.
So neither Dr. Shapiro or I were in our positions during that time, so decisions were made by administrators that are no longer with the district. So I don't know what was presented at that time to know whether they realized that there was duplicity in them. Again, at the time they served two different purposes. In my time with the division last year, we really looked at the alignment of the programs that we were putting in front of schools, and that is where we really dove deep as a division and recognized where things were duplicative.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say we keep asking staff to come back with redundancies and cost-saving measures, and this is one of them. And then it seems to be there's typically pushback about it, and similar to what Dr. Zeman said about the HVAC company, our procurement process. I think we need to trust our staff on this judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say something similar. Every time we go away from a software, there's a school or a number of schools or a teacher that reaches out, and I appreciate that because you get not complacent, but you get used to the software and you like what you like. But we have asked for the staff to find where there are duplicates and to pick the one that's best for the district. And so I do appreciate that you've brought this forward. Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Chair, I just want to ask the General Counsel, from what you've heard today in this discussion, are you confident that this is a legal contract that's being canceled for no cause?
Yes, from what I've heard, it sounds like it would be a termination without cause under the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Severa.
Just a quick follow-up to that, to our General Counsel. This proposed termination, does it expose us as a district to any specific liability in the event that we vote now to terminate this, or are we terminating within the bounds of what the agreement allows for?
The board is terminating within the bounds of the agreement.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of item 04, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Holiday, no.
And I believe Dr. Zeman was a no. So motion carries with 2 dissenting votes. Okay, we have a noon special time certain. So can I have a motion and a second on item CC2?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on CC2?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Aaron Gold.
Did you skip the part where we validate the double letter pull items?
Yeah, haven't, because we have, I'll go back to that. We just had time certain.
Just for the record, I need to add one agenda item back.
Can you tell me?
Can I tell you now?
Yes.
003.
Oh, I added that already.
Good. I'm in good company.
Good afternoon. I am here to speak in support of this item. It has really been incredible to watch the community come together in support of this sports academy. The intention has always been that it would be across the feeder pattern, Bennett, Sunrise, and Fort Lauderdale High. And what's really special is that the enthusiasm really does transcend that whole feeder pattern. And beyond that, the neighborhoods around these schools are very, very excited and invested in this. These are exactly the kinds of programs, these innovative community-driven programs that will attract and retain students and families for years to come and be successful. I think it only makes sense that these matching funds benefit the entire feeder pattern to ensure that this program can and will be successful. And so I ask that the board approve this today so that we can get going on this work and have this incredible program ready to go by next school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Thank you. Just real briefly, think about if enrollment surges at Bennett, because Bennett is the place that was losing students because half of the campus needs to be replaced. Half the campus. So we are backing into long-range planning, which is the complete opposite of how this should be getting done. Not against the concept, it's just that we keep piecemealing. So if Bennett's enrollment surges, now you have a problem. And that'll be more money that isn't part of a long-range plan because you don't have one of those.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I want to thank the superintendent and staff for coming back to us with a specific scope of work as promised. I think it's a pretty straightforward ask to spread the money around the entire feeder pattern to support the sports academy that we agreed on. I'm very excited to see this happen, and I appreciate the urgency with which this needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, I thank the City of Fort Lauderdale for working in sort of a concerted manner with the school board, school district. And I know we had voted on the 1.7 million for Sunrise Middle School, and we're going to, this item is to spread this across Bennett and Fort Lauderdale High. So Dr. Hepburn, as we move forward, should we move forward with this item, the $1.7 million that will spread across Bennett and Fort Lauderdale, did we assess the needs at Bennett and Fort Lauderdale, and did we determine how this money will be divided?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, so I know Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Hill passed out a document that lists the scope for both schools and the total amount.
Okay, just saw it here. All right, so yeah, I am supportive of this item, and I appreciate again the gesture of the City of Fort Lauderdale, and hopefully other cities will want to come along. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. When this was initially brought in front of the board some months ago at this time, I remember a large contingent of folks coming in, students, parents, coaches, all came in, encouraging their support for the 1.7 million that was going to match what the City of Fort Lauderdale had promised them on a bond project from years and years ago that they had apparently at that time hadn't gotten off the ground yet. My only concern, and for sake of transparency, and I raised this the last time this item was brought before this board, those kids that came in and spoke to us and were trying to rally the troops, so to speak, made a lot of comments about items that they thought they were going to get. A new locker room, a gym replacement, and I remember thinking to myself, and I'm pretty sure I mentioned this on the record, that the items that a lot of these kids and a lot of these speakers were speaking about were not actually listed on the quote-unquote to-do list that was provided to us in the information package. And as I look here at what is being provided to Sunrise Middle School, which was, in fairness, the bulk of the kids who came and spoke, I believe, were from Sunrise. These items, once again, do not fully reflect a lot of the things that these kids thought they were getting. In addition, we are now taking that $1.7 million and we're divvying it up amongst two other schools, Bennett Elementary School and Fort Lauderdale High School. So I think it's important for everybody in the community to know that when the initial ask was made for the 1.7 for this school, I think a lot of people were under the impression that it was all going to Sunrise and that they were getting certain things that apparently now they're not getting. And not only are they not getting the items that they had talked about and had brought up when they came to the podium, there are additional schools that are going to be using portions of the $1.7 million. So that being said, I'm not suggesting at this point, since the money has already been voted on, I'm not suggesting that this is necessarily a bad thing, that there's going to be softball fields reconditioned at Fort Lauderdale High School, or that there's going to be some synthetic turf at Bennett Elementary School, and rebound boards and some posts are going to be put up in the field. I think it's important that the public be made aware of some comments that were made And a lot of things that people were under the impression of when this initial vote was taken apparently are not actually being delivered by the 1.7. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you for everybody that's worked on this. This item originally brought by Ms. Leonardi is a real model, I think, for Broward County. And I pray that Bennett Elementary School has a surge in enrollment and we have to build them a new classroom. I think that's exactly what we're wanting. But I also want to take a minute and thank Dr. Hepburn for the way that the analysis was done here. The identification of an opportunity to dramatically improve a program, Dr. Hepburn, across 3 schools, that it reflects the values of the people that live in the boundaried area. This is more than just closing schools. As you said, it's not about closing, it's about repurposing. And, this is an opportunity to do something well. So point number 1. Point number 2 is it's ironic in a way because today is 300 days from August 10th of 2026. And so I want to remind everybody that can hear my voice that that is a heroic deadline, and our money runs out on August 10th on 2026. So we have 300 days left to build 2 synthetic turf fields, the new floor at Sunrise. I know AECOM is the program manager, owner's rep for both the City of Fort Lauderdale Parks and Recs and for our programs, and I know Ms. Paul and her staff have got this under control. There's a city commissioner named John Herbst. He and I on the 19th of every month have a meeting, and we go over this construction plan to make sure that we're staying on target. So I'm very committed that we're going to pull this off in 300 days. But I just want the community to know that we need your support. There's going to be construction equipment there. There's going to be laydowns. There's going to be inconveniences on the tennis courts and things like that. But we need to get things done like this. If we're going to do, as Dr. Hopper has said, we're going to repurpose some schools to make them better, to draw people back. Bennett is a dramatically under-enrolled school. Sunrise is still under-enrolled. They ought to be full. Bennett used to be an absolutely full school with neighborhood kids going there and very, very highly rated. Sunrise used to be a packed school, and it's still got 300 or 400 seats left over. I'm anxious that it has a direct effect, but I also just want to remind everybody that 300 days is not a long time to get all this stuff done, and I'm anxious to see progress at those monthly meetings when we hold them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I wanted to share the list, and I hope that this list can be shared publicly. I don't know if on the agenda, but I wanted to kind of correct the narrative with some facts and then share what's on this list. So for Sunrise Middle School, we have a knee wall, replacement for flooring for indoor basketball court, which is something that the community asked for, chilled water fountain, which I believe was on the original list or part of the original discussion several weeks or months ago when the item first came before us. Paving, sod, trees, and landscaping, and a chilled water fountain additionally. For Bennett Elementary, a lit synthetic turf youth soccer field, rebound boards and corner posts, storage facility, and a lit pavilion, all very necessary things to support a sports academy. And for Fort Lauderdale High School, softball field recondition and restoration mix, and pedestrian gates to baseball and football fields. My colleague may remember that many of the community members who came out to speak when the item was originally before us were not just from Sunrise Middle School. They were from Bennett Elementary and Fort Lauderdale High School. And today we heard from a representative from Sunrise Middle School, who is an active parent and active community member at Sunrise, advocating for this to be spread among 3 schools. Dr. Hepburn, was this item placed on a public agenda that was noticed publicly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I imagine if you ask Ms. Gohl or Ms. Fertig, who's in the audience, if the community members who came out to speak several weeks ago are aware that this is on the agenda, I believe they would say yes. I think many people did not show up today because they feel this is a no-brainer that we would spread the wealth among 3 schools. And I think if we go back to the discussion that happened when the item was originally before us, the community members who came and spoke, they didn't come and speak saying this is what's going to happen for our school. They were informing us of the needs of their schools, which happens almost every school board meeting that we have. We hear from people who talk about the needs of their schools, whether they're facilities, curriculum, programming, staffing. That's how this works. We have public meetings, people come tell us what they need, and we try to deliver what we can. So again, I'm very grateful for the work that staff has done. I'm very grateful to my colleagues who have supported this, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition next year. Again, if we think about why we're here to do good things for kids. This is good for kids, and I'm very excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, as I've stated earlier, the money has been allocated. It's been apportioned. And from what I'm seeing on this list, these are good things. I want kids to have synthetic turf fields. I want kids to have softball fields reconditioning and being brought up to speed. I certainly want gates around the baseball diamond and football fields for security and safety reasons. I'm not opposed to any of that. What concerned me and by the way, it was August 19th, 2025, I just checked the packet. What concerned me is when you have members of the community who one by one come and speak to this board, and they are under the impression that, for example, and I remember this, because I remember thinking in my head that this is a repeat request that we're getting, or a repeat statement that we're getting regarding the locker rooms and how bad the locker rooms were. And I remember listening to these kids thinking that if they're here today advocating for this new locker room, someone is telling them they're getting a new locker room. A new locker room was never in the cards for this $1.7 million. So my only concern is that we, as a board, are managing expectations properly. And when we have people and constituents and parents and teachers come out and speak their mind, which I always encourage them to do, at all aspects of everything, I want them to be on the same level playing field, no pun intended, as we are. Right? I don't want them to think that if the board votes yes for this $1.7 million, that they're getting this new locker room that I heard multiple kids talk about. So that is my concern. You can't have a carrot dangling in front of somebody on a board vote for something when that was never really in the cards. That was never a suggestion. But for the record, I'm going to support this, and I'm glad these things are going to get the replacements, and they're going to get the additions that they need. But I would encourage this board to exercise the utmost transparency, as we all should as sitting board members, when folks of the community come in and they have expectations for A, B, C, and we're really only going to deliver D, E, F. That's my only concern. But I am supporting the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item CC2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is DD1. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on DD1?
Mr. Hill? Yes, we have one public speaker, Kimberly Mohorn.
Okay. Looks. I don't see her in the audience anymore. Okay. All right. It looks like I'm the only one that pulled it. So I appreciate the response to Dr. Zeman's question. So it did address some of the concerns, but I just, want to point out that 52% of 152 applicants of 100 applicable samples where the final parent notification was not documented is just not acceptable. 52%, the parent didn't receive any kind of notification for there being a threat assessment with their student. And that, I know that we're working on it, and there were some things, and it does say it's an improvement from Q1 and Q2 report, but 52% is still not acceptable. So I just wanted to say that out loud. There's a couple of them. Also 76% when the date when a copy of the final SSMP was provided to the student of concern of concerns parent guardian was not documented in the system. Again, the documentation to the parents is really, really important. So I know they're improved, and I know we switched to a system and we're talking about something backwards, but these are big numbers for something that seems easy enough to be able to do. You're just sending documentation to a parent to let them know something is going on. And then the other thing, which isn't a big number, but to me is a huge problem, is that although only 5 of 95 samples where they were supposed to check their possessions wasn't being done, 5 is still too many. If they're supposed to be checking someone's possessions, there's a reason for that. And so that should be 0. There should never be a time when someone has been identified that their possessions need to be checked on a daily basis, that's not happening. And you only know if it's happening if it's documented. So those are just things that really jumped out to me that I had a huge issue. And then the last one, 65%, the documentation was not maintained for all actions identified. So again, I know this is documentation, but how do we know that they're following through if it's not documented? And I know that, I hope when we see the next audit for the threat management, I think we changed the name now, right? Threat assessment management, that we don't see numbers like this again, because it's frustrating. And we are the model, right? For the state, we're supposed to be the model, and these are things that just, to me, are not acceptable. So I just wanted to say that out loud. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you, and I concur with you, Ms. Sixon. It only takes one weapon, one gun to get into our schools. Every bag that is supposed to be checked with a safety plan needs to be checked. There is no room for error at all. So my next question is to Mr. Rhodes in regards to our charter schools and our auditing of their behavioral threat management. Can you speak to that and what is being done to audit our charter schools?
I am still following up on the original request to find out how that got put into that direction. I don't have an answer that I feel confident that it's sufficient as of yet, but I'll follow up with you, hopefully by the time we have our next meeting.
Okay, so to my colleagues, this is a big issue, and we need to stay on this with Mr. Rhodes to make sure that our charter schools are being audited for their behavioral threat management. We are responsible for the safety at the charter schools, even though they have their own board, and even we don't dictate specifically what safety measures they implement in their charter schools, but we are responsible. So we need to make sure that those charter schools are being audited.
Thank you. All those in favor of item, I'm sorry, Dr. Seaman, you're on.
I'm sorry, but this is like a look it up and answer question. Like, are we auditing charter schools or not?
No.
Chair, are we responsible for auditing charter schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
From my understanding, yes. We're responsible for safety and security of their campuses, too.
Anybody on this board okay with not ensuring the safety and security of 50,000 students that go to our charter schools? Okay, can we do something to fix that, like now?
Mr. Rhodes?
Yeah, we know that each of these charter schools have their own independent boards and they have their own independent teams, and they report the information that they receive and that they uncover back to our district and to the staff in our district, and that if there's anything in that that's supposed to rise to the level that we would need to look at, we've been under the working model that information will be brought to us and that we would then undertake that responsibility. What I don't understand, and this goes to the fact that this program started prior to me being employed back here at the district, is how we got here. That's a conversation that I had with Ms. Alhadef the other day. I've been working on trying to retrace those steps to find out how we landed here, and when I have that information and it's solid and 100% verifiable, that's when I intend to bring that information forward. In the meanwhile, I do know that there is a behavioral threat management team at each of these charter schools, and that they have the responsibility to report that information back to the district.
So, Chair, we do a lot of things with charter schools. We do professional development, we do professional learning, we have school psychologists, we have therapists, we have they're not independent organizations necessarily. We have a lot of overlap between them. And if our responsibility is to report to any external authority or to actually conduct an audit, I'd like to get started on that now. I mean, I'm interested in the story about how we got here, kind of, but not really. What I'm really interested in is, are we doing the job that we're legally required to do?
Dr. Wanza, do we get the threat assessment information from the charter school since charter is under you?
So Chief Gregory will have to answer that.
Okay, Chief
Thank you.
Gregory.
Yep. Go ahead, Chief, or even Dr. Lozano. I know you guys tag team on some of this stuff.
We do. Good afternoon. Michael Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer. We do provide through the Behavior Threat Management Office Department, we do provide that oversight for the school-based threat management teams. We provide the same services and oversight that we do for the regular district-based schools, you might say. So there's no gap there as far as the information you receive, the threats that are assessed, the interventions, the SSMPs, the same processes we do for district-based schools occur for the charter schools. So that piece is in place. It's just a matter of working out logistics for them to be audited by the district's audit office. That's the only part that needs to be worked out.
No, thank you so much, Chief. But I think, Chair, if we have an obligation to oversee them, and here's the problem we have with our community. We have that same obligation for our public schools, traditional public schools, and we audit them. We have the same responsibility for charter schools. We don't audit them. Really? Like the safety and security of those 50,000 students that are residents of Broward County are less important? I just think this needs to be fixed.
So, Mr. Rhodes, is what hinders your department from at the same time that you're auditing the district, doing the charter at the same time?
If you'll recall, when we were having the discussions about the scope of the OIG had carved out charter schools from their investigative responsibilities or authority as well. And that's because charter schools all each pay for their own investigations, or in this case, audits. And that part has not been fleshed out between the district and the charter schools to a point, for me, at least at this point today, to have an understanding of how that would look, how that would work. And if we had to engage to do an audit at a charter school, would we have to first engage for them to agree to pay, and what would that amount be that we would have to have them pay? Because there's no budget for the district for audits to be done at charter schools. And if we want to have that conversation, I think we should have a workshop about that as soon as possible, so that we can, to Dr. Zeman's point, get to this answer now and figure out where it is that we're going to go with that.
Okay. Mrs. Alhata.
I move to direct Mr. Rhodes to bring back a plan to audit the charter schools or the behavioral threat management.
Second.
Second. Any public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. As long as the plan would be, he would tell you how much it would potentially cost, which is outside of his control, seeing as he just said there's no budget for it. That would seem reasonable. I didn't realize that charter schools weren't getting audited. But they have had their hands full just with regular schools, in case you hadn't noticed, with these behavioral threat. In fact, ever since RSM, who used to do them, they got brought in-house. You guys voted to bring it in-house when the former chief auditor was still here. So that's been a huge workload just by itself. But anyway, support that so long as it's understood that the costs are not, and it should not take away from things he's already doing either. So that would be additional budget to the audit department. Thank you.
Any board member? I would just add to that, can we give it a deadline date, Mrs. Alhada? Like at the next workshop, or at a workshop?
I think it was a school board meeting, was her motion, not a workshop. She said bring a plan.
It just said bring them.
Yeah, I I would like to see it be brought forward at the next school board meeting,
Okay,
which is
November 12th.
November 12th.
so you want to add that to your,
Yep.
okay. Any discussion, Ms. Thompson?
I just think it deserves to be at a workshop so that the board can actually talk about it, since that's what we have been talking about, that meetings aren't for us to have comments, and since this will be the first time that we're really evaluating it, I think the more appropriate space is a workshop, but also it seems to be a little bit more complicated than just, okay, we're going to go audit them. It seems like the charter schools, at least according to Mr. Rhodes' answer, kind of have to agree to us come in. They might be having separate audits already happening under their purview. I just think this is a much more complication, and I'm not comfortable with it coming to a voting meeting. It should come to a workshop.
Would you mind?
I would like to make a substitute motion to just add to a workshop instead of a school board meeting.
Okay. Any comment on the?
Yes, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. That is an excellent idea because you are going to have a ton to talk about, and that way it won't lengthen a regular meeting. It absolutely should come to a workshop first.
Ms. Thompson, did you want to give it a deadline? Like a date?
Just the next workshop is fine, which I think is the 4th.
So the next workshop is next
Okay.
week. I believe we have 8 hours of scheduled for that workshop at will of the board, or November 4th. Right now we have 6 hours scheduled.
I'm fine with November 4th.
Okay. Perfect. Mrs. Alhada.
I would just suggest to Mr. Rhodes that you get all these questions answered before the workshop and work out all the logistics with the charter schools on how to execute this. I do believe that we need to have a sense of urgency to have the charter schools audited for their behavioral threat management. And so I'm okay with workshopping it, but after that, let's vote on it and move forward.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
That was going to be my question is this something that we will then have to vote on? Okay.
I guess if it has money attached to it. It's part, it would have to change the audit plan.
Okay, thank you.
You could potentially bring it to the November meeting after the workshop if the board wanted to.
Perfect. Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of Ms. Thompson's substitute motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So I think that was it. All those in favor of item D1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries minus Mr. Severa. The next item is D2. Can I have a motion in a second?
Move. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
Felicia Schumann.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and esteemed board leaders. I am speaking today on item DD2, RFP-FY22-013, External Independent Financial Auditing Services Additional Spending Authority. The district originally contracted MSLPA in January 2022 to provide independent financial auditing service, which are required by Florida Statute 218-39 to ensure transparency, accountability, and compliance. In November 2024, Forbes Mazars LLP acquired certain assets and personals from MSL, meaning MSL could no longer perform the audits to maintain continuity. The contract was transferred to Forbes under the same terms and obligations. When the board approved this transfer in September 2025, a paperwork error left out an additional $250,000 needed for the final year of audit services, FY 2026. Importantly, the Forbes Mazars can't complete the audit. The funds are already budgeted within the Office of the Chief Auditor's existing allocation, so no new funding is required. Approval of this additional spending authority ensures the district can continue receiving these essential audit services without interruptions, maintain compliance with state law, and uphold accountability and transparency in our financial operations. The funds will go directly to Forbes. In short, this action corrects the previous oversight and ensures that district remain fully compliant, transparent, and financially responsible. I strongly recommend approval of this additional $250,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. This item fundamentally makes great sense, and we need to make sure that we have the funding. My concern with this, Chair, though, is that we have a rollover that happens with the Office of Chief Auditor, and there's an opportunity to kind of align those funds that go from one year to the next. Remember when we had the rollover for mental health, and we put our foot down and said, let's not do that? I would like to ask the superintendent, what is your view on rolling over money from one year to the next?
Dr. Hepburn.
Typically, we don't roll over. We absorb costs, but at the will of the board, we can accommodate.
Well, it's. I mean, just from a fiscal spending perspective, when the state and the local people give you money, and you tell them you need even more, you've got to educate the kids and take care of the mental health and provide safety and security and IT and all that. If you don't spend the money they give you, it's kind of hard to go back to them and say you want another bond, or you would like to, see if they could work with us to lobby the state to give us more money, or the federal government to stop taking money. So rolling over money is kind of a de facto bad idea in terms of local government. If they give you money and you don't spend it, I think, Dr. Hepburn, you've got to have an explanation about why you don't spend their money, okay? So I think you and I agree with that. The Office of the Chief Auditor, well before the current Chief Auditor, has gotten in the habit of rolling funds over. And so, Chair, do you know how much money the Chief Auditor's office rolled over from 24-25 to this year, 25-26?
Dr. Hepburn.
Be a question for Mr. Rhodes.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I had the documentation yesterday in the cabinet meeting. I apologize for not bringing those today, but there's more to that. If you want to hear that, I'd be happy to share that with you.
I didn't ask that.
The contract that we're talking about on item DD2 is a contract that was approved for the first 3 years with 2 one-year renewals. Each year had a fixed amount of $250,000, $210,000 for the audit of the financial statements of the district, and $40,000 to perform an annual single audit. That number doesn't change throughout the course of time. The concept that Dr. Zeman is bringing up is it's slightly conflating two concepts. One is the contract for our external operational auditors versus the financial auditors that are required per statute. Let me explain that the auditors who are responsible for auditing per statute for our financial statements, they generally, even though they have a contract that goes, let's just say, from December 1 to November 30th, they don't actually start their work until sometime in June, July. We had a situation last year where we got the spend authority, which is what today is about. Today is not about asking for additional funding. It's about spend authority. We got that in September at the September 10th meeting. At the time we had intended to renew the contract of MSL. That's the point in time that we started to learn that they were going to be selling off some of their assets. That created a problem that took about 8 to 9 months to review between purchasing and the legal department before we got to the point where we put together the special selection committee that's required per statute that Mrs. Hickson chaired. We got the problem resolved quickly. We got the contract approved on September 16th, and the spending authority to get us through the end of the November 2026 date was not actually added into that. That's why today is there to correct that issue. And so the idea is that with regard to the operational audit contract, that's also 3 years with 2 one-year renewals, we have a situation where we can have auditors that are working under that contract. They start a project, let's just say in August or September. that project goes and it gets completed to the audit committee, transmitted to the board sometime in, let's say, February or March. They now have the resources and the bandwidth to take on another project. We work out the scope of a project. We work out the cost of the project. We enter into an engagement letter with them pursuant to the purchase order that we have. They start working on the project. The project isn't completed by June 30th. There's a natural rollover because between the contract and then the purchase order, we have 2 contractual requirements that we pay them for the work that they've done and that they complete the work that they've started for us to be able to have the audit plan completed. So the idea is it's not a matter of rolling over for convenience. It's a matter of rolling over because sometimes these audits are not strictly wiped up and cleaned up by June 30th of a given year, a given audit plan year. So the idea here is that, yes, this is at the will of the board, but if there's money that's owed when a purchase order gets shut down on June 30th, there's going to be a requirement for us to be able to stay in compliance with the agreement that we've made with the auditors, that they get the full amount that they were entitled to for the full amount of work that they provided for us. However the board wants to work that out, I'm amenable to that. I just want to make sure you understand the full story.
Thank you, Chair. Not exactly sure what to say on this. There is no conflation of issues. This item asks for spend authority, and it's a reminder to me as a board member that we have rollover in the Office of Chief Auditor's account, and I'd like to learn more about it. So I'm happy to approve or provide my support to this particular item, but I would like to make a motion to ask our Chief Financial Officer, the Superintendent, and if he wants to work with the Chief Financial Officer, that'd be great, to just provide some information back to the board at our next workshop, sir, to just explore the size of the rollover and whether or not that it gives us an opportunity to use this year's funds to start paying for this year's audits.
Dr. Hepburn.
I just want to clarify, you want this as a workshop item or just a memo to the board?
I just want it as a workshop item. I'd like to talk about it. This concept of rollover is really important, and we need to find resources everywhere we can. Mm-hmm. And whether it was mental health or Office of the Chief Auditor or overtime pay or transportation, we're looking around to try and find funds to pay our people better. Everywhere there's rollover, we need to look and see if, in fact, those funds can be used in the most efficient way for the purposes of Broward County Schools. When you roll over funds, you didn't spend them in the year before for which they were budgeted. Our practice has been to allow people to take the funds that weren't executed in one year and just willy-nilly spend them the next year. I don't think that's fiscally appropriate. And so what I'm asking is that you bring just some more information back in general on rollover fund for the Office of the Chief Auditor as a way for us to understand more about this and whether or not we can tighten up our spending policies to be more efficient with government money.
Yeah, so Mr. Hill, if you can let us know what the timeline looks like for next week's workshop. Next week, what's the following week's workshop?
No, I'm thinking of November 4th. It's
okay, November 4th.
It's not urgent, it's just really important. We need to understand this idea, and this item is one case of it, but there's some with much more significant amounts of money, and we got to make sure that we're spending this money wisely.
We could just do both items November 4th, since it's all having to do with the chief auditors.
Okay, all right. So we'll work with the chief auditor to make sure he get all the information for the budget for the past couple of years.
And it's really information from your chief financial officer about the concept of rollover and what are the options that the school board has related to that.
Yep.
I second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion?
Yes, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So just to be clear, this is not just rollover for the Office of the Chief Auditor, but for in general, because when it's just the chief auditor who did an excellent job explaining how, unlike a lot of contracts, they don't end nice and neat like a lot of, say, academic contracts end at the end of the school year, and then you have to renew them for the next school year, whereas his, it's more floating. So what I thought I heard at the beginning of this was that it was for all It applied across the board to the entire district, which would be a great exercise, along with trying to understand things like how does 005 happen, where you had like the opposite problem, where people were spending money that they didn't have. So if you're looking at rollover across the district, totally in support of that. If we're just targeting the chief auditor, not in support of that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board member comment on the item? I actually agree. I mean, if we're going to look at rollover, because rollover is the issue, I think we should look at all of the rollover money and see what that looks like. So I would like to make an amendment.
It was implicit in my motion already, Chair.
Okay.
The idea, take a case, but we want the general concept of rollover as well.
It started
really,
off and then it kind of
both.
changed, but
Yep.
okay. So the motion is to do all rollover.
The motion is to take one case because it's a reasonable enough size we can look at it and stare at it and understand the impact, and then to also get lessons about rollover for all accounts in Broward County School.
Dr. Hepburn, do you understand the?
Yes, I think so. Let me repeat it back. Take one specific case, i.e. the chief auditor's office, understanding the impact of rollover, the rules, the regulations, the practices, past and present, and then a discussion about overall rollover, the concept on it. Just to FYI with the board, we don't roll over money. That may be a past practice, but we've stopped that as from last year's budget into this year's budget, just for some of the things that Dr. Zeman spoke about. For myself and definitely our CFO, if you don't spend the money and you roll it over, you're telling the people who are providing the funding that you didn't initially need the amount that you were funded in the beginning. So it's just our concept that we've had a hard line on moving into this current budget year.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Leonardi and Mrs. Bowman. Great. I just realized I forgot to do all of the unpulled items. So this will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all of the open agenda items. The following items have been identified for discussion: EE1, FF1, GG1, JJ1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 001, 3, 6, 8, 13 with a memo to vote down, 14, 15 also with a memo to vote down, and 18, and then double P1, 2, 3, 5, and double R1. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion.
So moved.
Wait, I gotta read them. Which include double H3, CC1, JJ1, JJ4, JJ5, JJ7, JJ8, JJ9, JJ11, JJ12, JJ13, JJ14, 002, 004, 009, 0010, 0011, 0012, 0017, P4, and SS1. It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Are there any registered speakers on the items that were not pulled for discussion?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, did you say JJ1 for the items not pulled?
I did not.
Okay.
I read it in the ones that are going to be pulled.
Okay. So if we have two registered speakers. HH3, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, and double P4, we have Delvin King.
Okay. Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. On HH3, I just wanted to remind everyone, and since you were just giving out deadlines and timelines to the chief auditor, that on the PBA agreement, we have yet to see an amendment that works in the officer's Bill of Rights into the PBA agreement. The superintendent was directed to look at all things related to complaints and investigations in a prior meeting, but there was no timeline given, no deadline, and so it remains an open item. And this should be a no-brainer given what it led to. This was a very significant omission in the PBA agreement that has led to enduring nonsense and should be the next amendment. They have no problem bringing an amendment for salaries And I believe I know staff is trying to write procedures, but there is no reference, even though the PBA manages to have references in other agreements with other entities. There is nothing about discipline, complaints, investigations, or the Office of Bill of Rights in this agreement, and that needs to change. Sooner rather than later, when my rebuttal is done and it's on a long laundry list of things you guys need to fix. Thank you.
That concludes our.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't see Mr. King. Okay. Oh, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm always very uncomfortable when the public takes the time to come down and speak with us. And because we have in our policy that we do not go back and forth with the community members, there's never a really good time to talk about this. So when we bring the policy this afternoon, we need to talk about that to make sure that they're getting their appropriate time and answers. This morning, we had a member of the public who came to us to air his experience with Facilitron at his high school, and there was no communication back to him so that he could actually understand what we are doing about this. So I wanted to give Dr. Superintendent the opportunity to share what he legally can share, so we know that we're not ignoring it as a board. It is actually going to be handled via the superintendent and other organizations. So, Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, so I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Lozano in a minute, but it is an open investigation going on, and turn over to Dr. Lozano to speak on any limited information we can provide.
Yeah, there is an ongoing criminal investigation that commenced immediately after that individual brought us his concerns. We immediately worked on opening an investigation that's currently underway and active right now.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, all those in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion, all those agenda items are approved unanimously. So we'll go back to the, oh, I'm sorry, minus Dr. Holness, Mr. Severa, and Dr. Zeman. It's still unanimous, just minus those people. Okay, the next item is item EE1. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on EE1?
Yes, we got Kimberly Moorhorn.
Okay.
Good morning, board, or good afternoon. Just didn't know where I could actually speak at, but seems to be the right place as far as security is concerned. We have a lot of security issues that need to be addressed. We've, met with the proper protocol. We went through the superintendent, the area superintendent. We spoke to the area managers, and yet still we have issues at our school. My question to the superintendent is, what exactly has to happen? Do we have to lose a child in order for you to make the proper moves that need to be made? We don't want to lose children. And I know that many of you think that, hey, if children leave, it's okay. But if we don't have children in those seats, we don't have a school. And some of you may think that's okay, but we're not okay with losing our school. We will fight for Blanche Ely. And we're fighting to make sure that we have the leadership that we need there. No disrespect for the current leadership, but we've come to you concerning things, and it continues to happen over and over again. We have taken actually a hiatus for the past 6 months, but still we get phone calls every single day. So I just wanted to just make that known, that although we haven't been here, doesn't mean we don't know what's going on. And I think it's unfair to the staff. I think it's unfair to the children that we continue to be the target of mishandling of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. I pulled. Oh, yes. Dr. Hepburn, would you
Yes,
like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mulhorn. I would encourage you also to send any concerns that you have, so to me specifically in writing, and also the board, so we're aware of the concerns that you're discussing. I know you can't get into detail in 3 minutes, but I would definitely encourage you to send it to me in writing and also copy the whole entire board. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question on the item. So it talks about electronic access. So my question is, have we implemented electronic access at any schools instead of keys as of yet? I know we do have that in other facilities, but have we started to do that at schools yet?
Michael Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer, School District. Thanks for the question. Yes, we do actually have access control measures at the single point of entry areas of the school and certain front-facing areas. The issue is this initiative is to expand it further and to expand what we do. And basically, we're talking about the access card readers. That's the access control.
Right, because I know early on, years ago, we talked about that instead of keys at schools, because then if you had somebody leave, it would just make it easier than trying to rekey a whole district for schools. So is that the intent of moving forward?
Yes, that is the intent moving forward along with this guideline. That initiative is rather expensive. Obviously, the card system, the computer servers running the wires is more expensive than a key. So we are looking to utilize the grant fundings, which us identifying that as a challenge in this SSRA report will allow us to place it as a need in our school hardening grant. So that's the goal and the purpose there.
Okay, thank you so much. All those in favor? Oh, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So one of the things that I would recommend is that we look into how we're going to use AI technology, and specifically the AI technology with our camera system. You know, whether it's something that, you know, we might not be able to execute right now because of the lack of funding, but I do encourage Dr. Hepburn that staff looks at schoolsafety.gov for different types of grants to implement AI technology and cameras. Thank you.
And if I just could say, we know that is a priority of ours, and we actually are doing a pilot with a few schools now. And when we know more and have the result back, I'll be happy to present that in a closed door in the next, the next semester.
Great, thank you so much. All those in favor of item EE1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously minus Mrs. Bowman. The next item is F1. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No comments.
Okay, I like to pull this every single time, so just want to say thank you and congratulations to the district. This month's total is $14,436,450, and $14,400 was a huge grant for mental health. So congratulations to the district, and thank you to the grants department for all your hard work on these things. All those in favor of F1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously minus Mrs. Rupert and Mrs. Bowman. The next item is G1. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Is there any public comment?
No comment.
Dr. Zeman.
For everybody to look at, sometimes in the absence of being involved in the negotiations, 1.6 million is enough to get public interest. I just want to make sure that the public understands that, you know, when you're running a multi-billion-dollar construction program, there are going to be times when construction companies and the government team have good, honest debates, and they have to, you know, determine what shared responsibility is for this. I just want to make sure everybody in the community understands that this is a good settlement. This is something that makes sense for Broward County Schools. We know it's a lot of money, but it's going to allow us to continue to build amazing facilities in Broward County Schools. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of double G1 say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously minus Mrs. Alhadeff, Mrs. Bowman, and Mrs. Rupert. Next item is double J1. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
No comment.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I just note in my little prep sessions that I do on this that I think Bear Middle School is one of the schools under consideration for repurposing. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's correct.
And I just thought it might make sense as a board for us to think about that a little bit. Do we need to think through, either at a workshop or otherwise, you know, some options about what we do with schools that are still being considered for repurposing but haven't been decided yet? There are options like we keep doing maintenance and construction and wrapping up current projects. There's decisions that say, wait, why, you know, spend money on a school that, you know, we might, you know, certainly in the running to be repurposed in some appreciable way. I just don't want to have the questions from the public that come in and say, wait a minute, Bear, that's on your list. Well, it's on a list to consider repurposing. It hasn't been decided what the final outcome for that is going to be. I just feel like regardless of the volume of repurposing schools that we do this year, we're going to have this broad issue of repurposing schools for the next several years at least. And I wonder, what do we need to do to make sure that we're doing the right thing for our schools for significant maintenance and construction if they're under consideration for being repurposed?
You just wanted to say that, or
I wondered if we need to talk about it, or if we're going to just pass these without talking about it, or what would we like to do as a board?
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had this on my list for another agenda item. I guess I must have missed this one for Bear Middle School. And to echo what Dr. Zeman said, we're voting on potential resourcing reallocating of resources to schools that are on our redefining list, and none of us know yet what's going to happen with those. So I'm wondering if perhaps all of these change orders that are on Double J this afternoon perhaps should be paused or set aside until the redefining vote or decision is ultimately made by this board. I could see a lot of confusion if we're to allocate certain resources to schools and then perhaps they are combined or closed or whatever is going to happen to these schools when this board makes the ultimate decision. But to commit the resources to these schools that are quote unquote still up in the air, I think is a little problematic, right? And I think if the decision is going to be made in December or January, what is the harm of potentially holding off on this until those decisions are made? So why don't we do this? I'm going to make a motion to, this is JJ1, correct? On JJ1 to essentially remove the vote for purposes of today and direct the superintendent to bring this back after the redefining decision is made.
Is there a second? Okay, so the motion fails. I have a question for the superintendent and I guess for Ms. Paul. A lot of times these change orders come to us after the change has already been done. Do you know if that's true of JJ1?
Ms. Paul?
JJ1 at this point is 98% complete. So, you know, we're attempting with this change order to close it out. And, you know, the notice to proceed on this project was in 2022. So in terms of whether this work has already been done, I'll have Mike McIntyre from AECOM speak to this, but we are contractually obligated to do this work. It's already in progress. It's about to be closed out. And it will be problematic not to finish the work.
Mr. McIntyre.
Good afternoon, Mike McIntyre, AECOM, through the chair. I do not believe this work has been completed as of yet. The bigger issue is if the work is not done, we cannot get final inspections and approvals for the fire alarm system, which means the building is not usable because it will not have a functional fire alarm system.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Zeman, I do share some of your concern moving forward as far as what we're closing, what we're repurposing, and so on and so forth, which facilities or property we're planning to have partnership with cities and so on and so forth. So what I would prefer to do is to, because we have items coming up, for example, we have a painting item where I think it's a $10 million item to paint schools. So I'd like for the superintendent to use his discretion in terms of aligning what we're doing in our day-to-day operation with the redefining process that we prioritize, and using his discretion determine what absolutely needs to be done, especially for schools that we're closing, what is necessary to be done immediately as opposed to what can wait until after phase 2 is completed. So I would prefer to leave that in the hands of the superintendent to use his discretion to determine basically how we prioritize as we move forward with any sort of change order or any other upgrades to schools, especially for schools that will be closing.
Dr. Hepburn.
I concur.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Dr. Holness. I like that approach. I'd like to offer just one way for the board to stay aware of that, which is we consider any project that's being done on a school that has been identified by the superintendent for consideration of repurposing to expressly make a statement in the item that, yes, this makes sense, even though it's on the repurposing list. I think the community deserves that. So that there's this resolution of the conflict. Here's a school that either is identified for closing or might, and here's what we're doing with that school, and it makes sense. For example, when Mr. McIntyre said, hey, without this we can't turn on the fire alarm, can't use the building, boom, that's an easy choice, right? But I would prefer that to come through in our summary. So my motion is to agree with Dr. Holness to allow the superintendent's discretion on these things, but that we note it in the summary description of each item that comes before the board.
Second. You're making a motion.
That was a motion, sorry.
Second.
Probably didn't do it in a good order that time.
All right.
I haven't had lunch yet, Jeff, so I'm sorry.
Any public comment on the
running out of
motion?
Yes, Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Yes, thank you for the motion because I was having a coronary and all kinds of things over here. That type of action would have been appropriate when AECOM first started, when Kathleen, Shelley, and I had a discussion about I wish they would pump the brakes, but the removed board kept whipping AECOM to proceed, even though we saw this coming back in December of 2020. Nobody wanted to stop the SMART program. Had to get it done. But just like with JJ1, there are real kids and real adults in these schools, and you can't just stop some of these change orders. It's too late. We're 5 years almost behind schedule. And I'll be speaking to JJ6, which has an extra wrinkle. But yes, it should explain what is absolutely necessary and needs to be done regardless of what you end up doing. That would help in transparency, and at least then you'd know people were thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes minus Mrs. Al-Hadaf and Ms. Thompson. Oh, you said yeah. Okay, sorry, just Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Dr. Holness, did you have something else you wanted to add to JJ1? Okay. All those in favor of JJ1 as amended, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries, this time without Mrs. Al-Hadaf and Ms. Thompson. The next item is JJ3. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Felicia Schumann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and esteemed board leaders. My recommendation today is that while we approve the time extension requested for the Miramar High School project, item JJ-3, we do not issue the final payment until a complete itemized breakdown of costs is received and revised. When contractors request large additional amounts like the $275,181.28 change order being requested for this project, the board and the public deserve full transparency on where every dollar is going. This includes the exact material, labor, and change order details tied to this amount. This isn't about delaying progress. It's about protecting our smart bond money and making sure we can stretch these funds to support other schools that also need infrastructure improvements. We know Miramar High needs this work completed, but it is equally important that we manage it responsibly and ensure every expenditure is justified. This same level of accountability should also apply to any other schools with similar high-value construction projects moving forward. So that's where consistent and fair across the district. By approving this time extension, but withholding the final payment until an itemized list is submitted, we uphold accountability and fairness in how we handle major construction projects. Let's make sure for every large project we fund, we can stand behind it knowing we've done our due diligence to protect our students, our school, and our taxpayers, because in addition to this, this company has got almost over $14 million in 3.5 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speaker?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sever.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the executive summary, the contracts and the items that were presented to the board in regards to this specific project, it looks like the ask is for $275,000 to install 152 fire alarm devices and smoke detectors, some strobes, things of that nature, along with the installation of those particular items. I did some quick math, and there's 152 additional devices that are being installed. So inclusive of the labor, the $275,000, that comes out to roughly $1,800 per device. I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, is that a good deal?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Mr. McIntyre, can you speak to this?
Good afternoon, Mike McIntyre, Vice President, AECOM. Through the chair, this estimate had a full vetting through Atkins. The number includes the devices as well as wiring and conduit so that the system will function. And it's not just smoke detectors, it's heat detectors, it's strobes. So on average, $2,000 is fairly typical for smaller projects. So in the range of over $1,000 per unit when you're averaging them out is a reasonably good number. Some of those devices would be more expensive than others. Smokes would be cheaper than heats. Both would be cheaper than strobes. So overall, for 152 devices, wiring conduit and basically hooking the system up to operate is a fairly reasonable number.
Madam Chair, is all new wiring required with this specific project? I mean, I assume that there had to be smoke detectors and strobes and pull stations and all that already in place. Is it necessary to have a complete new rewiring job in order for these new devices to work?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. McIntyre.
Yes, actually, these are being installed because they did not previously exist. So these are not replacements. This is an entirely new system.
So of the 152 devices, which include fire alarms, smoke detectors, heat detectors, and speaker strobes, all of these are brand new and then obviously would require new wiring because they didn't exist.
Correct.
And it's your professional opinion that $1,800 a pop, if you will, between the wiring and the install, I understand that's included in there. You think that's fair market value for a project like this?
The review that was done by the change order team, as well as the estimate that was reviewed and the pricing that was reviewed by Atkins, who does it outside of our group, all determined that it was a reasonable price and the scope was in line with the required work.
Okay. I appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I pulled this item because it was a large number. So we have only a few, we actually only have 4 consultant errors and consultant omissions, which is great, but they total altogether almost $500,000. So there were 2 that were big change orders, the Miramar and the Eagle Point for consultant errors, and then there were smaller numbers for the consultant omissions. So I just always like to put that out there so that we know that we are, it's less numbers, but the value went up again. We were doing really well, but this month not so great. So thank you. Mrs. Bowman.
Just a question, just for my own personal information. If it's a consultant error, is there any repercussion for that?
I've asked that question a number of times. There's a certain acceptable percentage. We're well below the percentage, but I still like to point it out that we were doing over 2-3 million when I first started in the consultant error and omissions. And I believe the bond committee points it out every time they do a report, but I think acceptable is 7% and we're like 2 or something along those lines.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item J3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes without Mrs. Al-Hadef or Ms. Thompson. Next item is JJ6. Can I have a motion in a second?
Moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
We have 1 registered speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Good afternoon, Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, anytime it's Stranahan, that always gets my attention. The backup for this item, the contingency use directive form, says this form is used only for unforeseen conditions. Maybe I'm confused as to what an unforeseen condition is, but when you go from an original architectural design to a reuse so that it can be cheaper and faster, only that's not happening. And then you have AECOM trying to replace they wanted to replace the walkways leading to the new cafeteria, but one of your former people who was in charge, last name Bays, de-scoped it, is a story I heard. And then I'm reading the backup, and they tried to tear down the wooden walkways and put them back. Well, no, and then they put aluminum ones, and now they have to widen them, because I think I heard people will be getting wet because there's a gap between the old and the new. Imagine, how is that unforeseen? Obviously, this has to be fixed, but this Stranahan snafus to give to the IG, because this is fraud, waste, mismanagement, or something. Because the walk, and walkways is a bigger problem, but that is the history of this. So it is not unforeseen. And then it also mentions drainage. Why is drainage unforeseen? They had to get drainage permits when they started doing the reuse, but back then we were making the project as small as we humanly could so that they wouldn't have to get the other type of drainage permit. So nothing about this board item that claims to be unforeseen was unforeseen. And I'm not sure why it's being presented that way, because it is a series of cock-ups that started at the front end with the reuse and everybody trying to step over a dollar to pick up the penny with poor Stranahan as usual. And walkways continues to be a problem because the other set of walkways that you're going to see coming to the board are the ones with all the utilities running up and down Main Street, where if you just replace the building, and they're still trying to figure out, because those walkways also wood and rotting. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, the problem has to be fixed. And yes, you just spent $20+ million on a cafeteria, so no one's going to be shutting down Stranahan. But somebody needs to be held accountable for how this project was managed. And this is just another example. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. Kind of somewhat related to this contingency, there is a gigantic hole in the ground at Stranahan that sometimes collects water and then acquires names for said body of water. So I'm wondering if we approve this contingency. I know it's for walkways and everything, but I would like to know the status of filling that hole at Stranahan High School.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Mr. McIntyre, can you address that, please?
Good afternoon, Mike McIntyre, AECOM. The hole in question is the leftovers from demolition of a sub-basement, in essence. Contractor claimed they did not own the work. We believe they own the work per contract, and they have been directed to backfill properly. They refused, so we put them on notice, and we will move forward with the bonding company or use their money to backfill.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm glad that we are trying to address that in an expeditious manner. I'm wondering, so what is the timeline for recourse? So, like, when can Stranahan High School expect that to be backfilled?
Mr. McIntyre.
Through the chair, the contractor has, I believe, 3 more days to formally respond. And if they do not respond, then we will move forward.
Okay. So if we move forward, when can we expect there to be a resolution?
It could take a couple of weeks to get the proper amount of clean fill in, place it, grade it properly, and bring it back up to its proper grade level.
Okay. If we do not approve this contingency, how would that impact the backfilling?
Oh, this change order that we're speaking to now is not associated with basically the pond that's been created. That's a separate issue. It's a separate contractual issue. This change order does not speak to that issue. This speaks to work that needs to be done after abatement was done on covered walkway, and the covering needs to be replaced.
Got it. I guess I'm wondering, I feel a certain way about paying someone more money. I get that it's unrelated. It's for a different contractual issue. When they have not done what they were supposed to do by contract to begin with on a separate matter.
If we do not approve this change order, then that covered walkway will not be replaced. The CM at risk, in this case, the contractor is not getting full recovery for this change order. Because it's unforeseen, they had some contractual responsibilities for the walkway, so they are not getting their markups that they would normally get per contract. The contractor will take care of the ponding issue one way or the other. It will not be out of district money.
Got it. Thank you. And just so I'm clear, could we expect this to be done, by this I mean the backfilling, could we expect that to be done by the end of this calendar year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of double J6, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is double J10. Can I have a motion in a second?
Moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No comment.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I think we're on JJ10, is that correct? Yes. Thanks so much. This is Markham, and there's some of us that always are moved by this. And for those of us that have walked Markham, how can you not? This looks like somebody backed up a very large backhoe and wiped out all the good buildings, and they left a bunch of portables. The cafeteria is dramatically undersized. Every once in a while, when I want to, get someone to understand what we're dealing with in terms of some past decisions that make, I remind them that we have an elementary school that can't even prepare meals. They have to be shipped into the school from a local high school. We've made a commitment to the community in Pompano that we will finish this school by the start of school year 27, and I'm going to keep this kind of front and center as we move forward. So is this, to me, this looks like great news. It's nice to get a piece of this project done. I just wanted to check, Mr. Superintendent, are we still on track with opening Markham in the fall of 2027?
Dr. Hep.
I'm getting a thumbs up from Ms. Paul. That means yes.
Yeah, and the reason it's 27 is there's a rebuild of the whole campus basically going on, and it's been delayed and delayed, and then debated some more, and then delayed, going back, a lot more than any member of the current leadership team. But it is a school with 600 kids that deserve completion, and they deserve us to live up to our commitment that we've made with this leadership team, and I'm glad we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor of item double J10 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously, minus Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Next item is double J15. Can I have a motion in a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have one public speaker, Dawn Molson.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Hepburn and school board members. My name is Dawn Musel. I'm here on behalf of the City of Coral Springs. I'd like to express our strong support for item JJ15, the continued partnership between Broward County Public Schools and the city to host the All-County Honor Music Concert Series. This annual concert series allows Broward County Public School students to showcase their incredible musical talents to the public, their families, and their peers. The City of Coral Springs deeply values this partnership and the opportunity it provides to celebrate excellence in education and the arts. We respectfully encourage your full support with a yes to vote on this item to ensure these meaningful experiences continue for students across Broward County. Thank you for your continued commitment to the arts and to our students' success. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Coral Springs and a number of other cities have always been big advocates for Broward County schools. I've attended this honor series in the past. It's fabulous, absolutely amazing what our young musicians can do. It's a lot of fun. I just want to make sure I put this in the right category. Is this the same rate, $17,000, that would have been charged to us if we were not a school district? Is there a discount to the point which I would like to say a special thank you to the City of Coral Springs, or is this full price that we're paying for this auditorium?
Dr. Hepburn.
I am not sure, and I don't see Mr. Akabuso. Ms. Paul has any of that information.
I think we would have to do a board follow-up on
Would you mind? It's not a school board meeting item, but I would love to make sure that we pay right respects to the City of Coral Springs based on what they do. Thank you.
Do you? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Joseph Lukauer, Applied Learning Supervisor, Music and Performing Arts. This is not only a discount. This is really, really discounted. They in past years, I think we looked back 5 or 6 years, it was $20,000. We came to them and we said, hey, we're in a tight spot. Can you help us out? And absolutely, they helped us out. So this is a discounted rate, something we expect of great partnerships. So we're very, very happy that we have this with them.
I appreciate that very much. And if the superintendent would like a suggestion, which I don't like to do very often, it might be nice to note that the city of Coral Springs has been such a great partner with that by either talking to their city manager or whomever makes sense, if that's right. Dr. Hepburn? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also just say thank you. I've been every year to one of the concerts, and it's such an amazing event. The students go one day. They're from all over the county, and they have a teacher they've never had before, and they play like they have been together forever. It's beautiful. So thank you, Mr. Lukehauser, for always organizing that, and thank you to Coral Springs for the great partnership. So thank you so much. All those in favor of item double J? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Alhuda.
Yes, I too would like to say thank you to the city of Coral Springs for the partnership. Thank you.
All those in favor of double J15 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 001. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No comment.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I just need to know more about this. This is something that seems odd to me, that Broward County contracts with somebody to advocate for a specific vendor for free, but we get a kickback. I don't like deals like that. I'm just going to be out there on a limb and say, if we are advocating for someone to sign up and take a class and it's $100 and we get $3 back, I want to let them pay $97 and not give us the money. I also do not want to put my logo on some vendor's web page just so that they give us some kind of kickback, as if that is like normal business practice. Unless Ed2Go is a vendor that we have assessed and we believe is the best for our community, I don't want Broward County Public Schools advocating for them. So that's my view on this. So, Chair, did we assess people in this space of the market and assess Ed2Go as a vendor that we believe is best in practice?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll ask Dr. Fulton and provide some details.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask Dr. Toomer to weigh in as well, too.
So, good evening, Board. Ted Toomer, Central Region Superintendent. Yes, there are no other companies, competitive companies, doing this in partnership with other schools. The only other institution in our area that does is Broward Community College. But this is for our adult students, and it's for lifelong learning. So this is what Ed2Go does, and this is how it services the community.
Terrific. I'm not going to support this. I do not like selling our logo. I don't like collecting a little tiny piece of money that kind of insinuates that, that this is a normal business practice. I think we are a government agency. If we want to look at something and tell people that it's great, I don't need the vendor to pay us to do that, because it seems like they're paying us to advocate for them in a way that I just don't think passes muster with me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? All those in favor of 001 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Just 2 dissenting votes. Dr. Zeman and Mrs. Alhada. Motion carries. Okay, the next item is 005. Can I have a motion and a second?
Chair, are you skipping 003?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's because it's not on the paper. Sorry. Can I have a motion and a second on 003? Second. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Any public comment?
One registered speaker, Felicia Schumann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. Hepburn, and esteemed board leaders. I just want to briefly speak about this science software. It says that it's just for K through 5, and it's pretty expensive. The proposed cost of it is $1,780,500. $1,780,583.85 is a significant investment for a program that will only serve grades K through 5. For that amount, we could be exploring other tools. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Our committees are a vital part of our district. Specific acumen and experience that each of our members contain and their views are welcome information for this board member to see the whole picture before a vote. The same goes for our employees. They are the professionals or working with our students or at facilities and can see firsthand what contracts, what software, et cetera, actually are working and those that don't. 003, teachers prefer Generation Genius, kind of similar to the Bill Nye the Science Guy. This approach is more engaging for our students. They prefer that instead of progress learning, and the format itself is an easier one for the kids to follow along. I appreciate the survey. I do. I know that a lot of time was spent on that, but I'd like to know if the survey asked them about just progress learning or also asked about Generation Genius, or was there a space for them to write in what they would prefer? Spending $1.7 million is a lot, and we should be making sure that the product is great and preferred by teachers and students.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Cohn.
Good morning, or actually it's good afternoon. Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. So we annually provide a survey to teachers on the current software that the district has adopted or schools have purchased. I do not believe we've actually questioned or surveyed them on Generation Genius, but what I'll tell you is regarding progress learning, we've done a lot of data analysis around this efficacy, and we've attributed it to a significant improvement in our science scores. It's also aligned to the state standards, the fifth grade science standards. I can't tell you about Generation Genius. We've actually done a lot of school interviews, surveys with teachers aligning progress learning to that specific one. We also know that progress learning is in multiple large districts in Florida. It's state approved. It's one of our supplemental materials. It also is tightly aligned to the fifth grade science assessment. One of the things we also liked about progress learning is it's attuned to iReady, meaning that when a student takes the assessment, it actually creates a learning path for them so that they could equally prepare themselves for those standards and benchmarks. It is one of the only assessments, K through 5, that actually has an assessment that builds upon each grade level so that the teacher or the students are not catching up to the students when they get into fifth grade, which has been part of our issue, is that science only gets assessed in fifth grade because that's what the state provides. But we know that grades 3 through 4 has science assessed standards that have to be taught with fidelity in order for it to get to fifth grade. So progress learning does exactly that. It actually prepares the students from K through 5 to make sure that they get science instruction, and we are able to see if science instruction is being taught with fidelity across the grade levels so that one teacher, one grade level is not being held accountable for the assessment.
Right, and thank you. I do know that the older grades, 3 through 5th, when I heard from elementary school teachers in the past week, they were saying 3 through 5 definitely has that matchability. However, for the first grade teachers and the second grade teachers, their students' attention span is not as well acclimated to get into that particular program for the progress testing. And according to the teachers, iReady and Discovery and also the Generation Genius, those actually attune to themselves better to the younger classes. So that, just a heads up, because I understand that what the state is requiring and when they're going to have that test, but if we're able to firm up the younger grades and give them a better foundation, I think we'd be moving in a good direction. But I do want to make sure that we're listening to our teachers who are the experts in the classroom. Yeah. So thank you.
I appreciate it, and I'll actually look into that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, and I appreciate School Member Rupert's comments. I have some similar ones. First, though, Chair, did we adopt the new science program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
So Progress to Learning, we're a year into it, so this will be our second year of district-wide purchase.
And when we did the district-wide science adoption, was there no assessment option with that?
No, because it's the adopted course. So like all adopted course, they have formative assessments that come along with the adopted core. So our math, our ELA also have many assessments built into it. So yes, that one does too.
I think this is expensive. I'm not a fan of more assessments. I am a fan of helping teachers identify what instruction to follow through. I love the link to iReady. I love it with being in the state standards. I don't like assessments, particularly kindergarten, first grade, second grade. We already, in my opinion, assess kids way too often. It takes way too much of the instructional year. We only have them 180 days. We do PM1, PM2, and PM3, and then all kinds of other assignments all year long. I will submit a question formally to add up how many Broward does. Like when we do a K-12 student, how many assessment tests are there in the way? I think it's a lot. There's a recent school district in Florida that stopped and looked at it, and they have 113 assessments over the 13 years. That's a lot of time. Chair, aren't there quizzes and tests and other ways to assess whether or not K through 2 students are keeping up with the science curriculum standards?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Cohn.
Yes, there are. There are through performance matters, which is what the Progress Learning is actually doing. So again, I'm going to liken Progress Learning to iReady. So what iReady does is it provides a diagnostic at the beginning and a learning path, which is what we all love about it, right? And then students do get to take the assessments. But I do want to clarify one thing as it relates to Progress Learning. K through 2 do not take assessments in science with Progress Learning. It is really meant to make sure that they get enriched, they get access to, and they are able to differentiate within that science instructional block. So they do not get assessed like 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade.
Terrific. The other question I have, what evidence do we have that this works?
We have.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Sorry. I know you're dying to talk, Dr. Cohn, and I'm dying to hear your wisdom on this. You know, saying that students improve 5% from one year to the next is very consistent with what we got in ELA. It's very consistent, actually a little less than what we got in math last year. This is a district that's getting better every year. So what I'm curious about is how do we know this is part of the recipe that is really driving that improvement in science proficiency?
Dr. Hepburn, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
So we do thorough research on all supplemental resources, and when we come to the board, or when I come to the board to speak about the academic initiatives and the supplemental materials, that's going to be one of them. So our adopted core is our Tier 1 instruction. Our supplemental material for science is going to be Progress Learning. Our data over the past 2 years, and so we're going into year 2 of this piece. If you look at our science data from last year to this year, we went from 45 when we didn't have Progress Learning, the percentage, the district in 2023 to 57% as a district. That's a big gap. If you break it by region, who are all using this program, they all went up incrementally by 4 to 5 percentage points in science. And we're attributing that not only to the science curriculum, which is supplemental, and we just adopted Discovery this year, so we don't have the data for that. But we do know the last adopted core, we were behind 3 to 4 years in its adoption, so we had to fill in a lot of gaps with supplemental materials to fill in to make sure that those standards were aligned. Progress Learning filled in those gaps, and we have the data to support it.
Was Progress Learning implemented at the beginning of the year for which you're citing data?
Absolutely.
I note, Mr. Superintendent, that there's a tremendous uptick in the use of assignments in 4th and 5th grade, and not a lot of usage. For example, in grade 1, there were 3,500 assignments completed with this software. Either that indicates that, you know, K through 2 doesn't need a whole lot of help because they're getting it, or that we don't have rigorous standards, or a whole bunch of other things. But there's a huge increase in the use in grades 3 through 5. I'm leery when these items come up again in the future, I'll spend some more time ahead of time. I just feel like we have a lot of assessments, and when we do an adoption in a whole area, I hope that we can get the whole kit rather than having to do an adoption and then also buying other capabilities. Appreciate the time. Thanks, Chair.
Could I expand on that for a little bit? So there is a reason why we see science instruction not being taught K through 2 with fidelity. It's because of the number of minutes in the day. And so when you have classrooms in schools where students, based on fast PM data in math and ELA, who are behind, students, or teachers rather, are choosing to take or remove some of that science time for a double dose in ELA, a double dose in math. And that's where that lower quartile in ELA and math. So they're making conscious decisions to say, I'm going to plug in where science would be taught, I'm going to plug in an additional block of math and ELA. So we're working with the regions where we're actually intersecting and integrating math and ELA where appropriate. Science standards could be plugged in. And so progress learning helps us to see where gaps exist, where there's a preponderance of students who are not meeting standards, where teachers have to choose one or the other, and we're trying to make sure that they know when they're choosing one or the other, here's a compromise to integrate it into it. So that's a discussion we just had at our BOI meeting with the regional SUPs around that piece. So I will tell you that it's very critical that we don't leave it to one grade level to plug it in.
I appreciate that conversation. And Chair, I'm always struck by the conversation about instructional hours and instructional quality. Two of those things really matter a lot, and I hope that we keep them front and center as we're talking about academics in our workshops and on our school board meetings. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on 003? Okay, all those in favor of 003 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting vote. The next item is 005. Can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I do believe that item was withdrawn from the agenda.
Oh,
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
That was withdrawn.
okay. It'd be nice if we, as Dr. Zeman said, if you could give us what was withdrawn at the last minute because it's confusing.
You need the list.
Yes, okay. So the next item is 006. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's
No
been
comment.
Moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
I skipped ahead. No public comment.
Thank you, Dr. Mr. Severa.
Chair, may I speak last?
Okay, Dr. Holness.
Okay, Madam Chair, for this item, in terms of painting, I just wanted to also mention to Dr. Hepburn that as we proceed to do this, that the redefining process is aligned with the priority of what gets painted first and so on and so forth. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question about the prioritization of painting. And I just note that this board has spent, I don't know, dozens and dozens of hours talking about FTE growth. And I hear a lot from the community that they drive by some of our schools and it just doesn't look like a place they want to stop and take a tour. Is there a way to combine those two ideas and make sure that the prioritization that we have for these funds would be to, in some selective way, find some schools that suffer from, you know, what they look like from the outside and our schools that we'd like to add FTE? Could we prioritize those schools as part of our plan to win back enrollment?
Dr. Hepburn.
I have Ms. Paul and her team go over the prioritization or criteria for the schedule.
Mr. Dorsett, if you can address those issues.
Good afternoon, Mark Dorsett, Executive Director, Physical Plant Operations. Yes, we can reprioritize some of the sites if you'd like, if that's the will of the board. What we did was we took on a certain criteria to determine the schedule that you see in front of you. So it's based on age, current condition, a gamut of of criteria. So that's the list we came up with, but if it needs to be reprioritized, we can sit down and figure that out.
I think there's a lot of ways to prioritize things. Focusing on gyms and auditoriums. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, you have some interior painting, and then you have some exterior painting. And that's how we decided the interior is prioritized for the interior work and so forth for the exterior. So it's not a combination between interior and exterior for both lists of painting projects.
Terrific. And I'm not trying to change dramatically the list. I'm just introducing a new priority that ought to be considered in conjunction with the other ones that you've done, that just says we're really in deficit in a number of schools from the way they look to people not wanting to go in and visit them. And to the extent that we can identify some schools that are under-enrolled, that have kind of a real problem with the way they present, and it's not just painting, it's 3 levels of fencing, it's lack of landscaping, it's very little attention to where people drive by the school. So we have schools where the busy street you drive by and all you see is chillers and but drainage areas. And that has an impact on people looking at that. When you drive past a charter school, doesn't happen. They're really conscious of kind of the way their schools look, as are private schools. I just want to adopt some of those principles when we make prioritizations like this, so that we're doing everything we can to win back enrollment.
Will do.
Okay, Mr. Severa. Oh, well, actually, Mrs. Al-Hadaf wanted to go. Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Thank you. So I don't want to change the list, because those schools on that list have been waiting a really long time on that for the schools. But as far as painting, I do have a question in regards to, when you paint a school, you're thinking not to do it in piecemeal, like, oh, I'm going to paint the inside this year, and then 8 years later, I'm going to paint the outside, and then 5 years later, the gymnasium's going to be painted. If the school is going to be painted, the whole thing should be painted, inside, outside, whatever needs to be painted, and done completely instead of piecemealing it. So my question is, are we piecemealing it, or are we trying to do this completely?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So as you know, we've had extensive conversations about painting across the district. Our intent is to improve the curb appeal, improve, the way the facility looks. So this is our attempt to do that in an organized manner. Your question is, are we painting the whole building at every school that's on the list? The real answer is probably not, because it's a function of money, but we're going to paint the ones that have not been touched in a very long time, and we're going to assess it as we go out. So, if it needs painting, yes, we're going to paint it. But again, we have limited funds, so this is our really first real attempt to create a painting program on a schedule. And so I definitely appreciate your feedback and your input, and all of those emails that you send when you pass by a building. We get those, and we definitely consider them. We try to take care of them as we can. But this is trying to put us on a systemic program throughout. So we will definitely consider that. But again, we don't have the funding at this point to paint everything we need to paint. We'll start with the worst ones and then work our way down.
And to Dr. Zeman's point with the private school, I know I was at a private school and I saw just a regular maintenance guy who was walking around with a bucket, because they needed to make sure every little piece of that school was painted and fresh and looks beautiful. So I would love to see the paint job to be done entirely when we're going out of school. I understand the cost is an issue. I think that's something that needs to be brought back to the board so we can prioritize our budget. Thank you.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to give a kudos on this one. because when I had opened this executive summary and all of the attachments, there was actually a breakdown with numbers and a spec and a target date and additional information regarding the project. So I felt a lot better reviewing something and having a full understanding about how this $10 million is going to be spent because of these exhibits. I wish that we can get stuff like this a lot more with these multi-million-dollar contracts that we're constantly being asked to vote upon. I certainly appreciate the transparency from the staff. It made it a lot easier to digest and understand and to explain. I would also note on these evaluations, the supplier product evaluation forms. Unlike the last agenda item when I referenced these, it looks like all of these vendors scored 4s and 5s on their evaluations. So I'm encouraged to see that the district is deciding to do business with these folks who are scoring 4s out of 5s on their evaluations. Those are certainly the people that I want to do business with. So I appreciate the transparency. I appreciate the calculations and the numbers. And perhaps more importantly, Chair, I think our constituents appreciate the transparency as well.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 006, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 008. Can I have a motion and a second?
So move.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No comments.
Mr. Severa.
This is the print service. I'm satisfied. I apologize.
Okay. All those in favor of item 008, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting vote, Mrs. Al-Haddad. Can I have a motion and a second on 0013?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. I pulled this just to remind everybody it is a memo to vote down. So, all those in favor of 0013 say aye. Great job. All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Motion fails unanimously. Next item is 0014. Can I have a motion and
So
a
moved.
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Spolman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to procurement for the board follow-up. We got the numbers which support that this is, we're definitely getting the best pricing based on what the pricing is that other school districts are engaged in. So I appreciate having that. That makes the decision a lot easier. I actually just noticed that there was a little typo, and so I wanted to make a motion to
I was going to mention
amend
that. Thank you for pointing that out. I was going to
Okay.
mention that.
So I would like to move to correct the items requested, the recommended action to approve additional spending authority of, to amend it from 580,000 to 550,000.
No, I think it's
Oh, I'm sorry, the agenda has it wrong?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay, so I thought we were saving money. To
We could.
amend the agenda from 550,000 to 580,000 to reflect what it says in the
Second.
executive summary.
I just have a quick question to Ms. Shock Adams. Because I believe it's just wrong on the agenda, but not on the actual item. Correct. Do we have to actually make a motion for that? Because I know in the past we have not.
I don't think that it would hurt to go ahead and motion it because the executive summary needs to be corrected. The executive summary contains the recommended action that you all are voting on. So if that is incorrect.
No, I think that's correct. It's just what's written on the agenda. Like when you see this paper, it's written wrong in here, but it's right on all the items.
So that would be, so it's correct on the recommended action within the executive summary,
Yes.
but it's wrong on the summary agenda. Then that does not need a motion. If you do move it, that's not going to be any harm. I've seen that has happened before, and that's created some confusion because sometimes a person's looking at the executive summary as opposed to the summary itself. So as long as you mention to go ahead and make a correction, that'll be fine.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn can make that correction?
Yes, we can make that correction.
Okay, perfect.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Mrs. Bowman, was that it?
That was it. I was just trying to
Chair?
help us out.
Yes.
I believe it's in the sheet of the paper that you had signed. That's why we were trying to make the motion to change that sheet. I think it goes beyond the executive summary.
Oh, where's that?
So, yeah, you have to be specific about, because that wasn't what the motion was for.
Well, I was confused because I thought that it
No,
was
it's not. I don't think it's you.
amount.
It's probably us.
Yeah, please expound, Mr. Sullivan.
Where does?
I have to get the sheet from Ms. Bowman. I gave it to her.
So just to clarify, the cover page
Oh.
or the what we call the R or the cover page, which the chair after the meetings sign off on, that is actually incorrect within the requested action.
So,
Okay,
so
so
what,
that's-
what are we calling this?
Cover page.
Okay, so I move to amend the requested action cover page to additional spending authority of $580,000.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. I am, like Board Member Bowman, also appreciative of the follow-up that was given. I know we had this discussion at a recent workshop. While I think this is a astronomical amount of money to pay for the services, if that's what market dictates, it is what it is. So I am appreciative of the breakdown that was provided. And I also am very satisfied to see that the supplier product evaluation form that was given in the packet indicates that this particular provider has ranked in the very good category, so 4 out of 5. So kudos to them, and I'm glad that the district continues to do business with people who score well on their evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 0014 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 0015. Can I have a motion in a second?
Moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
Kimberly Moorhorn is registered, but I don't see her in the audience.
Okay. Right. And I pulled it to vote down, but Mrs. Rupert also, did you want to speak on it?
No, I don't need to. I just wanted it withdrawn, so thank you.
Okay. Okay. So again, this is a memo to vote down. All those in favor of the item say aye.
Aye. Oops, excuse me. Caught me, Chair.
All those opposed say no. No. Motion fails unanimously. The next item is 0018. Can I have a motion
So
in a
moved.
second? Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. So just as a couple minutes ago I was providing kudos on the painting and restoration breakdowns, I've stumbled across 0018 in my preparation for today's meeting on the flooring materials, and no such breakdown exists in this one, unfortunately. So we're being asked to approve $6 million without a breakdown as to how exactly this money is being spent, the specific schools. What I would request or would like to see on things like this, Chair, Ms. Paul was very accommodating last go around with our landscaping and maintenance and service agreement. That was also a high ticket item. I brought up some concerns I had with the amounts of money, where it was being spent, who was spending it, how was it being used, and the like. Ms. Paul came up with a fantastic solution in creating a website in order to provide more transparency to the public and to our constituents as to how those monies were being spent. In this particular item, I don't see anything like that. I would like to see where the money is being spent as far as the flooring is concerned. We're only on this one, Chair, being given a basically a pricing spreadsheet as to the product cost, but I don't know which vendor is using what. I don't know where the money is going. So I'd like some more information on that and to see if it's a possibility that we can get additional information sent out to the public so they understand where this $6 million is going.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
the $6 million is going towards our work orders that we have in our system for flooring repairs, laminate, carpet, and so forth. So that's part of our work order maintenance program. In addition, it also supports the DEFP. So we have projects that are in the DEFP, our capital program, that this $6 million support. So I would have to give you a list of all the work orders in the system that requires flooring replacement, as well as a schedule for the DEFP over the next 5 years. This is for not 5 years, but for 22 months, I believe. So, you know, we have issues that we don't plan that we have to respond to. So the $6 million goes towards that.
You'd mentioned work orders. Do we have an idea, one way or another, what percentage of the $6 million is going to be used specifically to address the work orders, as opposed to just holding this money for a rainy day?
So it is. We would have to pull that report for work orders throughout the district, and in terms of holding this for a rainy day, we will spend every dime of it because we have major flooring issues across the district. So we can provide you with the big ticket items, as well as the work orders that schools consistently put in. We're running a city here, so the number of buildings we have, this is definitely, the $6 million is not sufficient, but this is what our ask is.
Understood. And I think for members of the general public who want to know where their taxpayer dollars are going, I would like to see something similar to what you offered up last time with the grounds and landscaping agreements that I think we approved for $11 million, if I'm not mistaken. You did a good job of offering a breakdown as to where all those funds were going. I'd like to see something similar, Ms. Paul, if possible, in regards to this contract as well.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I know that there's a law that allows us to piggyback a lot of stuff, and there are 14,000 school districts in the U.S. and 200,000 local and county governments. When you put them all together, I'm just always suspicious of things like commodities, like flooring is, something that's bought by millions of buyers and is provided by thousands of providers, that we can't find the time to compete wherever possible. How were these? So this is a piggyback. We did not compete this. We just went out and found someone else's contract. How did we pick this contract to piggyback on, and how did we pick these vendors, Mannington and Shaw?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
So I asked the same question, so thank you for that question. Apparently, there's been a history of having contractors, especially in flooring, that have not been reliable or the quality of service. And so the district, over time, has used this piggyback to improve the level of service and the quality of service to the district. So I'll let Mr. Dorsett take it after there from now for the rest of the explanation, but the piggyback is already, as you know, already negotiated. We're not having to spend money to put out an RFQ, but because of the past history, that's why they've gone over the past few years with this piggyback. But Mr. Dorsett, if you can provide additional context.
Yes, good afternoon again. Mark Dorsett, Executive Director, Physical Plant Operations. The reason why we went to this piggyback is back in 2012, we were having a tremendous amount of problems with the local flooring contract. Some of the products that they were using, it was substandard. We had a myriad of issues with local participation. We wanted to involve more of the manufacturer so we can maintain that warranty, that lifetime warranty, or however long the warranty is. And those manufacturers have local vendors that they work for. So you would have like a Mannington or Shaw or something like that, and you would have a local vendor who works with Mannington, and they provide the services for us. And then we will capitalize on the backing of the strength of the size of the company.
Is there a amount of time between observing poor performance and executing another $6 million contract that is sufficiently long that you'd actually like to go out and get a competitive process going? 13 years is a long time, right? You're talking 2012 when we had problems with local vendors. Now, 13 years later, we're still using that experience to piggyback. And again, piggybacks are useful if they are researched and analyzed and they offer great value to Broward County schools. In general, though, you get better pricing and better service and better quality if you go out and compete and let 100 people figure out how could they guarantee the quality and the warranties and things like that, rather than just doing this. In my own experience, 13 years is probably a little too long to continue to be reacting to insufficient performance 2012 and below. But I just I'm just trying to find a way so that the board can always feel confident that non-competitive awards, while legal for school districts to do, are really in the best interest of the school board. And I'm just not satisfied we're at that point yet. Here we're using experience from 13 years ago to say we're going to keep piggybacking. It may be we're having excellent performance from these folks, but they may not be the low price. And so I just put this in the not quite resolved bucket, not because of this item, but because this process, we continue to do a gross majority of our contracting without competing. And competition is, in general, a very good thing for government agencies.
Thank you. I pulled the item because I have a question. So this is for the PPO. The request is for the PPO budget, but my question is, do schools have to pay PPO when the flooring is repaired? Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
No, that's a maintenance issue. So one of the things that Dr. Zeman, the answer is no, but one of the things that Dr. Zeman brought up was we're just not relying on the situations that happened back in 2022 or 2012. Part of the experience with flooring is we need to make sure that we purchase the right products to put on the floors and so forth. By going through these major manufacturers the way we are, we have that guarantee that we get the right information, we use the right product on it, and they back up their product. We were not getting that with local vendors. And so we leverage the expertise of these major manufacturers. I understand what you're saying. You would like to do RFQs and so forth, as do I, but sometimes piggybacks just make sense, and this is one of those times. And then another question you brought up is that I would work with Ms. Andrea to actually see the number of piggybacks we actually use on my side of the house and give you a reference point. And so we would not be making those assumptions that we use more piggybacks than we do RFQs. So that's something I would love to do a board follow-up if you would want that.
Yep, and I may not be able to contribute anything to this conversation because I'm not the PPO expert, but I can tell you from my experience in walking schools, walking with principals and leaders, one of the issues, too, that I think is the issue of the past 2012 and before is the stock of whatever companies were used in the past. If you walk some of our schools, the linoleum tiles that oftentimes have to be repaired because of the whatever manufacturer or whatever businesses were used prior to 2012, they don't have those in stock anymore, right? And so the larger manufacturers that we're working with manufacture and keep our floors consistent with the same type of linoleum tile or whatever the flooring is. Because if you walk some of our schools, you're like, okay, why is this random tiles in the floor versus what was actually put down in the beginning? So,
just to my concern about non-competitive bidding, though, we could have done an RFQ and limited it to manufacturers of flooring, and those people would have bid, and we would be more comfortable with a competitive process limited to the people that you really want. There are many more besides Mannington and Shaw, and we don't have any confidence right now that we're getting the best price because we didn't compete it. We just went out and picked these two, and they charge us whatever they want to charge. I understand why we did it. I'm just expressing again that we need more to be confident that what we're doing in fact makes sense.
Well, back to my question. So I appreciate the answer that they don't have to reimburse PPO, but that's not what I have been told when I go to the schools, and it seems like it's kind of double jeopardy. So if a school needs, I'm going to use an example because it happened at one of the schools, carpeting in the band room, and they get carpeting because the carpet's molded, they had a flood or something, they had to replace it. They were told that they had to cover the cost of the labor. So we are not requiring that.
If it's a maintenance issue, then that's covered under PPO, under our capital program. If it's a preference where they just want to put new carpet because they want new carpet, then that's a new project, and they would be responsible for that.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. All those in favor of item 0018 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously minus Ms. Thompson. The next item is P1. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Any public comment on P1?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have two registered speakers, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh and Jackie Luscombe.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I'm glad I asked for an update on my request for whether this was a public hearing or not, because I literally just got the response. So I guess we won't have answers. I did send 2 emails in advance of this meeting with my concerns. I, of course, did not get a response. The first is on the follow-up log. It was put under workshops, and as you know, because we've been sitting in a regular school board meeting all day, not a workshop, there are many times, and I provided examples, when you might direct the superintendent to do something. So my request was to move it under general rules so it's clear that the follow-up log is for any time you've asked for something, requested information at a workshop, at a public hearing, at a regular meeting, and that they have a way of tracking it. And the verbiage that they use kind of calls into question whether they understood, or maybe they understood what Dr. Zeman was asking for, but are pretending not to understand, so that they bring him, progress monitoring on students as opposed to the actual status of the item at hand. I don't know, and the way it's worded, God only knows what you'll get. So that was one issue. Putting the follow-up log under general rules and maybe having Dr. Zeman, who's usually very articulate, but that day they basically took exactly what you said and threw it into the policy, and it doesn't make sense. They added stuff to it, so it doesn't come across well. And I'm going to say this again about volunteers. Volunteers are not random members of the public that roll up off of the avenue and come in here. There's a whole Volunteer Protection Act. That's a state statute, and that's on top of the public. So there is a section. I appreciate that committee reports was pulled out, but it doesn't go far enough to make it clear to everybody that if a volunteer, an advisory chair or designee comes in here and during the quarterly meeting with the school board, and yes, I'm in favor of continuing monthly. Nobody said they wanted it quarterly. If you want to have them participate electronically, that would be a huge help, but that wasn't what I heard. So with the chairs, they could be sitting in a quarterly meeting. Jackie might speak. Oh, there's Jackie. Jackie might speak to additional items. I historically would always speak to facilities and audit-related items. That is within the scope of our responsibilities as chairs, so it needs to be a separate section. And then I'm going to have to share this a response to someone named Prettyman. You can give the superintendent guidelines and should, and especially if you refer back to the definitions in 120.52, number 8, A through F. You don't want whole-blown procedures, but there's nothing stopping you from having direction. And the section, I think it's 9A5.
Thank you.
Personal insults may be related to board business.
Next, Mrs. Luscombe.
Good afternoon, Jackie Luscombe. I urge you to all vote no to the draft, and here's why. On page 14, there is language that would change the cadence of advisory and committee chair reports to the board from monthly to quarterly. That language resulted from board discussion when this policy was workshopped last month, during which a couple of you suggested that advisory chairs had expressed a desire for this and that cutting reports would be helpful to us. Firstly, if those board members who stated that were trying to look out for our interests, thank you, but there had not been discussion with us about it. I have yet to find an advisory chair who has expressed that they want our ability to report reduced to only a quarterly opportunity and that we would find it helpful. It would, in fact, achieve the opposite. We need the ability to be heard on the issues we bring forward, not just formal recommendations, which you have the opportunity to pursue or not, but the community feedback, concerns, trending themes, topics, and thoughts. Parent and community involvement is not something you should be seeking to reduce. It is part of what we exist to do. It is part of what scaffolds the continuous improvement of our public school system. If any chairs expressed a wish to not have to report monthly, I, and I'm sure others, are ready and happy to assist them on how to instead submit their report in writing or virtually, which are already options in policy. I can maybe, I don't know, but connect the dots to where this has come from, which I found out today and might explain things, I'm not sure. Whereas the board has discussed before whether monthly advisory reports should be mandatory and decided that they should, I gather that has maybe been new and separate conversations since then in which it may have been suggested that the board should consider making our reports mandatory only quarterly. If this is what has occurred and it's been translated to this proposal now to remove monthly reporting altogether, that might explain it, I don't know. But for me, as chair of ESE Advisory, it's a no to this proposal. I've spoken also with the chairs of District Advisory, North and South Area Advisories. I gather Central is also against it too. Gifted, Technology Advisory, I believe the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, Facilities Task Force, and the Human Relations Committee. I know at least one of those did have a proposal they wanted looked at for making quarterly, monthly reporting optional. I'm not speaking to that today. Things that we do want to see are for the time that's allocated to our advisory reports to be consistent on the agenda, for us to be able to see that board members are listening when we're speaking, and for there to be a mechanism through which advisory and committee recommendations and concerns can get response from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our public speakers.
I think we have one more. Mary Furdy.
Sorry, I just kind of came flying in. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just wanted to talk about the reporting. I am here in many capacities, one on the superintendent's task force. We discussed the importance of having that opportunity for committees to be able to talk monthly and convey to you something in a timely manner if it was necessary. So love the new format, but the quarterly is probably a long time between reports, and having the opportunity monthly would be, I think, a better way to ensure that you're getting community input in a timely manner. I've done this for a long time, as you know. So for 35 years, there's always been an agenda item on monthly meetings. I mean, on your meeting agenda, once a month for committees to give reports. And that doesn't mean every committee comes up and gives a report, but if they have something, and some committees, obviously like DAC and ESE, are going to have more frequent reports. But it's there if they need to. And I feel like that has worked really well, particularly in conjunction with the new format. So I would encourage you however you change your policy to make sure that you're allowing for committees to come to you once a month. And make that, and if they don't have something to say, okay, but many of your committees, I know, I'm just going to point to Jackie because I know she has a lot of stuff that is timely and you need to hear in a timely way. So I would encourage you to do that. On some committees in particular, like the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, only meets the night before your meeting where you get this report. So if we had to have something in sooner than that or whatever, you would be having more of a time delay. Bottom line is your committees are important to you because they bring you information. Just ensure that the opportunity to present that information to you occurs in a regular and timely manner. And thank you. And I feel the same way personally. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's it for public comment. I don't normally go first, but I'm going to go first because I have two motions for this. So I would like to make a motion to change the quarterly meetings back to monthly on page 14.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion?
Yes, I forgot to mention one thing which is pertinent to that, which is that District Advisory passed a motion unanimously also calling for the monthly reporting to be preserved, and that motion originally came up from Central Area. I did just want to highlight again what I've heard at least one chair say, that they would not want monthly reporting to be mandatory, but I believe you've had that conversation before, so I won't speak to that, but I just wanted to flag it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board member discussion on the motion?
Just point to the page number, though, before we
It's
get
page
into
14.
on the red line or the final?
I'm sorry. I think it's on the red line. Let me go find it. Page 14 on the red. I'm on the red line, so it
I
was
believe it's on
originally
page
monthly,
13.
and it
13 of 6.
Thank you, school board member Severa.
Yes. So it was present committee reports at the first school board workshop. It said monthly, and now it says quarterly. So I'd like to change quarterly back to monthly. That was the motion.
You had a second.
Mrs. Leonardi, page 13, not 14. Sorry.
Would that make the monthly report go back to making the monthly reporting mandatory then?
So I would just say, I don't know. We had this discussion and we said they're volunteers. Nothing is ever mandatory. If they come to the meeting, they have the opportunity to give the report. If they're not there, they can send it in writing, but there's nothing we can do to hold them accountable. So I don't think we ever called it mandatory in the first place. We had a long discussion about that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. As the policy is written today before us without this motion, would committees be able to still submit their reports to us, submit written reports to us monthly?
Yes, yeah. None of that changes.
Okay, so if we were to pass the policy without this motion as is, we could still get monthly reports from the committees in a written form rather than a verbal form.
Yeah, I don't think it's written that way in the policy, but sure.
Okay. I am respectfully opposed to the motion. I think when I made this suggestion originally, and when the majority of my colleagues agreed, I did so in the vein of trying to work smarter, not harder. And despite what we are hearing now, we did repeatedly hear from our volunteers that it was onerous to show up every month. I think the policy as it stands allows for a more thoughtful and a smarter way of working. We have our quarterly workshops with the students, and they have been incredibly productive. I believe that the committee chairs and our appointees to the committees have a lot of access to bring issues to the superintendent and to board members. I know that my appointees submit monthly reports to me, I would imagine, and I guess I would ask if the superintendent's office is in communication with the committee chairs on, a monthly basis.
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Sullivan?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
Is the superintendent's office in monthly communication with the committee chairs? Do they correspond with the committee chairs on a monthly basis?
I don't know if I would say monthly, but it's continuously, and he does meet with several of them individually quite often.
When issues are brought via committee reports every month, are those issues new issues that the superintendent is hearing about for the first time?
It depends on the issue. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I think I can speak for the superintendent. He prefers that when issues arise, that they're brought to his attention immediately and not in some kind of cadence of meetings.
Okay, that's my understanding as well. And I can speak from personal experience when, my appointees to different committees certainly reach out to me as issues arise as well. I have a feeling that this is not going this policy is not going to pass as is today, but I do want us to think about, again, working smarter, not harder, and being more strategic with our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on the motion, Mr. Severe? Okay, Mr. Severe.
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion. I think it should be monthly. And I think an incredible amount of work goes into what our volunteers do. And this is something that they do because they're passionate about it. This is obviously something that they're not doing for a paycheck. They're taking time out of their days. They're taking time away from their families to do these things. And having those monthly reports reported back to us is extremely valuable. I pay attention to those things. I listen to them. I take notes on them. I try to take suggestions when I get them. It gives our hardworking volunteers a voice. And from what I understand, it is not a mandate. So, I mean, if there is a committee that doesn't want to do it every month, they don't have to. I think the majority of them want to. And I think if they want to do it, we should provide that outlet. And to handcuff those folks who want to give us information under the guise of if it's too much information, there's no such thing as too much information. There's really not. You choose what you want to do with the information. If you want to use it, great. Fantastic. If you want to delete the email without looking at the email, that's your prerogative too. But the reality is I'm a huge fan of getting as much information as I possibly can, especially from our hardworking volunteers that comprise these committees and take time out of their day to do something that they're very, very passionate about and share it with us. So I appreciate the responses I got on this. I appreciate the feedback. I've heard you. We've gotten a lot of emails on this, and I apologize if I haven't answered all of them, but I've certainly have heard you. And I am in favor, Chair, of the motion, because in my mind, there's just no such thing as too much information. There's really not. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for making this motion. I pointed out at the workshop I thought this would happen because when it was discussed, none of our committee chairs were actually here. And I just don't think that was the right way to go about it. I do think it's incredibly valuable to have our committee chairs come up and speak, not only for our information, but also for the public's information. If you watch the comments on our Facebook Lives, people respond to the things that the chairs are saying. It's a way to get more information out. And I do feel that it's our responsibility as board members to make sure that our community is aware of the situations happening and that we are listening and we are taking action on what they say. So I'm in favor of the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 Can we do a roll call?
Roll call on the motion. School board members: Severa,
Yes.
Hickson,
Yes.
Honus,
Yes.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
Yes.
Thompson, Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
Thank you. I have one more motion. And let's see. So I move on the first page under general rules or letter, H. So it's on page 2 of 16 on the red line. It says if the school board chair is absent, the vice chair will commence the meeting or workshop. If both the chair and vice chair are absent, then the superintendent of schools shall preside over the process for selecting a chair pro tempore by a majority vote of the school board members. So I move to change that last part to say after are absent, then the most recent past chair shall preside over the meeting. Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion? And I'll tell you the reason. In order to have a vote, in order to get another chair, that takes a lot of time. If there is a past chair that's able to step in when both the chair and vice chair aren't here, it is what we did in practice for a long time. It just wasn't in policy, so that's why I'm making the motion. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion passes with one dissenting vote. Okay. All right. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, we're still on the PP1, right? I'm sorry? Double P1. Correct. Sorry about that. Okay. Madam Chair, let me see. Is there anyone else who needs to speak? I have to get my notes together here.
I can go to the next person, Mrs. Rupert.
It was just accomplished.
Thank you. Perfect.
Oh, Madam Chair? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some clarity on page 8 of the redlined document. Number 1, it says a single speaker may not exceed 12 minutes in total per meeting or workshop, not including their general public speaking comment. This is the piece that I want clarity on. If any motion is introduced, the speaker is allowed 1 additional minute to speak on that motion. So I guess my question is, like, what is that? What is the 1 additional minute? Like, is that 1 minute on the motion? Is that 1 additional minute added to the 12 minutes?
Dr. Fulton.
I think,
Mrs. Sullivan.
Yeah, sure. I was going to say Ms. Batista could jump in, but I believe the way it's worded, it doesn't count towards the 12 minutes as it's currently written.
And I believe that was the discussion that we had also. They have 12 minutes for public comment, but they get that 1 minute for any motion that's made extra.
So that's added to the 12 minutes. Yes. So if they're doing, but they get 3 minutes for the motion.
They get 3 minutes for the item, and if there's additional motions,
they get 1 minute of total speaking time for the motion.
Each motion.
Made on the day.
Each motion.
Okay, and we've been giving people just 1 minute to speak on each motion? Okay. And that, so then I guess can we clarify, can we add some more clarifying language to that to say that that the speaking on the motions don't count towards the 12 minutes? Do we need to add that? Or I just feel like it's very unclear.
Ms. Batista?
Yes, so the way that it's written right now, it definitely could be interpreted as that 1 minute is an additional minute added to the 12 total minutes. So it's up to the board whether you would like to include that minute as part of the total 12 or make it an additional time to the speaker's time. So
Okay.
whichever way the board would like to go, I think that
So it'd be-
more language would be appropriate to.
So would that be an extra sentence added saying that this minute, that minute does not count towards the time limit, or it does?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you just, I'm sorry, jump in, just maybe in parentheses, because it does say an additional minute, which means more than the 12, but to clarify it, maybe in parentheses, not included in the 12 minutes or.
If I may,
There's
the
another
next-
solution too, Andre, which is in the next sentence, we say time spent delivering committee reports and responding to motions will not count toward the 12 minutes, if that's the intent of the board.
time spent delivering motion comments and committee reports does not
There we
count
go.
towards the 12-minute total.
I can't believe you and I had the same thought. It's so cool. I feel great.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to add time spent delivering committee reports and commenting on motions does not count towards
Second.
the 12-minute total.
Perfect. Any public comment on the motion?
How ironic.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida, as a beneficiary of that additional minute today, which I have been using strategically all day long. And thank you for picking apart this section, because I didn't realize public speaking was separate from the 12 minutes, and I was doing 12, which is why I ended up with like 9 extra minutes. So I totally support this motion to clarify, and because I do think people get confused about the additional minute.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Was that 2 dissenting?
I'm waiting to get your attention.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's one dissenting vote.
One
versus
dissenting
out.
vote. Okay. Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. I want to go back to a quick one on the lobbyist. On the red line version under G, I'm sorry, let me make my attorney friends happy here.
Tell us.
4, it's, okay, that's weird. Yeah, 4G on the red line version, page 12, we're talking about you identify yourself as name, city, and if they're a lobbyist, and if they fail to do so, the chair requests that they do that. It seems to me that on the end of that, we could add, if a speaker lobbies the school board without having registered with the school board of Broward County, the chair shall end the speaker's time. The way I see that working is if somebody stands up and says, I'm Alan Zeman from Fort Lauderdale, and I start talking about, you know, a paint company that I have, and I need you to use my paint company. You know, if someone's a registered lobbyist, that's fine. They're welcome to come and talk about how great they are. They are not allowed to interfere, you know, in cones of silence and things like that, so there's restrictions. But it seems to me that if they're not a registered lobbyist, they shouldn't have the privilege to come and speak. To be a registered lobbyist, you register here and you pay to be a registered lobbyist. And why don't we enforce that when they walk in the doors and say, hey, I'm here to sell you my paint company, and they're not a registered lobbyist? I think it's the only place that we can really just say, look, you know, you're not on the list of registered lobbyists, and we need to end your time and move on to the next speaker.
Ms. Batista, can you just give us, if that's, because people can come and talk about whatever they want to, so how does that fall?
Right. So I do have a concern that I really would like to research further, because to shield the speech of a person and mandate, you know, or burden the speech, I'm going to say it that way, burden the speech by mandating for them to pay a fee, I just have some concerns with that, you know, without doing further research on it.
The changes that we've made so far, do they represent significant changes?
Yes,
Okay, so we're in a period where we're not going to approve this today finally. We're going to have to bring it back one more time.
that is correct.
So I wonder if, at that point, if we change this lobbyist would have to stop speaking if they weren't registered, if we found a way to do that, would that also be a substantial change to the policy?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to get into the permanent do loop. Are we? Right, but what would happen is if that is legal to muzzle someone, at that point, take away their First Amendment rights and go through that whole legal thing, which I respect. I mean, it's a really good process to go through. Then we'd still have to come back another month after that. So that's what I meant by, like, we have changes that we've done now that are substantial, so we got to bring it back for a final vote. If we don't have substantial change, then we can approve the new school board policy 1020. Is there a way, Chair, that the General Counsel may advise us to provide a process modification that would allow us to know whether non-registered lobbyists are addressing us at least?
Ms. Batista.
Like, my preference would be that they don't speak, because like we instituted, I think a year ago, a rule that said if you want to be a lobbyist, that's fine, but we need you to register, and there's a fee for registering to pay for all the fees we have to track for keeping track of registered lobbyists. But it seems laughable that they could not register and they just come and say, hey, I'm here. We had one speaker today talking about a specific vendor product, and she's not a registered lobbyist. So maybe instead of saying they can't speak, what if we said in the similar language that at the end we invite them to become a registered lobbyist or something? I mean, there ought to be some kind of way to close this circle.
Right, and I know that in policy 1940, that's the policy that talks about, the lobbying and registration and all of that. If you can repeat what you just said.
If a speaker lobbies the school board without having registered with the school board of Broward County, the chair shall end the speaker's time. And I understand that there's some really good legal debate about whether that violates their rights to just come and talk to us. And so I don't want to overstep that. But today, if I made that motion and say that the chair shall identify at the end of their time that they are not registered as a lobbyist and are required to do so, that doesn't stop them from speaking, but it does give them a reminder, like, look, you broke our rules. You came and lobbied, and you haven't registered a lobby and paid your fee. So it's just a comment on top of them and still allowing them to speak.
Right.
You would find no violation of the First Amendment or any other laws, statutes, regulations.
Right.
Terrific. I'll make that motion. I move that if on G, page 12 of the red line, if a speaker lobbies the school board without having registered with the school board of Broward County, the chair shall remind them at the end of their time of the requirement to register as a lobbyist.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Mrs. Alhada.
I have a question in regards to what paperwork they're filling out before, because on that paperwork, are they saying they're a lobbyist?
Dr. Fulton.
I believe so, but Mr. Hill, you can clarify.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Through the chair. So yes, anyone that's registered now, there's a Microsoft form that they go and fill out, and it does state that that they are a lobbyist, as well as who is the principal in which they represent.
Is it required to fill that out?
It is, yes. And then once they basically fill that out, they pay the fee, and then we add them to the school district's
No,
website.
no, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
So right, you're a speaker, you come to this meeting, the paperwork you're filling out there.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the registration form for the lobbyist. Yes, it is actually on the speaker's card to identify if you're a lobbyist.
So maybe is that optional? Back to that question.
It states if you are a lobbyist, yes, then you have to fill out the rest of it. So yes.
Okay, maybe it could be circle like I'm a lobbyist or I'm not a lobbyist, because they can skip that. And then we would know before, like the chair would know because she gets the list, right?
As long as they would put it on the list, because I don't get the card. I get a typed list that they...
Yes, you are correct. So if we make it mandatory on the form, then we would have a better track on if they are a lobbyist or not allowing them to skip that particular
Right,
question.
required information. And then also I would say give it that information to the chair, and maybe she can even announce it. So I don't know if that's necessary, Dr. Zeman, what you're saying.
That process you just described would enable the chair at the end to say, I couldn't stop you from speaking, but you obviously lobbied, and you're not a registered lobbyist. You know, our rules are that you register as lobbyist. We just don't have any enforcement mechanism to stop them from lobbying us, because they have First Amendment rights just to come talk to us. So it still needs the motion. It would give her or any chair quick information to say that at the end.
Okay, can you repeat your motion just one more time?
Page 12, red line, G, if a speaker lobbies the school board without having registered with Broward County, with the school board of Broward County, the chair shall remind them of the requirement to register as a lobbyist at the end of their speaking time.
And it was seconded. Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I guess I think this is a problem that is larger than adding this provision into this policy. I think it's a conversation that's come up a few times in my time on this board of like, who is a lobbyist? What happens if someone who's not registered as a lobbyist is lobbying a school board member for something? So I think there will continue to be confusion whether or not this motion passes. And I don't know if that's a conversation that we have to have with legal at a workshop or something. But I don't feel that even if this motion passes, that we will have more clarity or there will be fewer issues with this particular situation moving forward. So I don't know if my colleagues are interested in kind of trying to clean that up in the future. That's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Severo.
Thank you, Chair. Is there any portion of the Florida statutes that would prevent an individual for coming in front of any governmental agency and lobbying them for whatever reason without identifying yourselves as a lobbyist or being pre-registered as a lobbyist? And I'm going to use an extreme example. I can't practice dentistry, right, without having a license and doing whatever I have to do with the state. So I can't go open an office and practice dentistry. Can someone come in here and effectively be a lobbyist without being meeting any type of registration requirement, or does anything like that exist under the statute?
Ms. Batista.
I'm not aware of any such provision. I do know that when there is a governmental entity such as the school board, and as long as the requirements placed upon the lobbyist are content neutral, in the sense that you're not mandating a particular lobbyist for a particular area to register while not others. If it applies across the board to all lobbyists, that is constitutional. You're required to register, disclose who your client is, and whatever compensation on activities you have. Anyway, that's the answer to that question. I wanted to just comment as to what Mrs. Leonardi shared. There are provisions, and I don't know what the issue or the confusion may be as it relates to lobbyists, other than, perhaps you cannot, because of the shielding of their speech or potentially targeting, their specific viewpoints. I don't know that you can tell them not to speak, but as far as like when they come and speak to board members, there is a requirement that the board member and the lobbyist both fill out a form, and that's pursuant to our policy. So,
can I clarify like where my confusion was? So, like for instance, if I own a pencil company and I go to Ms. Hickson, and I'm not a school board member, I go to Ms. Hickson and I say, I want you should hire my pencil company. I want you to, meet with staff and connect me with them so that I can do business with the school district, so I can sell pencils and I can make money by selling my pencils. Am I lobbying Ms. Hickson? Yes. And if I'm not a registered lobbyist, what happens then?
there are no ramifications in the policy if you do not register or pay the fee.
And what if Ms. Hickson doesn't disclose that she doesn't follow, like we file our lobbyist contact form? What if she does not? I'm making all sorts of accusations. No. What if she doesn't disclose that she met with me for my pencil selling business?
Then that board member would be in violation of their own policy.
And then what's the ramification of that?
Well, again, potentially if something comes to light, there could be censure by the other board members for not abiding by the policies and by your resolution.
Okay. Because, I mean, I think that, like, I'm hearing from people saying that, you know, principals of their own firm aren't considered lobbyists. I think there's just, like, general confusion around this. And Ms. Hickson, I'm sure, files all of her appropriate paperwork. She's the best. So I give that example because, like, I'm hearing from people, and this is something that continues to come up, is a point of confusion. And, like, it doesn't really seem like we have any ramifications for any of this. So I kind of wonder, like, what's the point then?
Ms. Batista.
So the point would be that that's what the board has decided they wanted to have in their policies. And if you want further ramifications, then perhaps, you know, we could think along those lines. I mean, right now, as I said, I don't remember there being any in the policy itself that would hold them accountable, hold the lobbyist accountable or the board member accountable, other than what I just mentioned.
Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So I'm okay with Dr. Zeman's motion. I do think, though, Dr. Hepburn, it's more of an operational type of matter in the sense of if the whole process and with staff, with filling out the form, the lobby, you know, whether they're lobbyists, and then maybe the next step is there's a QR code to how to become a lobbyist and how to pay that fee. I think there's just lack of communication of the process. But I don't think that is not something that we need to try to solve within this policy. I believe we allow Dr. Hepburn to solve that.
Good idea. As in governance, they tell you not to put procedures in your policy.
And that just kind of reinforces why this motion might make sense. All we're doing is reminding them, and I think in many cases we'll be informing someone for the first time. Like they probably didn't know that we have a policy about that. I think it's difficult if you're a vendor in Broward County or anywhere and you want to do business here, to read through 1,700 pages of policy and figure out exactly what you're supposed to do as a vendor. You know how to write proposals, you know how to sell, you know how to market and lobby and all that, but you may not know that Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, and Broward all have a rule that says you got to register and pay the bill. All I'm suggesting in this motion is that we just remind people when they're done talking, hey, that was lobbying, and you know you're supposed to be a registered lobbyist.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion.
Chair, if I could keep going, I have one more motion.
Okay, bless you. Motion passes unanimously. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, let me just make sure. The Appendix A is part of the formal policy. Is that correct?
Dr. Fulton or Ms. Batista.
Appendix A is the verbal committee report order of specification.
Yes.
So in Appendix A, which guides this, and it kind of gets to some concerns I heard about monthly reports, is that there's things on here like number 7, committee meetings, special guests and presentations, areas of interest or concern, number 8, that I don't view nearly as important as the other things. If you stand up and say your committee name and chair and the date and how many people were there, so at least to say whether you had quorum or not. Synopsis is great. If you've been on a site visit, instead of details, because I'm not sure that the details of a site visit is important, maybe a summary of them, but I'll leave that alone. But 7 and 8 seem like more information that I'm generally interested in. Like if someone came to an advisory committee and gave a presentation, that's for the consumption of the advisory, not for the consumption of the school board. If a chair has areas of interest or concern, okay, but 9 is essential. 9 is we actually took a vote, made an official recommendation. Now you got my attention. I'm going to listen to every word that you say because somebody made a motion at your meeting to go to those guys at the school board who are not listening to something that's really important, and I need them to listen to this thing really important. And I just view 7 and 8 as kind of things that take up time, could be put into a written report, but I'm not, I mean, we have time for public comment. So if somebody has a personal interest or concern, they can come during public comment and share that. I think that advisory committees are representing their committee, and 9 is really important, and 7 and 8, in general, I wouldn't find valuable in a report. I just want to open that up for discussion, and if anybody else would like to share their thoughts, that's great, and I can end with a motion if the discussion goes in any direction.
I want to state the obvious, as I guess I often do. I don't think anyone's following that thing anyway. So I don't know that it makes sense to change it. I mean, if they have things that are pertinent to those two things, it's fine to leave it there, but no one is using that guide to give us reports anyway. I mean,
I appreciate that. I think some are. You know, I mean, this is our guidance to them about what to come talk to us about. I'll leave that alone for now, but you know, we had a good conversation when they were here last about what really matters to a school board in their report, and I think that was good. But the official recommendations, where they actually have a motion and a vote, and they say, go tell those feckless jerks up there on the dais that they don't know about this, and they need to know about it. That really captures our attention, but I'll leave this one alone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have one more motion for this. Sorry, I didn't make it before. On page 3 of the red line, very first paragraph that's all in red, and it's about the log the superintendent is going to do. I'd like to make a motion to remove that sentence from the types of meeting defined and move it to general rules as an I, so under H, and to add within 48 hours of the school board workshop or school board meeting. So the superintendent shall maintain a follow-up list of board members' questions, progress monitoring, and requests, and share the list with a date for follow-up response within 48 hours of the school board workshop and or school board meeting. Since it's not just specific to workshops, I think it should go under general rules as its own item under H.
Could you point out where you're reading from again, Chair? I'm sorry.
So yeah, page 3 on the red line, there's a whole red paragraph. The last sentence starts the superintendent.
I apologize. I just need one more minute. I was on the wrong. I thought I was on the red line. I was not.
Sorry.
I'm back. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So take that whole last sentence, add the word "and school board meeting," and take that sentence and make it I on page 2 underneath the H. So it would be moved to general rules as opposed to types of meetings defined.
Chair, are you proposing a change and a movement?
Correct. So in addition, instead of, I mean, the point really is to make, I think we should have a follow-up log, not just from the workshop, but from meetings, because we're asking for things sitting here on the dais. It's a way to keep us informed of what we asked and if we are getting the follow-up. So I'm asking to add "and school board workshop" to the sentence, and then to move the entire sentence to page 2 under H and make it an I.
Chair, could you read the whole thing when you're done then, please?
Sure. So it would go under general rules, under H, so it would become its I, and it would read, the superintendent shall maintain a follow-up list of board members' questions, progress monitoring, and requests, and share the list with a date for follow-up response within 48 hours of the school board workshop and school board meeting.
Could I offer just an or school board meetings?
That's fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
So a second, any public comment?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the motion. It captures all the different types of meetings, moving it to general rules. The sentence needs some wordsmithing, and since this has to come back, perhaps staff can reword it in a way that doesn't lump progress monitoring with questions and requests, because it's really progress monitoring on the questions and requests, basically a status report. And actually, the chief auditor does one for the audit committee. Maybe he can forward it to Dr. Hepburn in terms of format. It's kind of a basic format. Here's the request or question, and here's the status, and you keep a running log. So everybody, and you're, I believe when you initially directed the follow-up log, you mentioned that there should be a timeline. Like, is it going to be 90 days, 60 days, the next meeting, just like you do, when you've had follow-up items today, a time certain for it.
Thank you. Any board discussion? All those in
Chair,
favor? Yes.
I'm sorry, are we voting on my motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
At
thought.
some point, I'd love to.
I'm sorry. Skipped right. I thought we did vote on your motion. Yes, we did.
I can
Did
ask
we
the
vote on the lobbyist motion?
Did it pass?
Right, yes.
Yes.
I thought I
Yes.
did. I'm trying. Listen, I'm jet lagged. I'm doing my best here.
And maybe I'm more jet lagged than you,
I
but
don't know,
I
maybe.
just didn't register the vote. Thank you so much, Clerk.
Okay. All those in favor of the
public
motion?
speaker here for the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I
Thank
apologize.
you. Yes, to your motion regarding board member follow-ups, there was actually an ask from district advisory by way of a formal motion last month that asked, in addition to some other stuff, we recommend that board member follow-ups and their responses should be published on a public-facing portal. This is because sometimes we might bring up, or any member of the public might bring up something, a member of staff might have it followed up by a board member, and then you get the responses, but out here we don't. And so that was an added ask that I thought you might like to consider as part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously without Mrs. Al-Hadef. All right. Yes.
I do have a question. Where are our follow-up? I know during the meeting agendas, they're posted on the actual agendas, but the follow-ups that we're getting after, do those, the ones we get sent via email, do those get put back on the agenda, like post-meeting?
so.
Or
Dr.
where do
Fulton?
they live?
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Through the chair, so if the follow-up comes during the meeting, then when it's responded to, it's included within the minutes of the minutes of the meeting.
So then to Ms. Luscombe's point, how they would get the follow-ups, would it have to be a public records request?
No, the minutes are searchable on the district's website. The same page that you view the meetings on is also a link there that says minutes. So they can just click there, click the meeting date, and the minutes will just pop up.
Oh, so so if we get a follow, like we ask a question, it takes like 2 weeks for the follow-up, then they're still attached to the minutes.
That is correct. And also within the same web's page where the minutes are, the meeting agendas are, there is another tab that says documents, and they basically click on the particular item, and all of the documents that were posted after the meeting can also be placed inside of that section as well. So it's in two places on the same page.
On the same page where you would find the meeting agenda. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm trying to see you.
Like when you go to the website and it's like meeting agenda,
Correct.
watch whatever.
Correct.
And
So it's
documents is where all of our follow-ups live.
Correct. So there's a top part that has the current meeting, but if you scroll down, it has the past meetings, and then over to the right, you can click there and see all of the executed actions, and inside of that lit drop down will be the executed documents, such as the follow-up responses.
Thank you. I actually didn't know that. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And just as a side note also, because I spoke to the superintendent about this, I believe they're working on an electronic program that will have the questions we have. It'll have the follow-up. They'll drop the response right into the same space. So everything is in one place. So we can ask whether that can be public. So I know it's for us, like a dashboard sort of. So we'll ask if we can do that. Okay, all those in favor of item double P1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously minus Mrs. Al-Hadef. And just as a note, remember, because there are substantive changes, it will come back to us in the next school board meeting for a vote. So the changes will be in there. Okay, next item is double P2. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on double P2?
No comments.
Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. I will be voting no on this policy. And this has come up in workshop before, but this is my first, I think, official opportunity to bring this up at a regular school board meeting. Section 4, subsection E4, discriminates on the basis of religion in this current policy as drafted. The Supreme Court and various federal courts over the years have repeatedly confirmed that governments may not discriminate against the speech of organizations holding a religious viewpoint. Religious speech is fully protected under the Free Speech Clause of the Constitution. Recently, a U.S. Supreme Court decision entitled Trinity Lutheran Church of Columbia versus Comer, the court held that when a state denies an otherwise generally available benefit solely on the count of religious identity without satisfying the strict scrutiny test, it violates the Free Exercise Clause of the Constitution. A church, the court went on to note, has the right to participate in a government benefit program without having to disavow its religious character. Denying a church that right will allow while allowing secular groups to access the benefit inevitably deters or discourages the exercise of First Amendment rights. When a government does not speak for itself, it may not exclude speech based on religious viewpoint, as doing so constitutes impermissible viewpoint discrimination. In our case, the district does not endorse a church or other house of worship by treating it equally with other community sponsors. Our churches, our temples, our synagogues, our mosques, our places of worship have a right to become a community sponsor within our district's Partners in Education sponsorship program without giving up their religious identity or beliefs. And my concern is the current policy, as written, specifically targets legitimate religious organizations from participating in this particular banner program. I think this is unconstitutional. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think this is opening up the district to potential liability and lawsuits. And I want to be on record with my position that I am against this specific portion of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Ms. Rupert?
Can we ask council to
Ms. Batista?
give us a little insight into that?
Certainly. As we discussed at the workshop, this policy came under scrutiny from a lawsuit that was filed by Mr. Stevens in court. And during that lawsuit, one of the things that came to light was that there were banners at the schools with religious that represented religious entities. We have changed the policy as a result of that case, and actually as a result of the MEC case, which is a case from Palm Beach, where now the banners are no longer the speech of the different entities that are represented in those banners. They are rather the speech of the school board. So as Mr. Severa just mentioned, in that particular opinion, it says when the government is not speaking for itself. So in this case, and pursuant to our new policy, the district, which is a governmental entity, is speaking for itself. We are thanking our partners in education and other entities, and through that process, we still have to have separation of state and religion, and therefore that is the reason that specifically religious entities are expressly excluded from the policy.
Mrs. Rupert?
So bringing it down to common language here. A synagogue that donated $500 for a barbecue for one of their open houses, let's just say. We would not be able to say the name of the synagogue on our sponsor stuff as we're thanking them.
As the policy reads right now, that is correct, and that is the representation that the board made to the court when the court dismissed the case against the district. We said this is how we're changing our policy. We're changing it to make it similar or very, very closely aligned to the policy in Palm Beach and the MEC case, which is an 11th Circuit case. And the court, based upon that representation, dismissed the case that Mr. Stevens had brought against the district.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All those in favor of item double P2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries with one dissenting vote, and Ms. Thompson and Mrs. Al-Hadef are not present on the dais. Next item is double P3. Can I have a motion in a second?
So move. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment?
No comments.
Okay. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Fulton, should this policy pass today as it is written, and as it pertains to cell phone usage and so on, when will this be effective?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. As soon as it's passed, we're ready to begin all the communication.
Sorry, we're just kind of ahead.
That's okay. We're ready to begin the communications as soon as we get the final direction from the board.
Okay, so today's Tuesday. If it passes today, tomorrow, students can use their phones.
We will begin communicating that, exactly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Leonardi. Oh, she got off the dais. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had questions about attendance, and I brought up to staff, but there is reference to policy 5040, and currently our attendance policy is 5.5. I was just wondering if we need to make that correction, or my understanding is 5040 is what the policy will be called.
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
Good afternoon. So when the policy was revised, the attendance policy was also in revision. I believe, and hopefully Mr. Hill can confirm, that the new policy number for the attendance policy will be 5040, but it is currently 5.5.
Does that answer your?
So is there, I guess, for Ms. Batista, is there any harm if the policy says a future policy, or should we?
Yes.
Should we say attendance policy instead of the specific number since it's about to change? I don't want this coming back anytime soon. So if it's not a problem.
Yeah. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So my recommendation is that you have the number that is of the policy that currently exists in this policy. When the policy changes, that the number be changed to align to the new policy number. That would not be a that would not be a substantive change. It's a technical change because it's the same policy. You're just changing the basically the nomenclature to identify that policy.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to change the word policy 5040 to policy 5.5.
Second. Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously minus Mrs. Rupert, Mr. Severa, and Mrs. Leonardi. Did you have more?
I'm trying to decide if I want to. And then, okay, so not to be changed now, but just I talked to staff and it's okay how it's written currently. But there is an error where it says it should be calendar days and not school days or marking period. I'm trying to find where it is in that. But through the superintendent to staff, could you explain why that's okay?
Dr. Hepburn.
Staff.
So the current reference to the attendance policy in 5090 speaks to a certain number of absences within, it should say 30 calendar days and it says 30 school days. 30 calendar days is what is written in statute, and Ms. Batista, please correct me if I'm wrong, statute is going to supersede policy, and we can make this change when we bring the policy back in the spring.
That's correct.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for that clarification, and I would really love to see this policy be a more extended length of life. That's not what I want to call it, but it's like a longer term so that we're not, like, our code of conduct doesn't really need to change every single year. And I know staff has talked about making it a more extended term of service.
Lasting document.
Thank you. And so I think that would really benefit not only our time management, since this has come back over 3 times, but also I think just for our students to really get an understanding of what the code of conduct is without changes. And I am just very excited to vote yes on this and give our students cell phones at lunch.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Is it necessary that this be one policy? Is it possible to break it down into different pieces, and maybe it's an A and a B, so that the whole thing doesn't have to continue to come back, and just those pieces that maybe need to be updated do that? Because this is such a comprehensive, for lack of a better word, policy, and it's a lot. Is there a way to chunk it as a teacher term, right? To chunk it so we could so it's more digestible. Ms. Batista, I guess.
No.
Okay. All righty. Just seemed like a fair question. Okay. Any other board member discussion? Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Nice try, Ms. Thompson. We're not going to avoid the inevitable discussion. We're going to talk about cell phones at lunch because we need to. There's a few things that I just feel like we have to talk about and make sure we're doing the right thing. And there's some new information that I think is relevant to this as we bring it forward to the final vote. Chair, this is a change to our policy. How many votes do we need out of 9? Or do we need a majority vote to accept this change?
Yes, 5.
Thank you. So there's some wonderful things to talk about, and I'm just going to really highlight some new information and not kind of go back through everybody else's long discussions that we had when this came up as a draft. We know that this is not a strict policy. Our students are not consigned to put their devices in bags. They're not locking them up. They're not taken away throughout the day. They keep them, as the superintendent recommended just over a year ago when we did this, they keep them in airplane mode, which allows for them to be pulled out quickly for safety and security issues. We've talked a lot about cyberbullying and how you can't cyberbully, you can't shame, you can't guilt kids if you don't have a cell phone, which I think is great. We've talked about how this affects our female students more than our male students. They're the ones that are more susceptible to mental health problems and maladies than our male students. We haven't talked much about security as much as I'd like. And in order to learn more about this, I wrote to the chair of the MSD Commission, the current sheriff of Pinellas County, and I asked Sheriff Gualtieri, who I probably pronounced his name wrong. Gutierrez. There we go. Thank you. What he thought about it, and he wrote back an email which I'd like to share with my colleagues about his response to. Chair, can I just pass this out? Ms. Leonard.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. This is a response that do you mind passing these down? I wrote to him on Monday of this week. Was that yesterday? My Lord, yesterday. And I just asked him the question on the bottom of this page, and you can see his response on the top. I'll give you a little bit of time to read this. It's an important assessment of what cell phones do to safety and security. That would have been, yeah. Oh, I totally will. Yes, of course. He was not the audience I intended. Thank you very much. I'll just keep going, Chair. We've talked about training. We've talked about the need to teach all of our students better relationship with technology, better relationship with AI, ethical decisions that they have to make in a world that is very different than the world of just a few years ago. I still think that's critically important. We're not where we need to be yet, but I look forward to it. But our kids are addicted to cell phones, and I don't believe, just personally, that allowing people 30 more minutes of their drug of their choice is not a good idea. I want to share what our FAU report said. 70.4% of our students and educators said they should not be using cell phones during the school day. 55.9% wanted stricter rules. On student safety and mental health, educators, again, in the FAU report the strongest negative impact of phones is on bullying, and they see a clear negative effect on student mental health and self-esteem. I know that we care about students. It's very clear. I think we just have a difference of opinion about kind of what impact this has over a short period of time on our high school students. I have been on the minority view of this, but I still want to make this case in case someone decides to change their mind today. And I think the second piece of new information that's really compelling is that we need to listen to our superintendent. Dr. Hepburn, through the chair, do you think changing the policy that we had in place for the past 14 months on balance is a good idea?
Dr. Hepburn.
My stance has not changed on this issue, so it remains the same. I support the current policy as is.
Terrific. And Dr. Hepburn, do you feel like you're on the fence about this, or do you feel strongly about this opinion?
Again, my stance hasn't changed.
Could you share with us what your stance is in terms of the magnitude of your feelings?
I don't express a lot of emotions, but it hasn't changed. I feel like the current policy is what I support.
Terrific. And could you tell us again, in just a brief comment, why do you feel this way? Why do you feel like the current policy, bell to bell, no use for high school students over the lunch hour, is better overall for our district?
Yeah, I think this is a part of the policy that the students and I firmly disagree about. I feel like having it from bell to bell throughout the day is best. And to further codify that, every time I meet with the business community, as I had a meeting about 2 weeks ago with some our aviation folks, as we talk about program and all of that, the one thing that they also talk about at every business entity is our students' soft skills, that they are socially inept in some sort. They don't know how to collaborate and communicate with each other. Mm-hmm. And so it resonates over and over every time I talk to the business community. And then not to mention all the social ills that segue into our schools with social media use during free time at school also. I know our principals may disagree with me also, just for logistics purposes, but I know they also deal with the secondary issues of cell phone use in schools.
Terrific. Chair, do you know what the federal law is, Section 230, related to social media use?
I do not.
Section 230 of the federal law says that social media companies will never be held liable for addicting our children. It's an insane law. Our obligation is to take care of the kids, keep them away from these addictions, and to make sure that they are in the safest and most secure environment they can be. I'm glad that I'm shared in this opinion with our leader, our superintendent, that while there's many good arguments to make on both sides of this issue, on balance, why would we kind of tempt fate? Why would we take risks that we just don't need to, where the benefits are there, but they are not overwhelming? Chair, I'm going to move that on page 22 of the red line version, we strike the change during the assigned lunch period or, so that the resulting sentence is on number 2 of page 21. High school students may not use a wireless communication device during the school day except when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor?
But I agree.
All those in favor of the motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Leonardi.
Not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because you said page 22. Can you clarify your proposed motion again, please?
Yeah, I'm just demonstrating my innumeracy. It's page 21.
Okay, and just can you repeat the whole thing, Dr. Zeman, please, just for clarity?
It's a change in the red. On the red line version, see the words during their assigned lunch period or. We would strike that on number 2 on page 21 of the red line version. The net effect would be we would keep the current policy of bell-to-bell for elementary, middle, which are restricted now by statute, and continue that to high school.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And I know that we've litigated this at length, but I feel so strongly about the impact of this on student well-being, and I would feel irresponsible if I didn't speak up about this again. Several months ago, Dr. Zeman suggested we read a prolific writer, Professor Jonathan Haidt, and I did. I read his book, Anxious Generation, and he makes several key recommendations for schools to address, in part, the mental health crisis among our youth. One is to implement bell-to-bell bans on cell phone use in our schools, and 2 is to increase unstructured play in our schools. And lunch is one of the few opportunities in the school day for our high school students to have unstructured social interaction with each other. And again, I highly recommend Anxious Generation to my colleagues to read because it has some really interesting recommendations also on, expansion of recess and things like that. So it's hard for me to ignore recommendations that are backed up by data, both nationally and in our school district. I think, I've spoken to principals in District 3, and even just last week I was having a conversation with a middle school principal who talked about how the ban on cell phones during the school day has reduced fights in his school. It's reduced bullying. He talked about how he watches kids walk out of school and they're not on their phones. They're talking to each other and looking up and looking out into the world. And I think, I know he's a middle school principal, but I think these things, this has been a long-term issue, a long-term habit that we all have to break. And I see the positive progress we're making with our kids, and it would be devastating to reduce or take away the opportunity these kids have to interact with each other without the restrictions of a phone. One piece of the conversation that we have not talked about is the expansion and ubiquity of AI. And I continue to read some really troubling statistics. And I don't, I think this is a much bigger conversation, and I'm not scared of AI. And I'm actually less concerned about the idea of students using AI to cheat. I am more concerned about the mental health piece. There are studies now that are coming out that show that 3 out of 4 teens have used AI for companionship. And I would argue, I would suspect there are a lot of adults doing that too. I read yesterday a study that 1 in 5 high school students has had a sexual interaction with an AI chatbot. And again, these technologies are designed to be addictive. So it is not the fault of our students. This is not a flaw of our students. It is not a flaw of us. Many of us have to do things to stop ourselves from being on our phones all the time. But we are competing for the attention of children, and it is not a level playing field. So again, I support the motion. I think that is what does right by kids on so many levels. I would like to see us do more as a district in terms of reducing screen time and increasing social interaction and unstructured play with our kids. And I think we need to move forward in that direction as well. But again, I could not speak up on this policy one more time. So thank you, Dr. Zeman, for making the motion. And I really hope that we can think about this intentionally for the health and wellness of our children. And I just want to say one more thing. Several months ago, one of our student advisors asked us, what do we do to decompress? And honestly, I put my phone away and I go outside with my kids and I look at the sunshine and the plants and listen to my children scream in my face, and it's wonderful and beautiful. And I would not want to rob our children of experiences like that, because it is not, it is just not a level playing field with the phones. So thank you again, Dr. Zeman, for making this motion.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm obviously not going to be voting for this motion. I really have issue with people characterizing our students as zombies, or that they can't pay attention, or that business communities complain about how they're acting. Our students, especially our high school students, are the next leaders of our generation. They have advocated for the possibility of having this at lunch. They have given us reasons after reasons to do this. Their parents would like them to have this opportunity. Principals would like them to have this opportunity. How long is our lunch period?
Dr. Hepburn.
On average, between 25 minutes and 30 minutes.
And from the student perspective, how long does it take you to get lunch? How many minutes do you truly have in a lunch period?
About 7 minutes to enter the cafeteria.
So that's like 20 minutes to also eat. The majority of your time, you are probably not actually on your phone. But we are giving students the opportunity to check on their jobs, to check on family obligations, to check out for a moment, which is fine. As the only mental health professional, it kind of frustrates me that we're using this as a clutch. I have also read The Anxious Generation, and he does talk about active play outside. That's not happening in the 20 minutes of lunch. I believe that we need to listen to our student voices. I believe that we need to listen to our community that overwhelmingly wants our students to have this. We're not forcing them to have it. We are giving them that option. And it has been discussed time after time after time after time. And continually, our students are asking us to please listen to them. We talk about how we value students coming to us once a quarter because we want their input. We want their leadership. And then they advocate to us and we say, no, we don't care what you're saying. You don't know what's best for you. Obviously, I feel very strongly about this. I believe that our students have the right to be listened to. And that's what I'm ending on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Hard act to follow from my last two colleagues. I have been a no on cell phones from day one. My entire family was crushed when my daughter was cyberbullied. Broward was the leader, and we changed that policy here, and in the state it became the very first law for that. And it was the mental health and wellness aspect of it. And it is insidious. It is painful. It is very hard for students to separate an anonymous person to somebody who they know. All they are getting is pain from that aspect. Taking it away at lunch, I'm telling you, elementary, middle schools, at middle schools especially, they're interacting. There's joy. They stay together when they walk out of there, and there's conversation, not boisterous, but actual conversation, and they're working on those soft skills the superintendent has mentioned. I can tell you on scholarship committees, these kids are great on paper, and then when they come in for the interviews, it is an absolute different situation. Even when we warn them and say, really, 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 you want to know all these answers to these questions, and they still have a part where they're missing a beat or two. So I'm not going to, try to talk my colleagues into anything. I just have a responsibility as an adult human being, and having been through what my family has been through, trust me, I wish we never had that information for my daughter to access. She would be a different person. Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Board Member Thompson, for your feedback as I believe the only mental health professional here on this board. And for you to be supporting this, I am certainly grateful for your input. It's important that we are not dismissive to the input of our parents and our students. We did send out a survey, and the survey we sent out, parents support the use during lunchtime as well as students. I believe there is adequate research to suggest that excessive use of cell phones is problematic. However, limited use of cell phone during lunchtime, which probably will be about 15, 20 minutes at most, can also be beneficial. In fact, there's arguments on both sides, and it's just as substantive on both sides to say if it's damaging during lunchtime or if it's beneficial. There are potential benefits as well as drawbacks if you look at it both ways. Now, I, for one, believe that using cell phones during lunch can be beneficial. It can provide a mental break. It can allow students to connect with parents, especially students that are having issues prior to or during school, to have that support system, have access to that support system. It can increase their productivity where they can do research, they can work on their homework. So I am supportive of this, and I am also very appreciative of the input of our students, and I see our two student advisors here who I believe also support this, and also our parents, and I don't see, in my opinion, any convincing research to suggest that using it during lunchtime is any greater degree of negative consequence as opposed to not using it. So I'm going to respect the input of our parents and our students, and while I do, and I'll say it for the record, that I do strongly believe that excessive use can be damaging, but limited use during lunchtime can be beneficial, and I'm going to continue to support it.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. I have one question. I know the answer, but Ms. Batista, does Florida state law determine whether you can use your cell phone during lunch or not use it during lunch.
Ms. Batista.
Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff, Florida law does state that except for high school students, students are not to use cell phones during lunch.
No, high school students during instructional time, but they can use it during lunch.
Correct. Only high school students can use it during lunch.
Right, so state law allows high school students to use their cell phone during lunch. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. Glad to be talking about this again. Just a couple things. I mean, I think we can all agree this is a very fraught topic, and it's not just because of cell phones at lunch. It's the entire way our society's going. It is the pervasiveness of cell phones, AI, the scariness of it, the reports of it. I mean, I would invite us as we continue down the road of supporting certain initiatives and other things that we are consistent. So I don't know that we can celebrate AI and then be super dismissive and critical of other technologies. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And it's also very contradictory for us to provide education online and on a screen all day and then say, no, the screens are bad. I mean, I think they are bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's been frustrating to me for the duration of my children's education that this is the direction that we're going. And in other news, I've read recently that kids who have been admitted to top universities like Princeton are having trouble in their freshman English classes because they can't read a whole book. So if we're really going to look at this, I think we need to look at it holistically. And, you know, to Ms. Leonardi's point, nature, book reading, very good to unwind. We have to teach our kids this. I think it's a parent-to-parent thing. Whatever we can do as a society and as a school district, we need to look at on a wider level. So, you know, my main issue with the cell phone policy right now is that it's not enforced. And so it's hard to sit here and say you can't have your cell phone at lunch when people are using their cell phones during the day. I mean, it's just a fact. I know this to be true. So I'm supporting the lunch because I think it's a small carve out, but that's with the caveat again, which I said months ago when we had this originally, that we are making a concerted effort that the cell phone policy is actually enforced for the rest of the day. I think that if we actually work on having the cell phone policy enforced except for lunch, we'll be much further ahead than we are now, where it's not being enforced and you're not supposed to use it at lunch. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Those have been my comments from day one. And, you know, I don't like to have a policy that I know we can't enforce. Part of the reason why I'm sitting here, because I was a teacher in a classroom thinking, what the hell were they thinking? Excuse my language. But I just don't, I know that there's just no way, we don't have the bandwidth to be able to enforce it. So I also won't be supporting the motion. Mr. Severa.
I hate to be the only one who doesn't speak on this very important issue. In case the fine citizens of Broward County were wondering what Cervera thinks, here goes. I am in support of a bell-to-bell ban of cell phones in our high schools, and for a very simplistic reason. I'm not going to get into the mental health aspect of this. I think that's been talked about at length. When this initially was brought before this board at various workshops, and I think we may have had a meeting on it as well, I received phone calls, emails. People would stop me and talk to me about this. And the biggest thing that really stuck with me on the cell phones was what was happening after the lunch period was over, getting the kids back into class and getting them to refocus on the class. I spoke to a lot of teachers, I spoke to a lot of educators, and I was told that process usually takes anywhere between 3 to 7 minutes to get the kids to refocus after lunch. Because if they're given the cell phones at lunch, they're walking into the classroom with the cell phone in their hand, the bell has already rung, they're not putting it away. They want to watch the last 30 seconds of the TikTok clip or whatever it is that they were looking. And it's not only the person with the cell phone. It's Johnny who's sitting next to him who's looking over his shoulder wanting to know what's going on YouTube as well. This is a giant distraction. It takes away from instructional time. It takes away from the educational curriculum of the students in the classrooms. This was a big reason I was against cell phones and in favor of the bell-to-bell ban to begin with. My opinion remains the same, and I will be supporting the motion. I feel like it was made like 2 hours ago at this point, but I'm still going to be in favor of it.
Okay. Dr. Zeman.
I just want to clear up this thing, and I know we want to land this plane, but our state laws about high school use says you may not use them during instruction. It does not say you can use them during lunchtime. Is that correct, Chair?
Ms. Batista.
That's correct.
Thank you. I just want to be clear about that. Second is for those that want to enable kids to have these devices during lunchtime because it's difficult to enforce, or you think people are using cell phones now under the current policy, which the policy says you can use the cell phones. You just have to ask a teacher. If this goes through, as people have spoken today, and we allow for lunchtime use, what you get in general with public policy is you get a rule and then you get some degree of people violating that rule. Sometimes they get cost, sometimes they don't. But when you widen the aperture and allow them to use it more, you get more, even beyond that. So this is bigger than allowing 75,000 students to use it for 15 minutes or 7 minutes or 35 minutes. This means that we'll have more cell phone use. We'll have more distractions for the period after the lunch period. We just have to be honest about what this does, and it does go against at least two experts that we have vested great respect in for safety and security in one case and for education in another. And I just want to make sure that we're clear about the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of I'll just remind you, so the motion is to change the way the policy is presented to us today back to not allowing cell phones at lunch. So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Hickson.
No.
Honus.
No.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. Yes. Thompson. No. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
No.
Severa. 4 or 5 fails.
Thank you. Back to the item. Mr. Severa, did you have anything additional you wanted to? You did raise your hand and ask me to add you. Okay. Okay, so back to item P3. All those in favor of the item say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
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 I'm going to guess it's the same as it was. So the motion passes 5-4.
Can we do a roll call, Chair?
We can do it. I think it's the same one, but we can do it.
Getting roll call on the item. School board members Honus.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. No. Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman.
No.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. Chair Hickson.
Yes.
Passes 5-4. Same vote.
Okay, thank you. Next item is P5. Can I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just pull it up really quick here. Okay, so Madam Chair, for this particular item, under F, And give me just 1 second. My computer went dead. WP. Okay, the red line version under F, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions. So, Dr. Hepburn, the red line version of this, does that reflect a change from the clean version, or this is, well, I guess I'll ask my question another way. Renewal of existing contracts, where the superintendent can automatically renew certain contracts. Has this been in place before?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Etchenbrenner, if you can provide some detail on this. I don't think it's a change. Go ahead, though.
Absolutely. Pete Eschenbrenner, Director, Enterprise Project Management Office. There is no change in a sense that this provision matches perfectly with existing policy 3800.
Okay, so this provision was in existence before, correct?
Correct.
As far as item F. Okay. All right, under G, emergency purchase of commodities or contractual services. I'm sorry, under R.
Are you asking the same question?
No, there's a different question. Actually, it's the same but also different. So under R, where data processing agreements, where the superintendent can basically execute data processing agreements on the school board's behalf. Has this been in place before?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Eschenbrenner.
My understanding is that this does not currently mirror existing policy, meaning it's not a replication of existing policy. It's part of the proposed expansion of superintendent delegated authority.
Okay, so this is now giving the superintendent basically the option of executing data processing agreements that may have some degree of risk without coming to the board.
Yes, though the language itself, and I can defer to my colleagues in the Office of General Counsel, the language itself of the provision is intended to limit such risk.
Okay, but it does have some risk, correct? Where data is being provided to third party without this coming to the board and giving the superintendent the option to be able to do that?
Yes, with one caveat. You'll see in, I believe it's the fourth sentence, this delegated authority is granted in recognition of the need for flexibility and timeliness in technology implementation, where delays accompanying the normal school board approval process could hinder innovation and responsiveness. That I understand to mean the risk associated with the delay would likely be greater than the risk associated with the contract itself.
Okay, but I guess my concern is, and while I am happy with our superintendent, my concern, and I'm sure this policy will go beyond the current superintendent, is that we are giving the superintendent the latitude to be able to execute data processing agreements that to share limited data with third-party vendors without coming to the board. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that because I would like, as a board member, if there is any data sharing that the board is aware of this. I guess I have another question. Ms. Batista, if in the event there is some kind of data breach or something that is negatively consequential, and we approve this today to allow the superintendent to execute data processing agreements without coming to the board, and there is some breach of data or there's some negative consequence as a result of something that remotely could happen, is the board liable?
Ms. Batista.
The liability that the board may or wouldn't have is not based on this provision. So in other words, just because you are delegating the authority to the superintendent to sign off on certain data processing agreements does not increase the liability of the board. I also wanted to point out that in this section, the school board attorney's office will continue to review the agreements, and also the delegated authority is not extending any further than what is already stated in policy 3800, so the limit is not increased. It's just this type of agreement is being allowed to be executed by the superintendent.
So when you say the limit is not increased, you're making reference to a dollar figure?
Correct. The same dollar figure that is in policy 3800, which the board currently, has that policy in place for many years now.
Okay, so my concern is not so much the being within the dollar amount, but in terms of the sharing of data with third-party vendors without the board having any input.
And I also have Mr. Vignola on the line. I don't know if he has anything to add regarding this policy.
Actually, I do.
Great.
When you look at R, and unfortunately my computer just went black. Okay, got it back. So when you look at the last two lines on page 6 of 7, it indicates that every one of these agreements that the superintendent would be executing, not only do they have to be approved as to form and legal content by our office, but they must also receive approval from Information Security and Assurance Department and the Risk Management Department, which includes the privacy officer. So all of the reviews that any contract, if it were going to the board, would have from the people who are charged with responsibility of having contract provisions that protect us as best we can. Those folks are online and mandatory reviewers of any contract under this clause that the superintendent will execute.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, I am aware that there are quality checks through legal counsel and so on and so forth. I would prefer that these kind of agreements come to the board. And I would want to possibly make a motion, but I want to hear the feedback from the rest of the board.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
First thing I just need to ask about is red line. To the general counsel, is this a red line document?
Ms. Batista.
This is a new document, so that's why everything is in red.
But I've heard conversations that say, yes, we have this policy already. How can this be a red line and we already have this policy in place?
We do not.
May I respond?
Please.
Yes. The concept when this policy was drafted, and let me just tell you about the genesis of it a bit. We have been hearing through our office during contract reviews over and over from various departments. We would like to have a particular type of contract where it didn't have to go for board approval. The idea was, all right, the points where we're hearing from the administration, this is basically their wish list for extended contract authority. We put all of those wishes in this policy along with, as a one-stop location to find them. We put the provisions where there was already delegated contract authority. So you could look at this one policy, you could see the ones that are newborn in the policy, and you could see reference to the section numbers of prior existing delegations of contract authority. That's why you see some that were here before and some that are brand new.
And my question, Chair, is for those that were here before under a normal red line document that lawyers are very familiar with using, it would be in black ink so that me and members of the public could look at it and say, oh, I don't need to like think that it's a glacial, some magic change. That's nothing, right? It's the same as it's been. Why don't we get red line versions of the policy, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn or Ms. Batista.
Why don't you get red line version?
There are parts of this policy that your staff has told us exist already, but it shows up in red, which Mr. Severa and Maura can tell us, and our general counsel can tell us. A red line is only stuff that isn't in our current policy would show up as red. Otherwise, it shows up as black, indicating to the public and to us that it's already in place.
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Batiste, I think they are referring to previous policy. It may not be verbatim in this particular policy, but it refers to an existing policy, if I'm correct in that, Ms. Batista. And that's hence why the text is all red, because the entire text is new, but there are some references to previous policies.
So the parts in this policy that already existed, I don't know to what extent they were changed from the previous policy and then included here, that would merit, for those provisions to completely be redlined. I mean, I assume that even if that were the case, there would be at least some portions that would be in regular black font.
Or a reference that says, this came from policy 3800, or this came from a memo written and approved by the school board 17 years ago, something. Mm-hmm. But this is very confusing to the board, and it's people will see this and not think kindly about our behavior today, because they'll think this is a brand new policy from soup to nuts, and it's not. I mean, there are pieces in this provision, there already are. I just want to make sure going forward, Chair, that if someone wants to give Broward County School Board members a red line document, it follows the legal protocols of red line, which means anything that's existing is black, anything that is struck is black with a strikeout, and anything new is red. Good night. Do I need to, that's not a motion, that's just like our process needs to be honest.
Dr. Hepburn.
Super.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah,
or
so
Ms. Sullivan.
3820 is a brand new policy.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
You really want to go there?
I'm not disagreeing, but how we're...
And why did you bring it up?
Well, so how we're doing... It's a brand new policy, so red line or not red line, there's no existing 3820. It refers to 3800, which is a separate policy that is in existence. So in terms of how we do a red line document, it's consistent with that. But I understand your point of why it's confusing.
It's not confusing. It's... Yes, it's confusing, but it does not follow the definition of a red line document. A red line document doesn't say that is the policy number the same. It says, is the content in current policy? That goes in black so that the public and I know what's there now versus what's new. It's a big fundamental difference. You're asking elected leaders to vote on something, but you're not showing them what's already there, and therefore we don't know what's new. So I'm just going to ask again, can we follow the legal red line definition of all documents that we see before this board, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes.
Thank you. On page 3, letter E, I'm going to make a motion. I love giving the superintendent authority. I do not feel confident allowing that to be delegated to other people. So in E, the purchase of commodities and contractual services, line I apologize, thank you. Page 3, letter E, I'm sorry. Line 3, it says the superintendent or his predetermined designees. I just think the public doesn't buy that. I don't buy it. We hire the superintendent. If he executes contracts that we don't like, we have recourse. If a designee does it, we have no recourse. And so I just am going to make a motion to strike the words or his/her predetermined designees.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mrs. Pullman?
I'd like to friendly amend to extend that throughout the policy.
Thank you very much.
Wherever it occurs.
I amend my
version.
thing, not just on E, page 3, but anywhere where it says or a predetermined designee, that it be the superintendent only. Thank you.
Okay, all those
Concur.
in favor, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously without Ms. Thompson on the...
I have 2 more, Chair, and I'll be quick. last page, we have a discussion of a data processing agreement. One of the things that we do in good order is called a data sharing agreement. Would that be covered under this section called data processing agreement?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Eschenbrenner?
I would have to defer to my colleagues in legal on that piece based on the legal definition of processing versus sharing.
Ms. Batista.
I'd like to defer to Mr. Vignola.
Actually, if we could just hold a second, because I missed the question because I was cross-checking policy 3800 in addressing the superintendent's delegated authority, delegates superintendent or her predetermined designees. So that language was not new in this policy. It's already an existing policy. So if we're looking to remove predetermined designees, you will probably want policy 3800 to come back before the board so you can harmonize that. And what was the question I missed while I was researching?
The question is, does data processing mean the same thing as data sharing?
That I couldn't tell you. That's not really a legal term. That's a technical term. And I would suggest that you look to your IT people. In the absence of a specific defined term, terms are given their ordinary meaning. And in this case, this is a term really for IT data tech people and what the ordinary meaning would be in their industry you would want to seek from them.
Okay, and I do see it does say data sharing in the body of that paragraph. It says this delegated authority is, oh no, where did I go? And similar initiatives are required limited data sharing with third-party vendors.
Right, and what I'm specifically referencing is a separate document called a data sharing agreement that Broward County enters into with United Nations, with the World Bank, with state of Florida. And what we say is we will share our student data usually with a vendor that wants to do a pilot exam, an assessment of whether something worked in a certain way. They are very special agreements. But I guess what I'd like to see is if our CIO could tell us whether or not he thinks that a data sharing agreement is the same as a data processing agreement.
Mr. Davis.
Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. There's a difference. There is some overlap in cases, but if we look at data processing, for example, it could include storage, the handling of data, the input, extraction of data, right? So think about it from a handling standpoint. Now, with regards to data sharing, especially in the sense of an external party, right? The data processing could occur in order to produce the necessary data to provide or to share, so they can work hand in hand, essentially. So, but there is a distinction.
Thank you. So I'm just going to, for the record, ask, would this agreement include data sharing agreements?
Dr. Hepburn.
If it currently includes it.
Does this agreement cover data sharing agreements?
Based on the 5 people that on the team that commented, I would say no.
Thank you. And I don't think they should, because if it was in there, I'd ask to take it out. Data sharing agreements are very good agreements, long-term agreements that ought to come before a board to get permission. A second motion I'd like to make, Chair, is at the end, and maybe it's even throughout, but I'm sorry if I missed it throughout, there's a report that would be made to the school board. So, for example, just look at the last sentence on red line page 7. Subsequent to its execution by the super is well, now it'll just say subsequent to an execution by the superintendent, a report of such, in this case, data processing agreement shall be submitted to the school board. I'd like throughout this document to recommend within 48 hours if the superintendent thinks it's a reasonable amount of time.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's a reasonable amount of time. We do that currently with some of our J.J. Adams. Yep.
So the motion is throughout the document, wherever there is a report of something that should be submitted to the school board, it should, after that, end up with within 48 hours.
Is there a second? It's been moved.
May I make a suggestion
Go ahead.
to the movement? Bob Vignola, would you, 48 hours, would you want to make it 2 business days because you may have an intervening weekend or school district?
Bob Vignola saves the day again. I'll amend my motion if you don't mind and say that throughout the document it include whenever there's a report to the school board within 2 business days.
Concur.
Any board comment on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Last question that I have, Chair. We've run into situations where we have a contract with a vendor, either a third party like, I'm sorry, not Granger. There's a independent assessment group that often will come in to do an education assessment. What is it?
For accreditation?
No. It's like a very well-known third party that comes in and independently looks at the data and gives, like, hey, this software really did get that effect. We had one recently with headset contract. Somebody wanted to come. West Ed. Thank you. Phew, I had to pull that one out. West Ed offered to come in and do an assessment. So we had these 3,000 kids on headsets last year. We wanted to know if they worked, right? West Ed said, hey, we'll do it for free. And Dr. Cohn, because he always follows the rules, says, no, you can't do that because it's not in the contract, right? So I get that. Now, I hated to give up West Ed's free services, but does this document, Chair, maybe to the superintendent, does this open up any kind of authorities the superintendent would have to say, yeah, it's not in the contract, but it's also not prohibited by the contract, and yes, we can do that kind of third-party validation?
Dr. Hepburn or Ms. Batista?
No, that's not in there.
Terrific. I would like this board to consider giving you that authority because I don't think the West Ed offer was a unique thing. I think that the FAU or University of Miami or maybe even the world's greatest university, Florida State University, might come down here and say, I just thought I'd see if you were awake, to do that. Are there other people that would like to discuss this? I'll find a place to make that motion if there are.
Ms. Batista?
I need a little bit of clarification as to who would be donating those services. If it's a company that is already doing business with the school board and has other contracts with the school board, and now, I have some concerns if there is a solicitation that is made and someone wants to gift something that was not part of that solicitation that is prohibited, that they cannot provide it as, pursuant to let's say if it's an RFQ or an RFP, you would not be able, it would have to be a separate agreement that, like a donation agreement or something of that sort. So I'm not really, I guess I'm not sure what.
And I'm fine to add a general counsel review to make sure that it meets all the legal standards of it. But a place like West Ed is a nonprofit funded by people that just want good data and good analysis done on education matters. A University of Miami or a Research One Institute may want to come in and do it as well. All of those, I think, could be reviewed by your office to see if they met the standards for what we'd like to do business with. All those things plus any other standards you'd like to adopt. But I don't like to give up free assessments. I hate it when we can't get an assessment of an innovation we've done by an independent group because it's not in the contract. And I think that that's a very strict interpretation of contracts, and that I think sometimes we can do things that aren't in a contract just because we do stuff all the time that's not in a contract. We showed up here today and nobody told me I had a contract to show up here, right? So is this the right policy, Chair, to put something like that in?
Ms. Batista, Dr. Hepburn, who wants to tackle that one?
I also would like Mr. Vignola to opine on that issue, because I think he may have some further information related to what I just said.
As I'm understanding what the services are here, it's striking me this might be on page 6, subsection Q, as in Queensland, donation contracts, because, and this is one of the new elements of this contract policy. That allows the superintendent to execute contracts necessary for the donation of any goods or services. Sounds like these are services that are being donated. And that would, since you wouldn't have to go to a board meeting to receive this donation, that was part of the reason this clause was put in there, so we don't end up missing opportunities that are time sensitive where someone's trying to give us something. So I'm wondering if subsection Q might be able to carry the load for this subject matter.
Thank you. And as always, Bob, Mr. Vignola, thank you very much. I withdraw my concern because I think this fits in it. When I read Q, I was thinking of a extent donation of, and not thinking so much about reviewing an innovation that we're trying to help us come up with a really good assessment. So
Yeah, I think
that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. We over the years receive communication from the Florida Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, and I would like for the district to have the opportunity to be a little bit more nimble in response. So I would like to make a motion that this policy include a provision authorizing the superintendent to terminate contracts without prior board approval when such termination is required by a directive or order from the U.S. Department of Education or the Florida Department of Education. The superintendent shall notify the board of any such action through a written memorandum.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mr. Severe.
So I've got some concerns with this. We may get things from the DOE, both federally and state. And while I am certainly a big advocate for following the law and following directives from those institutions, when we are talking about terminating contracts that affect this district specifically, I'm a little hesitant, with all due respect to the superintendent and his team, to not have that fully vetted by legal and this board making a decision. I'm not suggesting that we ignore DOE directives, both from the federal DOE and from the state DOE. My only concern is, what if it's a generic letter from the DOE regarding some institution or some company that we're dealing with, and we actually take a look at that contract, and deeply embedded in that contract is a liquidated damages provision, right? That subjects the district to millions of dollars in penalties and potential liability in the face of an early or illegal termination under the agreement. So I'm a little hesitant to have a decision like that being made by the superintendent and his team. I think that needs to be fully vetted by legal, and I think that should be brought to the board. And again, in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that we ignore a directive from the state DOE or from the federal DOE. I just feel that a decision like that could subject this district to some severe financial liability for improper termination of a binding contract that we have with somebody should be fully vetted by legal and should be a decision that's made by this board.
If
so
I
I would
chime
oppose
in,
the
Bob,
motion.
One factor that comes to my mind, calling for legal to review one of these situations, is our termination for convenience clause in most all of our contracts is upon 30 days notice of the intent to terminate. So the way this usually triggers is we have an item on your board agenda, like if we had one today, you would authorize the superintendent to notify the vendor that we are terminating the contract in 30 days. So board meeting today, superintendent delivers the 30-day notice tomorrow, and then at the end of 30 days, then we have an effective termination. So part of having that go through legal is to make sure that we're doing it correctly with the proper notice so we don't have a vendor claiming we have a failed attempt to terminate the contract.
Mrs. Leonardi.
I suppose my understanding of this motion, and if I need to amend it, I will, would be that the superintendent would, of course, go through legal. I think that would have been the superintendent's intention as well. But I'm happy to amend the motion to include after a review with legal. So I will go ahead and do that, actually. So my new motion would read as follows. I move that policy 3820 include a provision authorizing the superintendent to terminate contracts without prior board approval, but after full legal review, when such termination is required by directive or order from the U.S. Department of Education or Florida Department of Education. The superintendent shall notify the board of any such action through a written memorandum. And I assume that such memorandum could serve as a 30-day notice. Thank you.
Okay. Any board member discuss? Mr. Severe.
So I have the same concerns, and here's why. Thank you for the amendment, because obviously it's very important that our legal department have their hands and their eyes and their ears on this. Again, if there is such a set of circumstances in which a contract needs to be terminated and there doesn't have the convenience clause in it that most of our contracts do, admittedly, but if for some weird set of circumstances a contract doesn't have that, I don't feel comfortable with the superintendent making decisions to terminate something without the board coming back and listening to all of the potential legal ramifications. The last thing I would like to happen to this district is the superintendent makes a decision to terminate a contract because of a letter that he got from DOE. We get a big fat lawsuit, and we're in the press and all that stuff, and my constituents and the good citizens of Broward County want to know why the board, as the governing authority, didn't have a say in this ultimate decision to terminate a contract that's now resulted in a big fat lawsuit that we're facing. So while I appreciate all of the good work that the superintendent's office and his team does, and certainly the good work that our legal team does, I think we owe it to our constituents to make that decision collectively as a board as to whether or not to terminate a contract, especially when we could be facing a contract. There could be, again, early termination penalty, a liquidated damages penalty provision, something in there could subject us, to liability. I'm just not comfortable allowing the superintendent to make that decision, with all due respect to Dr. Hepburn.
Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you. So I'm just reading between the lines. That we've had a fact pattern, I suppose, come before us recently where this was at issue. So in this particular case, my understanding, because we have been provided with the information, so I do really appreciate that the board has been kept abreast, but we had 5 days to respond to the DOE to tell them that we were no longer going forward with a certain contract. So that complicates, I don't disagree with Mr. Cervera, but it complicates I think the nimbleness here is because of the timelines that are being set and when we're going to get that back in front of the board. It's sometimes an impossibility if we're getting an arbitrary deadline and then we have to comply, but our next board meeting isn't for another 2 weeks. So I guess for Ms. Leonardi's motion, I would like to, what am I doing?
Offer a substitute motion.
Well, I don't remember all of the details of the original motion off the top of my head, but I think a substitute.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to, if you want to make a substitute motion, that's fine. But I just wanted to clarify that for the recent example that you're speaking of will be coming to the board at the November meeting so that the board delegates to the superintendent the ability to notify that particular vendor and give the vendor 30 days pursuant to the determination for convenience clause of the contract. So that's the way that is playing out. So even though the response did have to go out within 5 days,
The termination doesn't have to happen technically until.
Correct.
Okay.
Superintendent, can I add to that?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
The only reason we haven't been notified by the Office of OCR whether our response was within their parameters is because the government shut down. So we're not even sure if our response about our action was acceptable. Just to mention that.
Okay. So I don't really know where we're at with that. The only thing I would say to this motion is that if anything is being done, I would like the communication with the board to be as strong as it was with this particular situation. So if that's.
Well, I think it was, just if I could jump in, at Dr. Zeman's motion was every single item that was on there within 2 business days, the superintendent would report to the
Okay,
board.
that's-
So I
that's fine.
think
Then I
if
have
it
nothing to
follows
say.
that motion, it would have to have it in
Okay.
there.
Thank you.
See, I'm paying attention.
If I may, Mr. Eschenbrenner, you can rest those feet. Well,
And,
thank you.
Great job, though.
Dr. Hepburn, the only other, or Madam Chair, the only other just thing that I could offer would be to maybe include in the motion that Mrs. Leonardi presented, something along the lines of if the contract is without, it has a provision for without cost, but if it is only for cost, that it be presented to the board under those circumstances.
Do you want me to amend my motion again? So I move that policy 3820 include a provision authorizing the superintendent to terminate contracts without cause
That contain a
that
termination.
contain
Termination.
termination without
Right.
cause clause without prior board approval when such termination is required by a directive or order from the U.S. Department of Education or the Florida Department of Education. After a full legal review, the superintendent shall notify the board of any such action through a written memorandum.
Within
2 business days.
Yes. Okay. And okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. Either to the maker of the motion or to the chair, are there any citable instances where the Florida or U.S. Department of Ed asked us to cancel a contract in a way that we couldn't do it through a special school board meeting or at the next school board meeting?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
So I'll phone a friend of general counsel. It depends on the correspondence of, so in the recent example, they gave us 5 days, although their letter wasn't clear whether that was calendar or business days. We did correspond with them after the fact, and they agreed that it was business days and not calendar days. So if we had 5 business days, I believe the board would have the ability to call a special school board meeting within that time frame. But again, we don't know if every instance would include that limitation, that timeline of 5 days. But
Right,
in the recent case, it would allow for a special school board meeting.
And if we could use that as a good case study for this motion, they asked us to respond about what we were going to do, not cancel the contract.
So if I recall correctly, the letter never spoke about contracts. It just spoke about our relationship with an organization, which in this case was through a contract.
I'm hip. I like our authority to approve contracts, and I'd like to retain our authority to cancel contracts. I just don't see any instances. I also don't want to insinuate to any other legislative body that we're going to follow something outside of law. And so if a U.S. or a Florida Department of Ed tells us to do something, many times we have to do it. Sometimes, though, it's in conflict with the law, and we have to kind of figure out, how do we deal with that, which I think is something that the board is uniquely capable of doing. So I don't know that there's a great need for this or any need for this, but I also just like the ability to cancel contracts here at the board because we're also the only authority that can initiate or can approve a contract.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 Can we do a roll call?
School board members, Holness? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Wait, Honus, go ahead.
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Thompson?
Yes.
Zeman? Alhadeff?
No.
Bowman?
No.
Severa?
No.
Hickson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-4.
Okay. That all that you had, Mrs. Leonardi? Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
All those in favor of item P, double P?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we voting on the entire item?
Yes.
Okay, remember I wanted you to come back to me just for.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I still do have I would say an uncomfortable. I think there's an uncomfortable degree of risk, even though minimal, for R, which is data processing agreements. The word limited data sharing with third-party vendors, even though in this case, in my opinion, limited in this case is relative and subject to staff interpretation. I am still uncomfortable with data processing agreements not coming to the board that require limited data sharing with third-party vendors. So just for the record, I'm going to make a motion to remove R so data processing agreements can come to the board for approval.
Is there a second on the motion? Any public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Thompson?
Yes.
Zeman? Alhadeff?
No.
Bowman?
Yes.
Severa? Hickson?
No.
Honus?
Yes.
6-3 passes.
Okay. Now, is that it, Dr. Holness? Okay. So now back to the whole item. Okay.
Okay, so just bringing it back around. And to our council's point, the policy 3800 has some of the same language, so I do think we have to clean that up. And if we're going to clean up 3200, I think the numbering could be improved significantly. Thank you. Just because there's just like block or bold, and it's hard to reference it when you're looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, before you guys vote, just know that these changes, I believe, do constitute substance changes, so we'll need to present it at the November 12th meeting.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item double P5 as amended say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion passes with one dissenting vote. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from our evening speakers. And we have one, Mariah Rabideau. So come on down.
Good afternoon, Chair, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Mariah Rabideau. I am a parent, member of the PTA and band boosters, and speaking on behalf of students and families at Tequesta Trace Middle School. Tequesta Trace has something truly rare. It's the only school in Broward County that's been an A school since its opened 26 years ago, which is a legacy worth celebrating, one that many of you have celebrated since the school year began. Behind that proud headline, however, is something we need to talk about: the state of the facilities. The facilities in general across the school are in unacceptable condition. The columns throughout the campus have visible cracks, not cosmetic wear, but signs of structural deterioration that raise real safety concerns. Inside the bathrooms, tiles are cracked, broken, they're not just dirty. The dryers are rusted or broken or both. Many faucets barely work or won't stay on. There's no air conditioning, just open air stalls with visible gaps that leave students feeling exposed. On a good day, it feels like a disgusting highway rest stop, but not one on a Florida highway because the state of Florida maintains their restrooms better than this. I want to be clear, this is not a reflection on the custodial staff. They're doing their best with what they've been given. This is a result of a lack of board support, attention, and investment over 20 years, and it's showing. I recently filed a public records request to understand the scope of repairs and maintenance over the years, and the response was astonishing. They do not have any records to their recollection of maintenance at Tequesta Trace Middle School bathrooms. No records, no documentation, no trail of accountability for facilities that hundreds of children use every single day. This isn't about comfort. It's about dignity, health, and safety. We would never accept this standard in a public building where adults work, like the one we're all standing in. So why is it acceptable where our children learn? I want to acknowledge the hard work that's gone into improving many campuses across the county, but an A school with failing infrastructure sends the wrong message about what we value. So I'd like to end with an invitation, not a complaint. I invite each of you to come visit Tequesta Trace, take a few minutes, experience the student facilities for yourselves. No cameras, no walkthrough prep, just a genuine visit. If it feels dignified, say so. If it doesn't, please make this a priority. Our students deserve facilities that match their excellence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to speak to us today. The last item on the agenda is R1. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No comment.
Okay, Mrs. Al-Hadef. Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to give a shout out to Tequesta Trace. They killed it at the middle school cross country meet yesterday and won the team award. So, okay, so to RR1s. So this is a resolution to recognize America's Safe Schools Week, which is from October 19th to the 25th. And it came to my attention from the manager of safety at South Broward that we did not have this resolution. And so I'm bringing it forward. That's Mr. Waters. That is he's our campus security manager. So we bringing it forward just to recognize and thank the district safety, security, emergency preparedness team and campus monitors, safe school officers, school resource officers, and all of our other safety personnel. But I'm going to pass it on to my colleague who is really the expert in this and has demonstrated such dedication and progress, and also that wonderful dog demonstration this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. Excellent. I just have one modification that I'd like to change in the third to last paragraph, where it speaks to whereas the board recognized the effective prevention strategies, including safety drills, mental health supports, anti-bullying initiatives, character education, and I'd like to replace the words social emotional learning with student wellness to help build a culture of safety and respect across all schools. Third to last paragraph. Is there a second?
Oh, second. Sorry. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously, minus Mrs. Rupert and Mr. Severa.
And then I'd also like to be a co-sponsor on the resolution.
Okay. Was that it?
Yeah.
Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to echo my colleagues' sentiments on the resolution and thank Ms. Bowman for bringing it to us. That's it.
Thank you. I would also like to thank you for bringing it forward. I think it's important to highlight that, so thank you. All those in favor?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think it would be amazing if the entire board would co-sponsor this resolution.
I would love to do that as well. Okay.
Thanks,
guys.
So we'll all be on the resolution.
And then we can ask Mr. Cervera too.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure he'll be fine. Okay. Yes, we're going to volunteer him. All those in favor of item RR1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. As I mentioned before, I wanted to bring something up at the end, so I'd like to make a motion to reopen the agenda to discuss the General Counsel's transition plan. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of opening the agenda, reopening the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. I would like to make a motion to close the agenda.
Second.
Right? Do I close it now? Yes. It's been moved and seconded to close the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. So as you are now aware, our General Counsel has submitted her resignation effective January 9th. To move swiftly and maintain stability within the Office of the General Counsel, I move that the board initiate an internal recruitment process and direct staff to post the position publicly this week. And I also move, so that's one motion. I have a second one, that an item be placed on next week's board workshop agenda to allow further discussion and direction regarding the transition plan.
Second.
Okay. Public comment? Board member discussion. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. And first, none of us have had really the opportunity to publicly respond to the letter of resignation. So I just want to first start off by thanking Ms. Batista for her decades of service to this district. She has, before leading this office, she has dedicated her life to serving students in Broward County Public Schools. So thank you for that. And thank you for leading us through some very tumultuous times at Broward County Public Schools. And you've handled it with grace. So thank you. To Ms. Hickson's motion, so when you say an internal search process, do you mean that like we have our staff do a search, like a national, like they advertise a position? Can you just, I would like to have some more clarity.
Sure. And I actually have an alternate motion if you wanted to spend money, and I think it's a direction. We really have to have a discussion about it, and I think HR has some information for us. But I just know when we did superintendent searches that what I heard from the board was that they didn't really like using an outside firm because they kind of picked who they brought to us. And so if our HR was to put out an ad, then we would be able to see all of the resumes that come in, decide who we wanted to interview, and then it wouldn't cost us, well, we're going to find out the difference in cost, but we wouldn't be paying an outside firm. So I think it's a good way to get something out right away, and then if we find that doesn't work, it still gives us time to look for a firm if we needed to, but this would get an ad out by the end of the week, and then we could move swiftly on what we want to do moving forward. But I still think it needs to come to a workshop. I know Mrs. Al-Hadef has some information she also wanted to share. So at the board workshop, it would give us a good amount of time to be able to discuss what we wanted to do moving forward.
Got it. I have some other comments or questions, but when we talk about bringing it to a workshop, what are we looking to discuss at a workshop, and when would that workshop be?
So it would be next week, the next workshop, and we could make parameters around what we wanted.
Okay, but we're looking to advertise the position by the end of this week and then do a workshop on the parameters. Help me.
Dr. Lozano.
Good afternoon, Ari Lozano, Chief Human Resources Officer. So best practice would be to do the workshop, to then the board would talk about considerations like the job description. Are you leaving it the same? Talk about the need or not need for an interim general counsel and what will that look like as this process goes forward. Again, talk through internal or external. So there are different processes. Talk about how you want to handle screening, interview rounds. So we would have a workshop to discuss all those options, and the board would direct us in which direction you would want to go.
Okay. And we have a master board training next week and then 2 workshop items. So we would just have 3. So I'm fine with doing that. I would just hope that we all understand we're going to be here for a long time that day. I would also be open to hashing that out today, but I don't know if all of us are prepared to do that. I came to this meeting prepared to talk about either in support of doing an internal search process like what you're suggesting. If we decide that has been insufficient, I would like us to do something different than what we've done in the past with the superintendent search. And I'm right there with many of my colleagues in that I don't think when we've hired an individual search firm that the results were acceptable. I would be open to doing a contingency search. So, having the position out there and then having multiple search firms compete for the business, basically, and whoever delivers us the person that we hire would get paid. We haven't done that since I've been on the board. I know we talked about it in years past. So if our internal search process does not, yield results that we like, I would really like us to do a contingency search. I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline though. So like, how long would we expect the job posting to be open? Like when would be the end date for our internal search process?
Dr. Lozano.
So we kind of worked out a draft tentative timeline. So it would probably take 2 weeks for the planning and develop our search strategy. The board would determine how long you want to run the ad for, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month. So we would determine how long to run the ad. It would take us a week for screening and then another week for initial interviews, another week to look at final candidates, do background checks, references, full vetting, Florida Bar Review, etc. Another week for final interviews. Then we'd enter contract negotiations, and then we'd present the contract for approval at the board, and then we would move into onboarding. So we're probably looking at a 14-week process on average from start to finish.
So in that scenario, we would probably have to have an interim, correct?
Correct.
Because yeah. Okay. Walk me back a little bit. So what's the timeline for you from like start to you guys telling us here are the candidates who are qualified who applied? When would that?
Mrs. Leonardi, we have to vote to extend the meeting. So we are at time, so I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting for an hour so we don't have to keep voting on it. Hopefully it won't take that long. All those in favor of extending the meeting for an hour, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Thank you so much. Continue. I'm sorry.
So again, it would be determined on the job description. If you leave it the same, it's going to speed up the process. If we make revisions to the job description, that would have to come to the board for approval before we could begin the process.
Okay, so I think that's a very important piece for us to consider because we would be discussing that at next week's workshop, whether or not we'd want to change the job description. So then if we were to change the job, so if we waited until October 21st to decide if we're changing the job description, when is the soonest we could vote on changing that job description? November 12th? So we couldn't do like a special?
You could.
So it would be November 4th? would be I guess the point I'm trying to make is I'm a little bit concerned about waiting to do a workshop, and I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline. If we decide that the internal search process is insufficient, we're like probably into December at that point, and then we're starting all over. So I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues about this. I'm just a little concerned.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks. I'd like to make an alternate substitute motion where we decide today what to do with the hope that we actually hire a great general counsel to come before January 9th. 13th weeks is great. It exceeds what your contract required, Ms. Batista. Thank you for giving us a little bit more time. I'd like to make some decisions today. And this is kind of the Zeman plan. We say, Chairman, you're in charge of hiring us a general counsel. You have $30,000 of discretionary spending if, in fact, the internal search first doesn't work. You have our authority to authorize the Chief of Human Resources to execute an incentive contract, not with one search firm, but with multiple search firms, whoever finds the successful candidate. Your goal is to find us a great general counsel in the most reasonable time possible. And we, as members of this board, prefer to go fast with your wisdom and guidance leading this effort. The reason I would ask the chair to do it is that the general counsel works for us. And I think you should be assisted by our Chief of Human Resources, who can help you with the process. But I feel like we have to have a person responsible for the process, because at the end of the day, you're going to bring us back some qualified people. We'll probably down select. You're going to bring some people back to interview, and we're going to participate in that interview, and we're going to be moving quickly. To Ms. Leonardi's point, all these, with all due respect, Dr. Lozano, this committee this and delay that and workshop board this, I just don't think we can do that. And we have the authority to vest in the chair the running of the process with your support. And I would argue very, very strongly that the job description of a general counsel in every large urban district is carbon copy. They all have to be part of the bar. They all do risk management and legal counsel and supervised contract, supervised staff. I mean, it's almost, I doubt that there's even word differences between us and Miami-Dade and Palm Beach and the largest 81 districts of the United States. So I think what we have is sufficient as a job description, and we're not going to, I just don't think we're going to find, the definition of a general counsel for a school board is well defined. And I feel like we have the opportunity to ask you in your 11th month of service to take all the experiences you've had working with us and drive the process for us home. And I'd like to give you the authority to have up to $30,000 to spend. If in fact the using internal resources doesn't generate the candidates you like at some point, and you just go, hey, we're running out of time, let's open up an incentive search, as Ms. Leonardi has pointed out. We could actually get candidates in 30 days. We could do final reviews in early December, and we have a hope of actually getting a human being here that's fully qualified in January. So that's a very long description of my motion, but that's the motion I would distill into a few sentences if people would like to discuss that further. I just want to get this going.
Then is there a second on it, substitute motion?
Second.
Yep, second. Okay. So board discussion, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. So to the maker of the motion, I guess, if the chair's running it, but we potentially will have a new chair on November 19th, 18th, it just transitions?
Absolutely. I mean, the chair is the title of our, they have the ability to represent us. But again, I'm not saying that the chair would have any more than one vote in the decision of the general counsel. It's just this idea of having 9 people run a committee to do a process just doesn't make any sense. We need to pick somebody that's a representative of the board, and that's what we do with our chair here. It would transition over to a new chair if we have a new chair at the organizational meeting, and they would pick that process up and run it. But a person can make decisions. A person can, get to a point where either it's working or not working with internal resources, and then go with an incentive contract. So I just feel like we really, as a board, don't have a lot to talk about for the process. we have a lot to talk about once we get candidates. And so I would prefer to have our elected leader, who's the chair now, and then roll over to another chair if that happens in November, to pick up and run this as a single point of contact for the school board.
And then to the superintendent, is $30,000, like, I don't even know what the cost is for this.
So again, you're looking at about 20 to 25% of the salary of the individual you're hiring. So you're looking at more than $50,000, $60,000 range for this type of position.
I'm happy to authorize amend my motion and authorize up to 25% of the initial salary, if that's what the market requires to get a bunch. I just love the idea of multiple firms trying to find a great candidate and place them. And I actually think that there's a very likely chance we're going to get a candidate through our internal processes. There's people already calling and talking about how awesome it is to work in Broward County.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So first, I just like to start that I asked if the chair or vice chair brought this item forward as an agenda item, and I was told no. So I wanted to bring this item forward with backup information so that we could more aggressively move forward today. I was denied by adding it to the agenda, and then the agenda gets opened back up and gets put on the agenda. So just a little frustrated with that process. So we have what's called the School Board's Legal Services Committee. Who's on it? Yep, Sarah, and one more person.
Yeah, so it's right now on that committee is Board Member Bowman, Board Member Leonardi, Superintendent Hepburn, and General Counsel Batista, and we have one vacant position from when Board Member Pham resigned.
Okay, so Mr. Severo would, I would assume, take that position. So what I believe and what has been done in the past and was actually done by Board Member Donna Korn in 2021 was to give the School Board's Legal Services Committee the ability to review applications. And that's, I think, the way that we should, if we're going to go down that process, have the Legal Service Committee meet and review the applications and then bring something forward to us as a board. I think the biggest question right now is that we're not talking about is the financial impacts of what it's going to cost, comparing if our staff does it or we do this search. So does staff have that answer?
And can Ms. Batista is remembering that that process was for the interim, not the actual general counsel. So if you could address that also.
That is correct, but that committee is available if the board chooses to use that as an option.
Hi, good afternoon. Susan Ronkelman, Executive Director, Talent Management. So the cost would depend on what you want to spend. If we want to do an internal search, we could certainly do some national-wide reach out there through some networking and other organizations. We could do some paid advertising, things along that line. I'm guesstimating at about 5,000, maybe, depending on how far you want to reach, using social media and everything out there to get the word out, and using there's several different networking opportunities out there. We could certainly spend those dollars on doing an internal search and doing it internally versus going out to an outside company, which, exactly as Dr. Lozano pointed out, will cost to 20 to 30% of what the yearly salary for that individual would be, is the standard cost that external companies would charge. It will take some time to find the company. We may have to work with purchasing, determining if we could just go into contract with them. We would have to go through all that process as well before we could just reach out and use somebody. So that would also delay perhaps you getting through the process quickly, because we'd have to take the time to find a company to do the search.
Okay, but we've done this dance, so we have, I'm sure, a list of the companies, and if we're going to do what Ms. Leonardi spoke about, being competitive about it, there is something, though, I do want to bring to the board's attention in the job description, is that we do require this person to have the educational law certification, which there is, I don't know, Ms. Batista could speak to it. Isn't there like less than 75 people in the whole state of Florida that has this certification?
Yes, that is correct. About 75 individuals, lawyers
Right.
have that certification, but I don't believe that's a requirement of,
Yeah.
of the minimum qualifications, however.
Yeah, we looked it up yesterday, and it's not part of the actual minimum requirements. It's a preference. And because I had the same question.
We moved it?
Yes, and so it says that, or they had to have practiced some kind of educational law, which according to Ms. Batista in our discussion yesterday, I didn't just pull this out of the air, was that you could practice contract law, or you could practice all kinds of different things in an educational setting, and it would fulfill that. Because my concern also was throwing a wide enough net.
Right, we're going to limit the pool if we just have that.
Yes, so according to Ms. Batista, the job description we have now would not limit that.
So can staff speak to,
We're gonna-
well, I guess we're still on the motion with Dr. Zeman. So I'm against that, but I'm for the Legal Services Committee.
Okay, so
did you?
Superintendent?
Okay.
And if I may,
Mr. Sullivan.
Dr. Lozano is passing out the job description, minimum qualifications. The third says experience with education and/or school law.
So let's vote on Dr. Zeman's motion first, and then if it doesn't pass, Mrs. Al-Hadaf can. Dr. Zeman's motion, which was to allow the chair to run the process and bring everything back to the board, regardless of who is in the position. All those in favor of Dr. Zeman's motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say no.
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 Okay, so the motion fails. Do you have everybody who voted?
I'm going to have to do a roll call for the record because I don't have everyone. I know it failed. I just don't know.
I think
by-
it was only 2 people that said yes.
3.
There's 3.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Don't blow me away, Chair.
If you said yes, can you raise your hand?
Chair.
Dr. Zeman, Dr. Zeman, raise your hand.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, okay, so Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Okay, so I move to allow the school board's Legal Services Committee will review all applications and make a recommendation to the school board for consideration of general counsel.
Any public comment? I have a question on that, though, because it doesn't address, are we going to leave it to start with our HR putting out an ad and collecting resumes, or?
I think maybe, can that be a separate motion? Because I would like to discuss what Ms. Leonardi talked about more.
Well, because if it's the only reason I'm asking is because I believe if it's a firm, the firm's going to shuffle out. I mean, that's the whole reason you hire the firm. They shuffle out who they're going to bring to you. So it would change what happens at that committee. So I think we have to commit one way or the other first before we.
Okay, then let's talk about what Ms. Leonardi was discussing.
Okay, so we're going to hold off on that motion for right now. So, Mrs. Leonardi.
Oh, I mean, we brought this up, I think when we were doing the last superintendent search, several of us suggested doing a contingent search or a contingency search where we put it out there. We're looking for a new general counsel. Firms compete. Whatever firm delivers us the person that we hire is the one that gets paid. And I know that this is common in other fields. I don't know like the minute details of that, but it was something that we had discussed when we were doing a superintendent search. So that's one avenue that I think would be really interesting to pursue because we've done the internal search before. We've done hiring the one search firm before. I think this gives people an opportunity to compete and really deliver us some great results. And I think we have an amazing HR staff. One of my questions was going to be to them, like, would they be calling candidates trying to recruit people specifically, or are we just doing paid advertisements and publishing things on our website?
Dr. Lozano.
If we did it internally, we would certainly reach out to our networks through other school districts and other places, and in addition to doing paid advertising, social media, on all of the different types of job boards out there that would attract candidates in this field.
Got it. Because I mean, I got to be honest, I don't know that like for a position like this, paid advertisements and social media will deliver us excellent results that we're looking for. I think for a position like this, it really is like word of mouth, people connecting with their networks, trying to bring someone in, which is, again, why I'm interested in the idea of a contingency search. I had some additional like questions about the Legal Services Committee generally, and also like the timeline. So I don't know if now is the right time to ask those questions, or if you just want to address the question of a contingency search. I'm happy to keep my questions for later.
Well, I have a question on that in particular, and a question for Ms. Batista. So have we ever done, I'm going to call it headhunter. I mean, basically it's headhunters, right? So what would that look like in purchasing? Have we ever done that before? Because I don't know if that would extend the amount of time that we would be able to put out something. You know, I mean, I love the idea. We have talked about it, and I think it's motivating for people to bring good candidates that way. But government is very slow in a lot of things. So I don't think we've ever done it that way. How would we do that?
We did utilize, when we did the superintendent search, we have used outside companies to help us with that search. If the cost is under $50,000, then the superintendent can sign off on that agreement. But if the cost is going to exceed that amount, then we would have to go through the purchasing
But we
process.
wouldn't know what the cost was until someone found the right, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we have a general idea because we know what the salary is, and they would let us know what their percentage of that salary they're going to charge. Typically, as I said, companies are going to charge 20 to 30%. So if your general counsel's making $225, that's going to be 40, anywhere to $40,000 and up. So you have a little bit of wiggle room there.
So
But depending on the companies, if you're going to go out, as I said, and want to use several companies, they're all going to bring different list of candidates to you. So let's say you get 3 companies, each one brings you 5 candidates. We're still going to have to screen the candidates and vet them, and then bring them forward to you to make some decisions on how you want to whittle down each of those companies' list, which is doable. And then we'd have to make sure that company then is agreeable to say you're only going to get paid or receive fees for your services if we select your candidate.
That's what I guess I'm asking. I think we all would like to know, like, what's the probability of...
We've never done that before.
That's
We've
what I'm
always
saying.
used only
But
one company.
Other government organizations and other organizations do that. So that's like, just because we've never done it before, it doesn't mean it can't be done.
Correct.
And I would say, like, because we've never done it before, it's an argument for doing it.
Right. Well, and I don't disagree. I just want to, if we decide to do that, we need to know what the path is forward. And does it extend the timeline? Does it shorten the timeline?
Well, it would definitely extend it from putting something out today or by the end of the week, because we would reach out. We have a list of companies that definitely specialize in providing candidates in this field. So we definitely have already kind of found some list of companies that do that. We would have to reach out to them to see who's interested.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Batista, just as a side note, you've been in this business a long time. Do you have a list of friends that you might share that might be interested in the position?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that I have a list of friends that would be interested in the position, but I do have a list of friends that may be interested. I do belong to the Florida School Board Attorneys Association, and there is a conference that will be taking place on November 6 and 7, which I'm planning to attend. And the people who attend that conference will be the general counsels from all the other districts in the state, along with associate general counsels from those different school districts. So I think that's a very good place to advertise and share that information. If I may just suggest, to Mrs. Al-Hadef's point, that, you know, before the pool of applicants goes to the committee, to the Legal Services Committee, I think it would be valuable to have HR just look and make sure that they meet the minimum qualifications, so that you don't get, you know, a pile of 150 resumes when really only 10 or 15 are even meet the minimum qualifications. So that's just a suggestion.
Okay. Okay. So, Mrs. Leonardi, did you want to finish asking your questions?
Yeah, because Mrs. Al-Hadef had brought it up, for the Legal Services Committee, because we do have one vacancy, does that district board member just automatically get added to the Legal Services Committee, or do we need to do an item to fill the vacancy? We have to do an item to fill the vacancy? Okay. And then I do think, and Mrs. Al-Hadef also brought this up, over the years when we've been doing a search for the general counsel position, we did some things with the job description that I would be interested in revisiting. So that brings me to the question of, like, if we can schedule some special, or if my colleagues would be amenable to scheduling some special school board meetings for the next few weeks in order to be able to get the business of, like, filling the vacancy on Legal Services Committee and updating the job description if everyone wants to do that, just to be able to keep things moving forward.
So we could add, Mr. Sullivan, could we add a special school board meeting next week at 8? Because I think our training starts at 9, yes?
At the will of the board, yes. The training starts at 9, so you could do a special as early as you like.
I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. Listen, I know it's going to be a lot, but, like, this is serious business that we have to do, so.
I agree. And Mrs. Al-Hadef's always here early anyway. So everybody okay with, we could do 8:30 if you want, but it'll cut into, it never takes the 15 minutes they say it takes. So I think we would have to give it at least an hour. So 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that, sorry, that would be to revise the job description or to entertain motions to revise it?
Right, as well as
Fill the vacancy.
filling the vacancy on the
Legal Services Committee.
Terrific. So I just would ask my colleagues to, if you have changes to the job
Bring
description,
it with you.
bring them. Okay? Don't start reading it at 8:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
So 8 o'clock
That's a will of the
next
board.
week?
I can't make 8 o'clock. I can make 8:30.
Okay, well, 8:30 won't give us enough time. How about 8:15? Yeah, 8 o'clock, and then, yes, you come when you get here.
Okay, I'm going to object. I'm sorry. I have a standing medical appointment that ends and I can get here at 8:30, and I don't want to be eliminated from the discussion of this board for the first time in 3 years.
Okay. We'll do 8:30, but everybody better talk fast. Okay, so 8:30, special meeting.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Can we move the FSBA training to another day? And then allow that time period to focus on this?
I can't speak for the trainer, so we would have to ask. I'm sure we can reschedule it, but without asking her directly, we would have to check.
Okay, so let's check in the process, but we'll say we'll do a special school board meeting at 8:30.
And if she's able to reschedule, then we will commence the special school board meeting at 9 until 1 o'clock.
How's that?
Madam Chair.
Well, have you sat in a school board meeting with us?
And then we can hash out some of the other
Yes.
issues that we're trying to hash out.
Yeah.
Because there will be plenty of them.
Okay. Oh, well, hold on.
We're calling.
Okay. Well, I want to let Ms.
Well, it's about the training.
Okay.
Does the training have to be done by the end of the calendar year? Because then do we have time to even reschedule it?
We'd have to find out when Carol could come.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but is there a time that we have to have that training done by? Because then there might not be a time to reschedule it. It's my question.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we can let Mr. Sullivan find that answer out. Does it relate directly?
Yes. Is there any
Is
any cost to rescheduling?
Okay.
Additional cost?
We'll find that out.
I'm phoning a friend.
Okay. Mrs. Leonardi, you want to?
Yeah, so just to be clear, for next week for a special school board meeting, we would be voting on the job description. We would be voting on filling the legal services committee vacancy, and then we would perhaps be discussing the other parts of this transition that we would need to discuss, correct? Those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Alhada.
I just have a comment that I like my colleagues just to think about. You don't need to talk about it now. We can discuss it next week. But super majority vote. We did lose a candidate or someone who we were going to hire because the board didn't agree with super majority vote. And so I'm not asking you to weigh on it now, but just to think about that.
Yeah, that was for the contracts for the legal counsel. That was why we lost the one person. Okay. So I'm trying to, we've moved around a lot. So I made a motion, and then there was a substitute motion, because we never voted on that motion. So there was Dr. Zeman's motion, which failed, right? So Mrs. Aladef's motion is on hold, because we were trying to keep track here, trying to finish the questions. So are you ready to make your motion, Mrs. Aladef?
And I do have a response whenever you want it, Madam Chair.
Yes, now would be great.
Ms. Cook says that selecting general counsel is definitely crucial, so she understands there's no cost and we can reschedule as long as we reschedule within the next 6 to 8 months.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
All righty. That's good. Great question then. Okay, so.
Well, I don't really want to force to do the contingency search unless, I can make a motion, we can vote on it and see if that's what we want to do. All right, whatever, I'll just make the motion. I move to, for the Broward County School District I move for the school board's legal services committee, so they're going to review all applications given by the external search, contingency search.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the Legal Services Council review the application, I just want to get clarity. Are they going to bring back to the board a certain number of qualified applicants that they're recommending, or what happens next?
I guess that would be up to us. I don't know that we would want to give a number. What if there's only 3 people that apply? But Mrs. Alhada.
Well, they would make recommendations to the school board, but they will also share all of the information with the recommendations, like the resumes, their letter, all the information. They'll share that with the school board.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to understand, Madam Chair, the Legal Services Council, they're going to make recommendations to the school board? Are they going to recommend one candidate from everyone they receive, or are they going to, what are we expecting?
It'll be a few, hopefully
all of those
5, 6. Hopefully, if our staff vets it out before they even go, to make sure they meet the standards, the minimum qualifications. And then I would hope they would be providing, basically all of them that meet the minimum qualifications.
Everybody.
But they're vetting it out. And the superintendent, even though he's part of the legal service committee, he would not be participating in that part of it.
Okay, Madam Chair.
And what about, to what you just said, Board Member Aldef, what about General Counsel Batista? No as well?
No.
So when we say legal services committee, we're talking about the 3 board members that serve on that committee.
Correct. And it's a sunshine meeting, and minutes will be taken at the meeting.
Dr. Holness?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So the Legal Services Council has 3 board members that will be deciding on which applicants to bring forward to us. I don't have a, well, I do sort of. It seems as if there are a limited number of individuals on the Legal Services Council. Is there any other, in addition to Legal Services Council, that could be involved, any other particular group that could be involved in that process, in addition to the Legal Services Council?
The motion right now is just for the legal counsel. I mean, that's their whole purpose, really, is to discuss legal issues with the.
Okay. All right. Good.
Ms. Thompson?
I guess I'm just confused in general. So are we saying that we're going to do an internal search, the internal people are going to give it to this Legal Services Council, which is made up of 3. So then we are spending up around $50,000 to $60,000 for these people to give us applicants, and then you guys are reviewing them. There's just been a lot of back and forth, and I would like a very timeline of what's happening, because 2 people shook their head no.
So,
for very different ideas.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf's motion was to use an external firm, which means that companies would bring us people, but our HR still has to vet them. They would vet them to make sure they meet the minimum qualification. Then it would go to the legal services council committee.
But why couldn't the firm that we're spending a ton of money on vet them and make sure they fit the minimum qualifications?
They do, but then our legal, I mean, it's our employee, our HR has to always vet them.
Can I speak to some of that?
Sure.
So in the past, when we've done searches, the search firms bring us a list, and we always whittle down the list to things that we are looking for. So I guess the question really is, do you trust the Legal Services Committee to do that, to whittle down that list, to help, have a more refined conversation down the line? If you don't, then just vote no on the motion.
So that's not what I'm confused about. I'm confused more about how we're getting applicants, not about the legal services component about it. It's either are we using our internal people to recruit applicants and then that goes to you guys, or we're using the contingency.
So the motion is to use an outside.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
To Ms. Batista. When we're talking about and maybe HR too, as when we're talking about using the outside firm, I have 2 questions. One is, what do you anticipate the pool of applicants being? Because they have to be Florida licensed attorneys, so that's going to limit it. It's not necessarily going to be a national search like a superintendent would be, because that's a different skill set. So you have to be familiar with Florida law. And then to be particularly in the practice of the very many different arenas in which you have experience, how many qualified applicants do you think there are in the state of Florida, or that are Florida licensed? I'm just wondering, when we're looking at the pool, if we're going to get a lot of people with an external firm that we wouldn't necessarily get that
was total applicants, right?
Going towards using our HR.
So I'm not sure how many people would be applying for the job, even with a firm involved. As I mentioned before, there are approximately 75 individuals, 75 lawyers in the state of Florida that hold a certification in education law, and I'm not sure, how many of those will be interested in applying for the job. Obviously, you don't need that as a qualification. You just need to have had some experience with either education or school law. Education law being broader and being, it could be at a university or just in an area that touches upon what school district does. So I wouldn't even really know how to answer your question as far as how many people would be, applying for the job.
I guess the question is just, I support using an outside firm if it's going to be fruitful. If we're going to end up with the same applicants because it's a much smaller pool than we would have like for a national search for a superintendent, then I don't know that that's what we want to do. And then I guess the second part is if we have to go through procurement to do a contract for the headhunter, would it behoove us to start an internal search and then, and get it moving and then kind of see where we're at that point when we get that all put together?
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we had 3 applicants the last time.
Okay.
I think there was 3, if I remember correctly. It was not a very large number.
Right. It's because it's an insane qualification. You have to have manage many attorneys. You have to know all kinds of different areas of the law you have to be like a behemoth. Yeah. It's a lot. Be public, take a lot of grief. I guess the other question I have for HR would be if you were used, if I can be so, can I talk?
Go ahead.
Okay. If you were going to lead this initiative to the point that someone made before, I don't think advertising on the website is going to be particularly helpful. This would have to be a situation where you're actually making calls and trying to find somebody. Is that something that you guys have the capacity to do?
No, absolutely. We would reach out to the 67 counties. They may have somebody in their, that's willing to grow and wants to go into a lead counsel position. So we definitely would reach out to them. We did do that previously in 21. I believe, if I recall, we got around 10 candidates for that time when the last time we had a position open. So there are different professional organizations that we can reach out to in the state of Florida that we would reach out to as well. But yes, it would be kind of, reaching out to our network of individuals in the state that we've worked with and getting the word out.
Yeah, I'm kind of, in most situations, I would say go ahead with the external firm, but in this particular situation, and I could be totally wrong, it just seems like there's a very small pool of applicants ultimately here.
So I agree with doing the internal search. That's why I made that original motion for similar reasons that you said that, but I do agree with the committee part. So we'll vote on this motion, and if it doesn't pass, we can make a separate motion. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, just real quick. So we keep saying search firm. It would be multiple firms competing, which is not something we've done before. We have done an internal search before. So I just want us to be clear-eyed about that. And in theory, we could widen the pool of applicants by changing the job description. So that's a conversation I look forward to having next week. So I just want everyone to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll get to Ms. Thompson one second. Dr. Lozano, for next week, can you possibly research what using a contingency would look like and what that process might be so that you could better answer those questions for us?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Ms. Thompson.
I guess that's my question. Do we have to decide this right now since we now have 4 hours on Tuesday to discuss this?
I think we could make some decisions like to launch, the announcement, but if we don't want to do that because we're going to come back and redo the job description, we got to wait till next week.
Yeah, because it sounds like there might be interest in discussing the job description. There's some interest in pursuing both internal and a contingency plan. I just think we don't have enough information, and trying to force it
let's pick it up next week.
right now.
It's fine. Mr. Severa?
I don't want to talk about the process because we are going to discuss that next week for 4 hours from what I've been hearing. So I'll reserve my time for that. I do want to say, however, to Ms. Batista, first and foremost, thank you for everything that you've done for this board. And I'm not sure if it's retirement or a slowdown, but if it's retirement, congratulations. If it's a lesser role, I guess congratulations as well too, for the less stress that you'll have to absorb. You know, being a general counsel for any big corporation or any big company is a tough job, and it takes a lot of insight. It takes a lot of knowledge, and it takes a lot of courage to sit up here on the dais and field random legal questions from every single direction by both lawyers and non-lawyers, right? And be ready on the spot, be Johnny on the spot all the time. And I know I have only been up here for 6 months, but I can certainly assert that in my time I've been very appreciative of the work that you have done for the counsel you have given us as a board, for your willingness to write us those memos and explain concepts, and even when you and I don't agree on things, I still very much value your legal insight and your legal input. And again, I want to thank you and congratulate you on your legal career, which I believe has spanned almost 32 years. So that's very commendable. I don't think Ms. Thompson was alive when you started practicing law. So we certainly appreciate and wish you well moving forward, whatever that next step may be.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Alada.
I'm going to remove my motion, but I'd like to make another motion. I move to add Adam Cervera on the Legal Services Committee.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay. Well, before we move forward with that, Mr. Cervera, would that be something you would be open to?
I graciously accept your proposed nomination.
Could we also nominate other people?
Sure, I don't see why not.
I'd like to make a motion to add another attorney on our board, Mrs. Bullman.
She's on there, isn't she?
No, it's you and me.
No, we changed it at the beginning.
Oh.
Yes.
You dropped off? Yeah. Oh, okay.
You guys are a
We'll
busy
miss you.
board.
Yeah.
You don't even know who's
Never
on.
mind.
Okay. All those in favor of adding Mr. Cervera to the Legal Services Committee, I got it right, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. One less thing to do next week. So, very good.
Just for last thing for next week, if my colleagues agree, if staff could bring, the different options we could consider for the search, a contingency and then an internal, that would, if my colleagues agree, would be great.
Yes, Mrs. Alhita.
And if they could please have the financials very specific in the backup. Thank you.
And a timeline, like what it would look like with all of the different, I know you briefly read it out, but maybe if you could put that as like a backup so we could look at it beforehand.
Samples.
And
Yeah.
through the superintendent, I just want to be clear that I will probably not be posted until Friday because they're going to need time to put all that together.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I just like to also thank Ms. Batista. I know that we have almost daily conversations, and I just have always appreciated, we may not agree often, but I appreciate that you listen and explain, and you are always looking out for the best interest of the board, and I think we're very, very lucky to have had you. So thank you very much, and we wish you all the best as you move forward. And family always has to come first. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have any update?
Can I just say one thing? Sure. I am reserving my comments for Ms. Batista for when she's actually leaving.
Yes,
This
me
is
too. That's fine. That's right. We can. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any update or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Ms. Leonardi.
I just wanted to thank staff for their new updated executive summary. It's very detailed. It anticipates a lot of the board questions. So thank you, Dr. Hepburn and staff, for giving us more and more information that we need to make good votes. Thank you.
Mrs. Al-Huda.
To that point. So maybe I missed it. I don't see on the executive summary the letter and number. And it's something I've been asking for a really long
The item
time.
number?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why don't we have?
On the executive summary.
Yeah. It's done.
No, but I've been told it's going to be done for a long time.
Well, it will be on the log now that you've asked.
It'll be done. Or somebody will be tarred and feathered right here, so it'll be done.
Anybody else? Mr. Severa.
Chair, congratulations to Cypress Bay High School. Lightning has in fact struck twice. Both boys and girls, swimming and diving, took home first place in the Broward County Athletic Association Swimming and Diving Championships, which took place on Saturday at Plantation Central Park Aquatic Complex. The girls' team edged out Fort Lauderdale High School. Big win for the girls' swim team. And for the second year in a row, I might add. The St. Thomas, I will also note, host St. Thomas was third with 340 points, but Cypress Bay has now won the girls' title in 2021, 2024, and 2025. So congratulations to Cypress Bay High School on the swimming and diving accomplishment.
Very good. Swimming is the best sport ever. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Have a great night, and we will see you all next week.
Not great. Not great. No, I think you've become very compelling.